Llegué. Mi T6 llegó. Escríbele. Llámalo, que tú eres el hermano. Pues déjame servirme comida, lo que llegue es Zane. Vengo ahora. Vengo ahora, no te vayas. Hello. ¿Qué dijo? ¿Bien o no? Estoy aquí. Bueno, 5 minutos faltan. Casi.
Oye, ¿tú no has pensado o llegaste a bajar lo de Ark? Hello.
¿Qué dijiste?
Ya. Que si llegaste a bajar lo de Ark.
¿Qué cosa de Ark?
¿No te dijo Mr. Sen?
No. ¿Es un juego?
Sí,
No, yo bajé al vino. Al,
Albion.
Albion.
Ya está bien duro. Matando gente.
Pues envíamelo y lo bajo. Ojo.
Una foto de cuál es el juego.
Oh.
Bueno, por eso entra a Google y me pides un screenshot. Para no bajarle que no es.
Tuviste que haber visto por ahí. Tú no tienes TikTok, ¿verdad? Ni nada de eso, ¿verdad?
No.
Ya está. Este es el que le estamos dando para hacer contenido y eso. Venga, Mr. 6. No, Nacho,
Ah, sí, lo he visto. Y ustedes juegan en PC, ¿verdad? ¿De dónde lo juegan? ¿En PC? ¿Solamente se juega en PC?
ay,
Sí, tengo PlayStation.
imagino que es más relajado. O no sé, ¿verdad?
Sí, pero yo tengo la laptop, pero o sea, yo uso teclado, mouse de acá y yo tengo unos monitores bien grandes. Sí. Sí. Mi esposo me prepara el cuarto. Sí. A ver si tengo una foto.
Sí, ahora mismo se ve, ahora mismo se ve la de la que tienes el input, la que tienes
Sí, sí, yo tengo una Alienware. Y es bastante potente porque la mía es, yo creo que i9, bueno, no creo, estoy segura, i9, pero no estoy segura si es la 4080, 40, yo creo que la mía es 4090. Que la han criticado un montón, pero me ha corrido bien.
¿Qué le han criticado?
Sí, porque lo critican mucho.
Caliente.
Sí, como la mía costó más de 3000. Mira, te voy a enviar la pared que me hizo mi esposo. Ay, pues tengo que guardar tu número, me guardarlo. Yo lo envío, lo envío ahora por hecha y lo borro rápido. Eso fue cuando él me hizo la pared. Vamos, hombre.
Mira la que dice. A ver, Mr. 6.
Hay un reguero, obviamente. Pero ahora está más bonito montado. Pero tengo las luces apagadas.
Abel, no. Abel, no.
La envié ya.
Chévere. Qué chévere. Abel, duro. lo fabrico el mismo. Hello. Hello.
A borrarlo. Yo creo que ya lo recibiste.
Me escucha, hello. Hello. Hello, escucha, hello. Hello.
Ah, diablo. Ya sé por qué no te escuchaba, porque lo puse en silencio, qué burra. Habla ahora. Ahora sí.
Ya está cerrado, estoy hablando de check.
Mala mía, no te escuchaba nada. Yo, adiós, este se fue. No escuché nada. Cero, creo que lo sepa. Él me lo preparó. Como él sabe que eso es lo que a mí me gusta. Entonces lo que hice fue que compré todos los accesorios Razer, la línea Quartz. Y todo ese rosita bien bonito. El mousepad, los audífonos, el mouse, teclado. No, porque ahí está. Sí, porque a ver si tengo una foto. Bueno. Un día yo llegué del trabajo y me tenía eso y ay mira, Tito. Sí, me lo corre bien. Tiene mucha memoria y todo. Me da este. Ah, pues te espero. Es verdad. Ajá, yo la compré porque anterior a esta yo tenía otra Alienware y esa me duró como 7, 8 años. Y todavía funciona, by the way. Lo que pasa es que obviamente los juegos siguen actualizándose y siguen generando más memoria, más gráficos. Y se puso como que lentita. Y yo, por eso me compré una. Pero nunca se me dañó. En 7 años. Ahora mismo yo tengo reguero. Pero pues... No, en verdad tengo reguero porque donde yo trabajo cerraron la planta. Entonces los poquitos que quedamos nos están regalando todo. Así no, pero me han regalado tantas cosas que lo tengo todo encima. Cogí el escritorio, como mi esposo no está, porque mi esposo está viviendo en África. Cogí, está en África. Lo activaron. Sí, él también es militar. Yo creo que sigue bregando con eso por allá desde África. El cogí y se llevó su laptop. Me hubiese preguntado. A ver, no, es que por eso es que no está jugando, es que está por allá en África y es un poco complicado jugar porque el internet ya no es muy bueno, que digamos. Entonces son 7 horas de diferencia. Allá va ahora mismo son las 2:30 de la mañana. Mira. Pero él regresa en octubre, le preguntan en octubre. Pues nada. Entonces el escritorio de él, cogí, lo vacié y lo tengo ahí con un montón, que si de carpetas, papeles, grapadora, un revolú cañón. Que toca acomodar todo eso que me han regalado y lo que yo no quiera regalarlo para adelante. Llámalo. Y corre bien. Bueno, preguntarle si se va a conectar ahora o no. Entonces, si no se va a conectar, nos tiramos una partida, lo que quiera. Nos tiramos un dúo. Ajá. Ah, pues está bien. Estamos esperando lo que avance, que se mueva. Seguro que está. ¿Estás ahí, Zane? No está ahí, loco. No me atrevo a tirarlo porque si no acepta, vamos a tener que esperar como 15 minutos más. Yo no he bajado Ark, a lo que baja eso ya me toca acostar a dormir. Ah. Qué sé yo. Loco, aquí lo que tenemos, yo tengo Liberty, eso es una mierda. Eso no sirve. Liberty. No sé, tengo que chequear. No sé, chequear. No, yo creo que yo no tengo 500. No, debo tener menos. Chequear. Es que yo no puedo, es que lo que yo pago es por, como somos militares, nuestros precios son diferentes. Pero por mucho menos. Eso que me... Yo pago 55. No. Está ahí, que acepte. Estoy aquí entrando. Bueno, ¿te escribiendo? ¡Ah! Me bloquearon la cuenta. Hemos detectado actividad sospechosa en esta cuenta. Como medida de precaución, hemos bloqueado el ingreso a la cuenta. Espera 5 minutos para intentar de nuevo. La divertí. Vas a ver. Pero es que se supone que no. Tengo que esperar 5 minutos. Pero yo creo que yo tengo 400. Yo no llego a los 500. Estoy casi segura, creo. Sí. Pero nosotros queremos poner aquí. Ay, a ver cómo es que se llama. Ay, se me olvida. Es satelital. No recuerdo el nombre. Oh, no. Ay, Dios mío, a ver si me acuerdo. No recuerdo el nombre. Porque aquí Liberty es bien malo. En Omaco es bien malo. No sirve. Pero dentro de todo es lo mejor.
Divertir es lo mejor que hay.
Sí, pero ahora hay unos como unos de satélite que son bien buenos. Y aquí donde vivo corren bien. Ya no recuerdo a buscar. Sí, cuál es el nombre. Starlink. Dicen que es bueno. Estamos pensando probarlo. Y Aeronet. Starlink y Aeronet. Dicen que esos dos son bien buenos. ¿Qué sé yo? Así que si mi nena termina de comer, vengo ahora.
Hey yo, bro.
Dime.
Mi teléfono está muerto. ¿Puedo hacer llamada en el tuyo?
Está bien. Si quieres usa mi iPhone 16 Pro Max Unlimited Edition con todo ilimitado de 1 terabyte de espacio. Yo también tengo hambre, bro.
Ah, pues dale, vamos para McDonald's. Hoy hay oferta.
¿Por qué no vamos a un sitio mejor como Cheesecake Factory y eso?
Yo no tengo el ticket para eso.
Cheesecake Factory en verdad para mí es como un BK, algo normal. Mira, en verdad, si tú no tienes problema, yo te suelto un par de vacas. Sí.
Y entonces nos vamos en mi carro, bro.
No nos vamos en tu carro, nos vamos en mi nuevo Ford Mustang GT. Acabo de sacar del dealer 0 millas, nuevo de paquete. Mano, qué hostia.
¿Qué pasó, bro?
Hacho, ¿a ti no te pasa? ¿No te pasa que tu iPhone 16
Nami,
Pro Max con
adiós,
todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio se cae
Ah, pues
entre medio de
Tristana
tu
es
asiento
jungla o
entero?
top.
No te pasa, me acaba de pasar, se me cayó, Dios mío.
¿No tiene un cargador que me preste?
A ver, ¿cuál iPhone es el que tú tienes?
El 11.
Ah, es que tú tienes el iPhone 11. Yo solamente tengo el cargador del iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio extra titanium. No creo que le sirva. ¿Cuánto por ese paquete de chicle?
1,19.
Pues Tristana es top.
Chavos, está bien. Perdón, es que es tanto dinero, Dios mío.
Dale top.
Miércoles. ¿Tienes cambio para 100? ¿O es un billete muy grande para ti?
Hey yo, bro.
Dime.
Mi teléfono está muerto. ¿Puedo hacer llamada en el tuyo?
Está bien. Si quieres usa mi iPhone 16 Pro Max Unlimited Edition con todo ilimitado de 1 terabyte de espacio. Yo también tengo hambre, bro.
Ah, pues dale, vamos para McDonald's. Hoy hay oferta.
¿Por qué no vamos a un sitio mejor como Cheesecake Factory y eso?
Yo no tengo el ticket para eso.
Cheesecake Factory en verdad para mí es como un BK, algo normal. Mira, en verdad, si tú no tienes problema, yo te suelto un par de vacas. Sí.
Y entonces nos vamos en mi carro, bro.
No nos vamos en tu carro, nos vamos en mi nuevo Ford Mustang GT. Acabo de sacar del dealer 0 millas, nuevo de paquete. Mano, qué hostia.
¿Qué pasó, bro?
Hacho, ¿a ti no te pasa? ¿No te pasa que tu iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio se cae entre medio de tu asiento en cuero? ¿No te pasa? Me acaba de pasar, se me cayó.
Así, mira, top.
¿No tiene un cargador que me preste?
A ver, ¿cuál iPhone es el que tú tienes?
El 11.
Ah, es que tú tienes el iPhone 11. Yo solamente tengo el cargador del iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 TB de espacio extra titanium. No creo que le sirva.
¿Cuánto por ese paquete de chicle?
1,19. $1,19, chavo. Está bien.
Perdón, es que es tanto dinero, Dios mío. Miércoles.
¿Tienes cambio para 100? ¿O es un billete muy grande para ti?
Ey, yo, bro.
Dime.
Mi teléfono está muerto. ¿Puedo hacer llamada en el
Ah,
tuyo?
está bien. Si quieres usar mi iPhone 16 Pro Max Unlimited Edition con todo ilimitado de 1 TB de espacio. Yo también tengo hambre, bro.
Ah, pues dale, vamos para McDonald's. Hoy hay oferta.
¿Por qué no vamos a un sitio mejor como Cheesecake Factory y eso?
Yo no tengo el ticket para eso.
Cheesecake Factory en verdad para mí es como un BK, algo normal. Mira, en verdad, si tú no tienes problemas, yo te suelto un par de vacas. Sí.
Y entonces nos vamos en mi carro, bro.
No nos vamos en tu carro, nos vamos en mi nuevo Ford Mustang GT. Acabo de sacar del dealer 0 millas, nuevo de paquete. Mano, qué hostia.
¿Qué pasó, bro?
Hacho, ¿a ti no te pasa? ¿No te pasa que tu iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 TB de espacio se cae entre medio de tu asiento en cuero? ¿No te pasa? Me acaba de pasar, se me cayó, Dios mío.
¿No tiene un cargador que me preste?
A ver, ¿cuál iPhone es el que tú tienes?
El 11.
Ah, es que tú tienes el iPhone 11. Yo solamente tengo el cargador del iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 TB de espacio extra titanium. No creo que le sirva.
¿Cuánto por ese paquete de chicle?
1,19. $1,19, chavo. Está bien.
Perdón, es que es tanto dinero, Dios mío. Miércoles.
¿Tienes cambio para 100? ¿O es un billete muy grande para ti?
Ey, yo, bro.
Dime.
Mi teléfono está muerto. ¿Puedo hacer llamada en el
Ah,
tuyo?
está bien. Si quieres usar mi iPhone 16 Pro Max Unlimited Edition con todo ilimitado de 1 TB de espacio. Yo también tengo hambre, bro.
Ah, pues dale, vamos para McDonald's. Hoy hay oferta.
¿Por qué no vamos a un sitio mejor como Cheesecake Factory y eso?
Yo no tengo el ticket para eso.
Cheesecake Factory en verdad para mí es como un BK, algo normal. Mira, en verdad, si tú no tienes problemas, yo te suelto un par de vacas. Sí.
Y entonces nos vamos en mi carro, bro.
No nos vamos en tu carro, nos vamos en mi nuevo Ford Mustang GT. Acabo de sacar del dealer 0 millas, nuevo de paquete. Mano, qué hostia.
¿Qué pasó, bro?
Hacho, ¿a ti no te pasa? ¿No te pasa que tu iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 TB de espacio se cae entre medio de tu asiento en cuero? ¿No te pasa? Me acaba de pasar, se me cayó, Dios mío.
¿No tiene un cargador que me preste?
A ver, ¿cuál iPhone es el que tú tienes?
El 11.
Ah, es que tú tienes el iPhone 11. Yo solamente tengo el cargador del iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 TB de espacio extra titanium. No creo que le sirva.
¿Cuánto por ese paquete de chicle?
1,19. $1,19, chavo. Está bien.
Perdón, es que es tanto dinero, Dios mío. Miércoles.
¿Tienes cambio para 100? ¿O es un billete muy grande para ti?
Ey, yo, bro.
Dime.
Mi teléfono está muerto. ¿Puedo hacer llamada en el
Ah,
tuyo?
está bien. Si quieres usar mi iPhone 16 Pro Max Unlimited Edition con todo ilimitado de 1 TB de espacio. Yo también tengo hambre, bro.
Ah, pues dale, vamos para McDonald's. Hoy hay oferta.
¿Por qué no vamos a un sitio mejor como Cheesecake Factory y eso?
Yo no tengo el ticket para eso.
Cheesecake Factory en verdad para mí es como un BK, algo normal. Mira, en verdad, si tú no tienes problemas, yo te suelto un par de vacas. Sí.
Y entonces nos vamos en mi carro, bro.
No nos vamos en tu carro, nos vamos en mi nuevo Ford Mustang GT. Acabo de sacar del dealer 0 millas, nuevo de paquete. Mano, qué hostia.
¿Qué pasó, bro?
Hacho, ¿a ti no te pasa? ¿No te pasa que tu iPhone
Y
16 Pro
regalaste
Max
el
con todo ilimitado
primero.
y 1 TB de espacio se cae entre medio de tu asiento en cuero? ¿No te pasa? Me acaba de pasar, se me cayó, Dios mío.
¿No tiene un cargador que me preste?
A ver, ¿cuál iPhone es el que tú tienes?
El 11.
Ah, es que tú tienes el iPhone 11. Yo solamente tengo el cargador del iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 TB de espacio extra titanium. No creo que le sirva.
¿Cuánto por ese paquete de chicle?
1,19. $1,19, chavo. Está bien.
¿Qué diablo se Darío acá abajo?
Perdón, es que es tanto dinero, Dios.
Ah, que Darío.
Miércoles.
¿Tienes cambio para 100? ¿O es un billete muy grande para ti?
Hey yo, bro.
Dime.
Mi teléfono está muerto. ¿Puedo hacer llamada en el tuyo?
Está bien. Si quieres usar mi iPhone 16 Pro Max Unlimited Edition con todo ilimitado de 1 terabyte de espacio. Yo también tengo hambre, bro.
Ah, pues dale, vamos para McDonald's. Hoy hay oferta.
Cuidado atrás, cuidado
¿Por qué no
atrás.
vamos a un sitio mejor como Cheesecake Factory y eso?
Yo no tengo el ticket para eso.
Cheesecake Factory en verdad para mí es como un BK, algo normal. Mira, en verdad, si tú no tienes problema, yo te suelto un par de vacas, sí.
Y entonces nos vamos en mi carro, bro.
No nos vamos en tu carro, nos vamos en mi nuevo Ford Mustang GT. Acabo de sacar del dealer 0 millas nuevo de paquete. Hacho, ¿a ti no te pasa? ¿No te pasa que tu iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio se cae entre medio de tu asiento en cuero? ¿No te pasa? Me acaba de pasar, se me cayó, Dios mío.
¿No tiene un cargador que me preste?
A ver, ¿cuál iPhone es el que tú tienes?
El 11.
Ah, es que tú tienes el iPhone 11. Yo solamente tengo el cargador del iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio extra titanium. No creo que le sirva. ¿Cuánto por ese paquete de chicle?
Pero qué carajo hizo nuestro jungla. Al carete.
Perdón, es que es tanto dinero, Dios mío. ¿Tienes cambio para 100?
Este juego
Un billete muy
promete.
grande para ti.
Hey yo, bro.
Dime.
Mi teléfono está muerto. ¿Puedo hacer llamada en el tuyo?
Está bien. Si quieres usar mi iPhone 16 Pro Max Unlimited Edition con todo ilimitado de 1 terabyte de espacio. Yo también tengo hambre, bro.
Ah, pues dale, vamos para McDonald's. Hoy hay oferta.
¿Por qué no vamos a un sitio mejor como Cheesecake Factory y eso?
Yo no tengo el ticket para eso.
Cheesecake Factory en verdad para mí es como un BK, algo normal. Mira, en verdad, si tú no tienes problema, yo te suelto un par de vacas, sí.
Y entonces nos vamos en mi carro, bro.
No nos vamos en tu carro, nos vamos en mi nuevo Ford Mustang GT.
Ya, che, se
Acabo
va
de sacar del
chateo.
dealer 0 millas nuevo de paquete.
Qué hostia pasó, bro.
Hacho, ¿a ti no te pasa? ¿No te pasa que tu iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio se cae entre medio de tu asiento en cuero? ¿No te pasa? Me acaba de pasar, se me cayó, Dios mío.
¿No tiene un cargador que me preste?
A ver, ¿cuál iPhone es el que tú tienes?
El 11.
Ah, es que tú tienes el iPhone 11. Yo solamente tengo el cargador del iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio extra titanium. No creo que le sirva. ¿Cuánto por ese paquete de chicle?
1,19.
$1.19, chavo. Está bien. Perdón, es que es tanto dinero, Dios mío. Miércoles. ¿Tienes cambio para 100? ¿O es un billete muy grande para ti?
Hey yo, bro.
Dime.
Mi teléfono está muerto. ¿Puedo hacer llamada en el tuyo?
Está bien. Si quieres usar mi iPhone 16 Pro Max Unlimited Edition con todo ilimitado de 1 terabyte de espacio. Yo también tengo hambre, bro.
Ah, pues dale, vamos para McDonald's. Hoy hay oferta.
Nuestro amigo
¿Por qué no
está
vamos a un sitio mejor
troleando.
como Cheesecake Factory y eso?
Yo no tengo el ticket para eso.
Cheesecake Factory en verdad para mí es como un BK, algo normal. Mira, en verdad, si tú no tienes problema, yo te suelto un par de vacas, sí.
Y entonces nos vamos en mi carro, bro.
No nos vamos en tu carro, nos vamos en mi nuevo Ford Mustang GT. Acabo de sacar del dealer 0 millas nuevo de paquete. Mano, qué hostia.
¿Qué pasó, bro?
Hacho, ¿a ti no te pasa? ¿No te pasa que tu iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio se cae entre medio de tu asiento en cuero? ¿No te pasa? Me acaba de pasar, se me cayó, Dios mío.
¿No tiene un cargador que me preste?
A ver, ¿cuál iPhone es el que tú tienes?
El 11.
Ah, es que tú tienes el iPhone 11. Yo solamente tengo el cargador del iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio.
Ya no
extra
tengo
titanium.
mana.
No creo que le sirva. ¿Cuánto por ese paquete de chicle?
1,19.
$1.19, chavo. Está bien. Perdón, es que es tanto dinero, Dios mío. Miércoles. ¿Tienes cambio para 100? ¿O es un billete muy grande para ti?
Hey yo, bro.
Dime.
Mi teléfono está muerto. ¿Puedo hacer llamada en el tuyo?
Está bien. Si quieres usar mi iPhone 16 Pro Max Unlimited Edition con todo ilimitado de 1 terabyte de espacio. Yo también tengo hambre, bro.
Ah, pues dale, vamos para McDonald's. Hoy hay oferta.
¿Por qué no vamos a un sitio mejor como Cheesecake Factory y eso?
Yo no tengo el ticket para eso.
Cheesecake Factory en verdad para mí es como un BK, algo normal. Mira, en verdad, si tú no tienes problema, yo te suelto un par de vacas, sí.
Y entonces nos vamos en mi carro, bro.
No nos vamos en tu carro, nos vamos en mi nuevo Ford Mustang GT. Acabo de sacar del dealer 0 millas nuevo de paquete. Mano, qué hostia pasó, bro. Hacho, ¿a ti no te pasa? ¿No te pasa que tu iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio se cae entre medio de tu asiento en cuero? ¿No te pasa? Me acaba de pasar,
Una
se me cayó,
indirecta.
Dios mío.
¿No tiene un cargador que me preste?
A ver, ¿cuál iPhone es el que tú tienes?
El 11.
Ah, es que tú tienes el iPhone 11. Yo solamente tengo el cargador del iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio extra titanium. No.
Creativity is limitless, for better or worse. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Maldita sea esa jungla. Las 2 veces que hemos muerto ha sido por culpa de él.
Art is empty without empathy. It's made of contradictions. Keeps the mind.
No muero, no muero, no muero.
Enemy killing spree. An ally has been slain.
Please focus. I'll refine the details.
An enemy has been slain.
No creo que le sirva. ¿Cuánto por ese paquete de chicle? 1,19. $1.19, chavo. Está bien. Perdón, es que es tanto dinero, Dios mío. Miércoles. ¿Tienes cambio para 100? ¿O es un billete muy grande para ti? Hey yo, bro. Dime. Mi teléfono está muerto. ¿Puedo hacer llamada en el tuyo? Está bien. Si quieres usar mi iPhone 16 Pro Max Unlimited Edition con todo ilimitado de 1 terabyte de espacio. Yo también tengo hambre, bro. Ah, pues dale, vamos para McDonald's. Hoy hay oferta. ¿Por qué no vamos a un sitio mejor como Cheesecake Factory y eso? Yo no tengo el ticket para eso. Cheesecake Factory en verdad para mí es como un BK, algo normal. Mira, en verdad, si tú no tienes problema, yo te suelto un par de vacas, sí. Y entonces nos vamos en mi carro, bro. No nos vamos en tu carro. Nos vamos en mi nuevo Ford Mustang GT. Acabo de sacar del dealer 0 millas, nuevo de paquete. Hermano, qué hostia pasó, bro. Hacho, ¿a ti no te pasa? ¿No te pasa que tu iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio se cae entre medio de tus asientos en cuero? ¿No te pasa? Me acaba de pasar, se me cayó, Dios mío. ¿No tienes un cargador que me preste? A ver, ¿cuál iPhone es el que tú tienes? El 11. Ah, es que tú tienes el iPhone 11. Yo solamente tengo el cargador del iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio extra titanium. No creo que le sirva. ¿Cuánto por ese paquete de chicle? 1,19. $1.19, chavo. Perdón, es que es tanto dinero, Dios mío.
Enemy has been slain.
Miércoles.
Steady your hands.
¿Tienes cambio
Yo
paciente?
estoy sin vida, no puedo pedir hay que hacer Ariu porque volvió.
Mi teléfono está muerto, ¿puedo hacer llamada en el tuyo? Está bien. Si quieres usar mi iPhone 16 Pro Max Unlimited Edition con todo ilimitado de 1 terabyte de espacio. Yo también tengo hambre, bro. Ah, pues dale, vamos para McDonald's, hoy hay oferta. ¿Por qué no vamos a un sitio mejor como Cheesecake Factory y eso? Yo no tengo el ticket para eso. Cheesecake Factory en verdad para mí es como un BK, algo normal. Mira, en verdad, si tú no tienes problema, yo te suelto un par de vacas, sí. Y entonces nos vamos en mi carro, bro. No nos vamos en tu carro. Nos vamos en mi nuevo Ford Mustang GT. Acabo de sacar del dealer 0 millas, nuevo de paquete. Mano, qué hostia. ¿Qué pasó, bro? Hacho, ¿a ti no te pasa? ¿No te pasa que tu iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio se cae entre medio de tus asientos en cuero? ¿No te pasa? Me acaba de pasar, se me cayó, Dios mío. ¿No tienes un cargador que me preste? A ver, ¿cuál iPhone es el que tú tienes? El 11. Ah, es que tú tienes el iPhone 11. Yo solamente tengo el cargador del iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio extra titanium. No creo que le sirva. ¿Cuánto por ese paquete de chicle? 1,19. $1.19, chavo. Perdón, es que es tanto dinero, Dios mío. Mierda.
when others...
¿Tienes cambio para 100? ¿O es un billete muy grande para ti?
Hey, yo, bro.
Dime.
Mi teléfono está muerto. ¿Puedo hacer llamada en el tuyo?
Está bien. Si quieres usar mi iPhone 16 Pro Max Unlimited Edition con todo ilimitado de 1 terabyte de espacio. Yo también tengo hambre, bro.
Ah, pues dale, vamos para McDonald's. Hoy hay oferta.
¿Por qué no vamos a un sitio mejor como Cheesecake Factory y eso?
Yo no tengo el ticket para eso.
Cheesecake Factory en verdad para mí es como un BK, algo normal. Mira, en verdad, si tú no tienes problema, yo te suelto un par de vacas, sí.
Y entonces nos vamos en mi carro, bro.
No nos vamos en tu carro, nos vamos en mi nuevo Ford Mustang GT. Acabo de sacar del dealer 0 millas, nuevo de paquete. Mano, qué hostia.
Pasó, bro.
Hacho, ¿a ti no te pasa? ¿No te pasa que tu iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo
¡Qué
ilimitado y 1
chocha!
terabyte de espacio se cae entre medio de tu asiento en cuero? ¿No te pasa? Me acaba de pasar, se me cayó, Dios mío.
¿No tienes un cargador que me preste?
A ver cuál iPhone es el que tú tienes.
El 11.
Ah, es que tú tienes el iPhone 11. Yo solamente tengo el cargador del iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio extra titanium. No creo que le sirva. ¿Cuánto por ese paquete de chicle?
Tenemos que hacer ese...
$1 con 19 chavos. Perdón, es que es tanto dinero, Dios mío. Miércoles. ¿Tienes cambio para 100? ¿O es un billete muy grande para ti?
Hey, yo, bro.
Dime.
Mi teléfono está muerto. ¿Puedo hacer llamada en el tuyo?
Está bien. Si quieres usar mi iPhone 16 Pro Max Unlimited Edition con todo ilimitado de 1 terabyte de espacio. Yo también tengo hambre, bro.
Ah, pues dale, vamos para McDonald's. Hoy hay oferta.
¿Por qué no vamos a un sitio mejor como Cheesecake Factory y eso?
Yo no tengo el ticket para eso.
Cheesecake Factory en verdad para mí es como un BK, algo normal. Mira, en verdad, si tú no tienes problema, yo te suelto un par de vacas, sí.
Y entonces nos vamos en mi carro, bro.
No nos vamos en tu carro, nos vamos en mi nuevo Ford Mustang GT. Acabo de sacar del dealer 0 millas, nuevo de paquete. Mano, qué hostia.
¿Qué pasó, bro?
Hacho, ¿a ti no te pasa? ¿No te pasa que tu iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio se cae entre medio de tu asiento en cuero? ¿No te pasa? Me acaba de pasar, se me cayó, Dios mío.
¿No tienes un cargador que me preste?
A ver cuál iPhone es el que tú tienes.
El 11.
Ah, es que tú tienes el iPhone 11. Yo solamente tengo el cargador del iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio extra titanium. No creo que le sirva. ¿Cuánto por ese paquete de chicle?
1 con 19.
$1 con 19 chavos, está bien.
Podemos comprar las botas, nos llegamos al objetivo. Los objetivos.
Perdón, es que es tanto dinero, Dios mío. ¿Tienes cambio para 100? ¿O es un billete muy grande para ti?
Hey, yo, bro.
Dime.
Mi teléfono está muerto. ¿Puedo hacer llamada en el
Ah,
tuyo?
está bien. Si quieres usar mi iPhone 16 Pro Max Unlimited Edition con todo ilimitado de 1 terabyte de espacio. Yo también tengo hambre, bro.
Ah, pues dale, vamos para McDonald's. Hoy hay oferta.
¿Por qué no vamos a un sitio mejor como Cheesecake Factory y eso?
Yo no tengo el ticket para eso.
Cheesecake Factory en verdad para mí es como un BK, algo normal. Mira, en verdad, si tú no tienes problema, yo te suelto un par de vacas, sí.
Y entonces nos vamos en mi carro, bro.
No nos vamos en tu carro, nos vamos en mi nuevo Ford Mustang GT. Acabo de sacar del dealer 0 millas, nuevo de paquete. Mano, qué hostia.
Pasó, bro.
Hacho, ¿a ti no te pasa? ¿No te pasa que tu iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio se cae entre medio de tu asiento en cuero? ¿No te pasa? Me acaba de pasar, se me cayó, Dios mío.
¿No tienes un cargador que me preste?
A ver cuál iPhone es el que tú tienes.
El 11.
Ah, es que tú tienes el iPhone 11. Yo solamente tengo el cargador del iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio extra titanium. No creo que le sirva. ¿Cuánto por ese paquete de chicle?
1 con 19.
$1 con 19 chavos, está bien.
¡Casi! Eso llevo.
Perdón, es que es tanto dinero, Dios mío. Miércoles. ¿Tienes cambio para 100? ¿O es un billete muy grande para ti?
Hey, yo, bro.
Dime.
Mi teléfono está muerto. ¿Puedo hacer llamada en el
Ah,
tuyo?
está bien. Si quieres usar mi iPhone 16 Pro Max Unlimited Edition con todo ilimitado de 1 terabyte de espacio. Yo también tengo hambre, bro.
Ah, pues dale, vamos para McDonald's. Hoy hay oferta.
¿Por qué no vamos a un sitio mejor como Cheesecake Factory y eso?
Yo no tengo el ticket para eso.
Cheesecake Factory en verdad para mí es como un BK, algo normal. Mira, en verdad, si tú no tienes problema, yo te suelto un par de vacas, sí.
Y entonces nos vamos en mi carro, bro.
No nos vamos en tu carro, nos vamos en mi nuevo Ford Mustang GT. Acabo de sacar del dealer 0 millas.
Tenemos que quedarnos en bot.
Hostia.
Pasó, bro.
Hacho, ¿a ti
También
no te pasa?
sale
¿No te pasa que tu iPhone 16
esto.
Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio se cae entre medio de tu asiento en cuero? ¿No te pasa? Me acaba de pasar, se me cayó, Dios mío.
¿No tienes un cargador que me preste?
A ver cuál iPhone es el que tú tienes.
El 11.
Ah, es que tú tienes el iPhone 11. Yo solamente
Es que
tengo el
muchas
cargador del
flores.
iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio extra titanium. No creo que le sirva. ¿Cuánto por ese paquete de chicle? 1,19. $1,19, chavo, está bien. Perdón, es que es tanto dinero, Dios mío. ¿Tienes cambio para 100? ¿O es un billete muy grande para ti?
Hey yo, bro.
Dime.
Mi teléfono está muerto. ¿Puedo hacer llamada en el tuyo?
Está bien. Si quieres usar mi iPhone 16 Pro Max Unlimited Edition con todo ilimitado de 1 terabyte de espacio. Yo también tengo hambre, bro.
Ah, pues dale, vamos para McDonald's. Hoy hay oferta.
¿Por qué no vamos a un sitio mejor como Cheesecake Factory?
Yo no tengo el ticket para eso.
Cheesecake Factory en verdad para mí es como un BK, algo normal, en verdad. Si tú no tienes problema, yo te puedo tocar de vaca, sí.
Y entonces nos vamos en mi carro, bro.
No nos vamos en tu carro, nos vamos en mi nuevo Ford Mustang GT. Acabo de sacar del dealer 0 millas, nuevo de paquete. Mano, qué hostia.
Pasó, bro.
Hacho, ¿a ti no te pasa? ¿No te pasa que tu iPhone 16 Pro Max con
De vez en cuando curo.
se cae entre medio de tu asiento en cuero?
Cuando quiero.
No te pasa, me acaba de pasar, se me cayó, Dios mío.
¿No tiene un cargador que me preste?
A ver, ¿cuál iPhone es el que tú tienes?
El 11.
Ah, es que tú tienes el iPhone 11. Yo solamente tengo el cargador del iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio extra titanium. No creo que le sirva.
¿Cuánto por ese paquete de chicle?
1,19.
$1,19, chavo, está bien.
No revenge. Only clarity.
Mientras más gente haya aquí, más flores nos
Tanto
dan.
dinero, Dios mío.
Cuando lo matemos.
Miércoles.
¿Tienes cambio para
Bueno,
100?
nos da más
O es un
experiencia
billete muy
y más.
Hey yo, bro.
Dime.
Mi teléfono está muerto. ¿Puedo hacer llamada en el
Ah,
tuyo?
está bien. Si quieres usar mi iPhone 16 Pro Max Unlimited Edition con todo ilimitado de 1 terabyte de espacio. Yo también tengo hambre, bro.
Ah, pues dale, vamos para McDonald's. Hoy hay oferta.
¿Por qué no vamos a un sitio mejor como Cheesecake Factory y eso?
Yo no tengo el ticket para eso.
Cheesecake Factory en verdad para mí es como un BK, algo normal. Mira, en verdad, si tú no tienes problema, yo te puedo tocar de vaca, sí.
Y entonces nos vamos en mi carro, bro.
No nos vamos en tu carro, nos vamos en mi nuevo Ford Mustang GT. Acabo de sacar del dealer 0 millas, nuevo de paquete. Mano, qué hostia.
Pasó, bro.
Hacho, ¿a ti no te pasa? ¿No te pasa que tu iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio se cae entre medio de tus asientos en cuero? No te pasa, me acaba de pasar, se me cayó, Dios mío.
¿No tiene un cargador que me preste?
A ver, ¿cuál iPhone es el que tú tienes?
El 11.
Ah, es que tú tienes el iPhone 11. Yo solamente tengo el cargador del iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio extra titanium. No creo que le sirva.
¿Cuánto por ese paquete de chicle?
1,19.
$1,19, chavo, está bien.
Turning.
Perdón, es que es tanto dinero, Dios mío. Miércoles.
¿Tienes cambio para 100? ¿O es un billete muy grande para ti?
Hey yo, bro.
Dime.
Mi teléfono está muerto. ¿Puedo hacer llamada en el
Ah,
tuyo?
está bien. Si quieres usar mi iPhone 16 Pro Max Unlimited Edition con todo ilimitado de 1 terabyte de espacio. Yo también tengo hambre, bro.
Ah, pues dale, vamos para McDonald's. Hoy hay oferta.
¿Por qué no vamos a un sitio mejor como Cheesecake Factory y eso?
Yo no tengo el ticket para eso.
Cheesecake Factory en verdad para mí es como un BK, algo normal. Mira, en verdad, si tú no tienes problema, yo te puedo tocar de vaca, sí.
Y entonces nos vamos en mi carro, bro.
No nos vamos en tu carro, nos vamos en mi nuevo Ford Mustang GT. Acabo de sacar del dealer 0 millas, nuevo de paquete.
Qué hostia, pasó, bro.
Hacho, ¿a ti no te pasa? ¿No te pasa que tu iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio se cae entre medio de tu asiento en cuero? No te pasa, me acaba de pasar, se me cayó, Dios mío.
¿No tiene un cargador que me preste?
A ver, ¿cuál iPhone es el que tú tienes?
El 11.
Ah, es que tú tienes el iPhone 11. Yo solamente tengo el cargador del iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio extra titanium. No creo que le sirva.
¿Cuánto por ese paquete de chicle?
1,19.
$1,19, chavo.
Perdón, es que es tanto dinero, Dios mío.
Miércoles.
¿Tienes cambio para 100? ¿O es un billete muy grande para ti?
Hey yo, bro.
Dime.
Mi teléfono está muerto. ¿Puedo hacer llamada en el
Ah,
tuyo?
está bien. Si quieres usar mi iPhone 16 Pro Max Unlimited Edition con todo ilimitado de 1 terabyte de espacio. Yo también tengo hambre, bro.
Ah, pues dale, vamos para McDonald's. Hoy hay oferta.
¿Por qué no vamos a un sitio mejor como Cheesecake Factory y eso?
Yo no tengo el ticket para eso.
Cheesecake Factory en verdad para mí es como un BK, algo normal. Mira, en verdad, si tú no tienes problema, yo te suelto un par de vacas, sí.
Y entonces nos vamos en mi carro, bro.
No nos vamos en tu carro, nos vamos en mi nuevo Ford Mustang GT. Acabo de sacar del dealer 0 millas, nuevo de paquete. Mano, qué hostia.
Pasó, bro.
Hacho, ¿a ti no te pasa? ¿No te pasa que tu iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio se cae entre medio de tu asiento en cuero? No te pasa, me acaba de pasar, se me cayó. Dios mío.
¿No tienes un cargador que me preste?
A ver cuál iPhone es el que tú tienes.
11.
Ah, es que tú tienes el iPhone 11. Yo solamente tengo el cargador del iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 TB de espacio extra titanium. No creo que le sirva.
¿Cuánto por ese paquete de chicle? 1,19. $1,19, chavo. Está bien.
Bared isn't
Perdón, es que es tanto dinero, Dios mío. Miércoles. ¿Tienes cambio para 100? ¿O es un billete muy grande para ti?
Hey, yo, bro.
Dime.
Mi teléfono está muerto. ¿Puedo hacer llamada en el tuyo?
Está bien. Si quieres usar mi iPhone 16 Pro Max Unlimited Edition con todo ilimitado de 1 TB de espacio.
Yo también tengo hambre, bro.
Ah, pues dale, vamos para McDonald's, oye, de oferta.
¿Por qué no vamos a un sitio mejor como Cheesecake Factory y eso?
Yo no tengo el ticket para eso.
Cheesecake Factory en verdad para mí es como un BK, algo normal. Mira, en verdad, si tú no tienes problema, yo te suelto un par de vacas. Sí.
Entonces nos vamos en mi carro, bro.
No nos vamos en tu carro, nos vamos en mi nuevo Ford Mustang GT. Acabo de sacar del dealer 0 millas, nuevo de paquete. Mano, qué hostia. Hacho, ¿a ti no te pasa? ¿No te pasa que tu iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 TB de espacio se cae entre medio de tu asiento en cuero? ¿No te pasa? Me acaba de pasar, se me cayó. Dios mío.
¿No tienes un cargador que me preste?
A ver cuál iPhone es el que tú tienes.
El 11.
Ah, es que tú tienes el iPhone 11. Yo solamente tengo el cargador del iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 TB de espacio extra titanium. No creo que le sirva.
¿Cuánto por ese paquete de chicle? 1,19. $1,19, chavo. Está bien.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Perdón, es que es tanto dinero, Dios mío. ¿Tienes cambio para 100? ¿O es un billete muy grande para ti?
Hey, yo, bro.
Dime.
Mi teléfono está muerto. ¿Puedo hacer llamada en el
Ah,
tuyo?
está bien. Si quieres usar mi iPhone 16 Pro Max Unlimited Edition con todo ilimitado de 1 TB de espacio.
Yo también tengo hambre, bro.
Ah, pues dale, vamos para McDonald's, oye, de oferta.
¿Por qué no vamos a un sitio mejor como Cheesecake Factory y eso?
Yo no tengo el ticket para eso.
Cheesecake Factory en verdad para mí es como un BK, algo normal. Mira, en verdad, si tú no tienes problema, yo te suelto un par de vacas.
Sí. Y entonces nos vamos en mi carro, bro.
No nos vamos en tu carro, nos vamos en mi nuevo Ford Mustang GT. Acabo de sacar del dealer 0 millas, nuevo de paquete. Mano, qué hostia.
Pasó, bro.
Hacho, ¿a ti no te pasa? ¿No te pasa que tu iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 TB de espacio se cae entre medio de tu asiento en cuero? ¿No te pasa? Me acaba de pasar, se me cayó. Dios mío.
¿No tienes un cargador que me preste?
A ver cuál iPhone es el que tú tienes.
El 11.
Ah, es que tú tienes el iPhone 11. Yo solamente tengo el cargador del iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 TB de espacio extra titanium. No creo que le sirva.
¿Cuánto por ese paquete de chicle? 1,19. $1,19, chavo. Está bien.
Has been slain.
Perdón, es que es tanto dinero, Dios mío. ¿Tienes cambio para 100? ¿O es un billete muy grande para ti?
Hey, yo, bro.
Dime.
Mi teléfono está muerto. ¿Puedo hacer llamada en el
Ah,
tuyo?
está bien. Si quieres usar mi iPhone 16 Pro Max Unlimited Edition
Qué fácil.
de 1 TB de espacio.
Yo también tengo hambre, bro.
Ah, pues dale, vamos para McDonald's, oye, de oferta.
¿Por qué no vamos a un sitio mejor como Cheesecake Factory y eso?
Yo no tengo el ticket para eso.
Cheesecake Factory en verdad para mí es como un BK, algo normal. Mira, en verdad, si tú no tienes problema, yo te suelto un par de vacas. Sí.
No, yo no le puedo bajar.
Nos vamos en mi carro, bro.
No nos vamos en tu carro, nos vamos en mi nuevo Ford Mustang.
Sí, pero como yo voy a poner a bajar jugando.
Ya nuevo de paquete. Mano, qué hostia.
Pasó, bro.
Hacho, ¿a ti no te pasa? ¿No te pasa que tu iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 TB de espacio se cae entre medio de tu asiento en cuero? ¿No te pasa? Me acaba de pasar, se me cayó. Dios mío.
¿No tienes un cargador que me preste?
A ver cuál iPhone es el que
Yo no
tú tienes.
termino ni el tutorial del otro juego. Te voy a terminarlo. A ver si lo termina esta
Yo
semana.
solamente tengo el cargador del iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 TB de espacio extra titanium. No creo que le sirva.
¿Cuánto por ese paquete de chicle? 1,19. $1,19, chavo. Está bien. Perdón, es que es tanto dinero, Dios mío.
Ah, diablo, en esa.
Miércoles. ¿Tienes cambio para 100? ¿O es un billete muy grande para ti?
Hey, yo, bro.
Dime.
Mi teléfono está muerto. ¿Puedo hacer llamada en el
Ah,
tuyo?
está bien. Si quieres usar mi iPhone 16 Pro Max Unlimited Edition con todo ilimitado de 1 TB de espacio.
Yo también tengo hambre, bro.
Ah, pues dale, vamos para McDonald's, oye, de oferta.
¿Por qué no vamos a un sitio mejor como Cheesecake Factory y eso?
Yo no tengo el ticket para eso.
Cheesecake Factory en verdad para mí es como un BK, algo normal. Mira, en verdad, si tú no tienes problema, yo te suelto un par de vacas. Sí.
Y entonces nos vamos en mi carro, bro.
No nos vamos en tu carro, nos vamos en mi nuevo Ford Mustang GT. Acabo de sacar del dealer 0 millas, nuevo de paquete. ¡Qué hostia! Hacho, ¿a ti no te pasa? ¿No te pasa que tu iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio se cae entre medio de tu asiento en cuero? ¿No te pasa? Me acaba de pasar, se me cayó, Dios mío.
¿No tienes un cargador que me preste?
A ver, ¿cuál iPhone es el que tú tienes?
El 11.
Ah, es que tú tienes el iPhone 11. Yo solamente tengo el cargador del iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio extra titanium. No creo que le sirva. ¿Cuánto por ese paquete de chicle?
$1.19.
$1.19, chavo, está bien. Perdón, es que es tanto dinero, Dios mío. Miércoles. ¿Tienes cambio para 100? ¿O es un billete muy grande para ti?
Hey, yo, bro.
Dime.
Mi teléfono está muerto. ¿Puedo hacer llamada en el tuyo?
Está bien. Si quieres usa mi iPhone 16 Pro Max Unlimited Edition con todo ilimitado de 1 terabyte de espacio. Yo también tengo hambre, bro.
Ah, pues dale, vamos para McDonald's. Hoy hay oferta.
¿Por qué no vamos a un sitio mejor como Cheesecake Factory y eso?
Yo no tengo el ticket para eso.
Cheesecake Factory en verdad para mí es como un BK, algo normal. Mira, en verdad, si tú no tienes problema, yo te suelto un par de vacas. Sí.
Y entonces nos vamos en mi carro, bro.
No nos vamos en tu carro, nos vamos en mi nuevo Ford Mustang GT. Acabo de sacar del dealer 0 millas, nuevo de paquete. Mano, qué hostia.
¿Qué pasó, bro?
Hacho, ¿a ti no te pasa? ¿No te pasa que tu iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio
Estoy
se cae entre
leyendo,
medio de tu
dice
asiento
que
en cuero?
es de criaturas
pasa, me acaba de pasar, se me cayó,
primigenias
Dios
mientras
mío.
exploras
No tiene un
tierras las
cargador que me
salvajes, une
A ver,
otros
¿cuál iPhone es el que
jugadores
tú
para
tienes?
competir
11.
Ah, es que tú tienes el iPhone 11.
y
Yo
viajas
solamente tengo el
juntos en la
cargador del
mayoría
iPhone 16 Pro
llena
Max
de
con todo
dinosaurios de...
ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio extra titanium. No creo que le sirva. ¿Cuánto por ese paquete de chicle?
$1.19.
$1.19, chavo, está bien.
Ah, no, pues... Tengo con qué entretenerme. Ay, se ready.
Tanto dinero, Dios mío. Miércoles.
Es como Jurassic Park.
¿Tienes cambio para 100?
Ah.
¿O es un billete muy grande para ti?
Hey, yo, bro.
Dime.
Mi teléfono está muerto. ¿Puedo hacer llamada en el tuyo?
Está bien. Si quieres usa mi iPhone 16 Pro Max Unlimited Edition con todo ilimitado de 1 terabyte de espacio. Yo también tengo hambre, bro.
Ah, pues dale, vamos para McDonald's. Hoy hay oferta.
¿Por qué no vamos a un sitio mejor como Cheesecake Factory y eso?
Yo no tengo el ticket para eso.
Cheesecake Factory en verdad para mí es como un BK, algo normal. Mira, en verdad, si tú no tienes problema, yo te suelto un par de vacas. Sí.
Y entonces nos vamos en mi carro, bro.
No nos vamos en tu carro, nos vamos en mi nuevo Ford Mustang GT. Acabo de sacar del dealer 0 millas, nuevo de paquete. Mano, qué hostia.
Pasó, bro.
Hacho, ¿a ti no te pasa? ¿No te pasa que tu iPhone 16 Pro Max con todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio se cae entre medio de tu asiento en cuero? ¿No te pasa? Me acaba de pasar, se me cayó, Dios mío.
¿No tienes un cargador que me preste?
A ver, ¿cuál iPhone es el que tú tienes?
El 11.
Ah, es que tú tienes el iPhone 11. Yo solamente tengo el cargador del iPhone
Que yo
16
creo que él no
Pro
está
Max
hablando.
con todo ilimitado y 1 terabyte de espacio extra titanium. No creo que le sirva. ¿Cuánto por ese paquete de chicle?
$1.19.
$1.19, chavo, está bien.
¿Qué pasó, Coco? ¿Qué quieres, nene? ¿Qué quieres,
¿Qué
nene?
es tanto dinero, Dios mío? Miércoles.
Estás afectuoso, Coco.
¿O es un billete muy grande para ti?
Hey, yo, bro.
Dime.
Mi teléfono está muerto. ¿Puedo hacer llamada en el tuyo?
Está bien. Si quieres usar mi
Venga,
iPhone
ahora, vamos a
16
mandar a
Pro
bañar la
Max
nena.
Unlimited Edition con todo ilimitado de 1 terabyte de espacio. Yo también tengo hambre, bro.
Ah, pues dale, vamos para
Oh my god.
Huh?
A majestic lone wolf. This is the sign to follow my dreams.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yep, I'm finally gonna leave my wife. and the kids
It's getting worse.
to become the best interpretive dance instructor in the world.
Feels like those don't have to be mutually exclusive.
Nope, I need a clean slate because you're standing there.
Don't put this on me.
This is you.
Nope.
This is your
No,
doing.
I didn't do anything.
It's your fault. Honey,
She's an earshot?
I'm leaving you.
But I thought we were gonna work it out. I thought we had more time.
I did too, until I saw that wolf.
Stop pointing at me. Daddy, I'm so hungry. Are we gonna eat this week?
Ask your new dad. What? And go tell your other 6 siblings the news.
You're gonna leave 7 children fatherless?
No, you're really gonna have to step up.
They have soccer practice in an hour. I need you to take them. Wait, hold on.
Come on, they got practice. Chop, chop. Come on.
Yeah, come on, practice. Why is she in on this?
I don't know, man. She's your wife.
I think I'm just gonna leave this situation.
What? You're just gonna abandon your family like that?
All right, get the kids in the car. I need it for grocery shopping. You just went shopping.
You married this guy? I think I could do a better job. Oh my god.
Huh?
A majestic lone wolf. This is the sign to follow my dreams.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yep, I'm finally gonna leave my wife. And the kids
It's getting worse.
to become the best interpretive dance instructor in the world.
Feels like those don't have to be mutually exclusive.
Nope, I need a clean slate because you're standing there.
Don't put this on me.
This is
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Diablo, empezó.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
¿Qué frío está esto?
I won't forget the lives lost in my pursuit of excellence.
Minions have spawned.
I alone see what must be done. I offer no choice.
No regales la primera kill.
This world will know magnificence. All that is logical is true. Absolute. Irrefutable. They must be malice. Suspend. Unavoidable.
El jungla está en mid.
Este will unite Bienvenidos once for all.
¡Ey! Ya, Chemita, dame un break. Que me dejo un break. Me cago en nada.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Humanity is self-corrupting.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Para mí, ya llegué. ¿Te mataron por mi culpa? ¿Por estar FK? Que mi hija se mete a bañar y sin jabón en el baño.
Emotion and logic cannot coexist. One must be shed to gain depth. My comfort with death comes from proximity, not ignorance.
Cuidado.
An ally has been slain.
Flaws need to be subject to them.
An ally has been slain.
Diablo, casi. Nos quedamos en torre farmeando.
Double crosses, subverts, divides. was, or who I wish to be.
¡A diablo!
Always brings new perspective. No one need live with doubt anymore.
Voy de camino, Zane. Usaron Healy Barrier. ¿Es en serio que volví a hacer la misma mierda de ahorita? Tenemos que tumbar la primera torreta.
The excellence humanity's transcend.
Turret plating will fall soon.
I chose to become this. I had no bearing nor did danger. It was necessary.
Gracias.
Has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Archie usó flash.
Enemy double kill.
Víctor ayuda en dragón.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Un objetivo más y nos llevamos la recompensa. Ah, tumba la torre mid. Vamos a tumbar esa torre mid para llevarnos la recompensa.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Necesitamos la torre mid. Diablo, Archie me pegó la R. No sé por qué estábamos perdiendo en bot.
Humanity can survive with emotion. Survives what? Creatures
Ay, se llevaron la recompensa.
Has destroyed a turret.
Ya tú estás, no te veo.
Enemy rampage. An enemy has been slain. Enemy dominating. Your turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret.
machines are near perfect. I will make humanity even greater.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Mankind clings to its past. And makes dread tomorrow.
Voy de camino. No mueran. Ay, por poco llego.
Mira, ahí tira la W. Chacho, detrás de ti le tira la W. Pero la Q primero siempre, la Q primero.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down.
In my absence.
Has destroyed a turret.
Humanity is still corrupting.
Tenemos 62 flores.
An ally has been slain.
And these cousins all will soon change.
Double kill. Has been destroyed.
Adiós, como que hace para hacer pipí.
Has destroyed a turret. Shut down.
Aunque hayan tumbado la torre, puede hacer pipí.
Life and death.
Sí, porque es una mierda ahora diferente.
Perdón.
Not for them, not for me.
Enemy rampage.
Governed by instinct, and not more than flawed and flayed animals.
You have slain an enemy. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Why would I be brought back if not for that change? Choice is false. Clothe and forget the baser instincts that spur us to division. And sentimentality.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Shut down. Shut down. You have been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Kill. Enemy double kill. An ally has been slain.
Está bien.
Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret.
When one possibility ends, another begins.
An ally has been slain. enemy's inhibitor has respawned. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed double kill. Victory.
Yo no me he puesto a bajar nada. No, no, pero sí lo voy a bajar. No estoy mintiendo. Lo voy a bajar sí, como bajé el otro. No, lo bajo hoy, cuando esté durmiendo en la arena. ¡Ah! ¡Qué susto, Coco! ¿Qué quieres, Coco? ¿Mm? Adiós, ¿qué pasó? No, pues dale, pues jugamos mañana. Pues dale. Yo lo bajo ahora. Dale, bye. No, no, lo voy a bajar. Dale. Bye.
base spots you're going to get. So make sure to stick around to the end, and if you end up enjoying this video, like and subscribe. It really does help, and I really do appreciate it. Go ahead and comment which one of these spots were your favorite, but that's enough yapping from me. We're going to get right into this video, and if there's any males watching this, sorry for the language. So first off, at number 1, we have here is a little center rat hole in redwoods. Oh, obviously it's in a rat hole, but it's in the redwoods. It's just on this little ledge here. One way to know is you're near this waterfall. Here are the coordinates: 86.9, 36.3. Pretty much what you want to do is just come to this crack. There's a top part and a bottom part to this, so just keep that in mind. Here's some foundations to show you kind of a size reference. For sure, a very good solo spot or a starting spot if you're just trying to stay hidden on small tribes. But yeah, this is going to be number 10. Next up, we're going to be going to number 9 and show you that spot. Okay, so at number 9, we're going to be over here by Green Ob, actually. You'll see this pillar right here, and that's how you know to come straight over here and right here in this crack. So the coordinates of this are 46.9, 17.2. This is going to be more of a drop down kind of. So this could be, if built right, it is a little bit of a larger entrance, but this could be a pain with a bunch of ceiling turrets going all around. See here, you can go around here a little bit. It's pretty massive. Oh, I didn't even realize this kept going. It just keeps going. But yeah, there's lots and lots of room in here. The only reason it's a little bit higher is because the entrance is a little bigger and it's a little bit more of a popular spot. You could have a big wall in here, your service turret cap with some things along the way. But yeah, that's going to be number 9. Let's go ahead and go to number 8 now. Okay, over here at number 8, we're going to be near Blue Ob-ish. This spot is over here at 37.4 or 63.1. What you're going to do is you're going to see this little indentation of rock coming out. You're going to look straight up. And this spot's just really hidden. I really doubt you're going to be getting found here. It is a little bit of a tinier base spot. But you can for sure get some forges going up in here. A nice little start. Good for a solo. And this doesn't seem like the easiest spot to raid. It could be a little bit annoying just because it is kind of higher up. But yeah, that's it for this spot. Let's go ahead and go to the next. Okay, coming in at number 7. This spot is not as good of a rat hole, but it is a water entrance. So if you want to get some hidden loot or something up in here, this would be annoying to find and to raid. So let me show you how you get in. So oh, actually, sorry. The coordinates are 65.3, 62.8. And we are in Skull Island right here on the edge. So you come in here, come straight down, and you're gonna swim on up. And this is kind of all the room we got. What I did was put some foundations down and then some ceilings, so you could just have some stuff here and then just some turrets shooting down. So yeah, this isn't one of the best spots, but stick around and you were going to be starting to get into a lot better base spots. Alright, and then now we are at number 6 here. This spot is way up in the redwoods spots. So you have point. .3, 62.8. And we are in Skull Island right here on the edge. So you come in here, come straight down, and you're gonna swim on up. And this is kind of all the room we got. What I did was put some foundations down and then some ceilings, so you could just have some stuff here and then just some turrets shooting down. So this isn't one of the best spots, but stick around and you were going to be starting to get into a lot better base spots. Alright, and then now we are at number 6 here. This spot is way up in the redwoods kind of on the edge of the map, but here's what I think makes it better. It's at 88.6, 79.4. So what you're gonna do is you're actually just gonna come into this here, and then you're met with this nice little room right here. Nothing too big or too serious, but it's a nice little cozy area. You're pretty 2.5. You're just gonna come straight down here. Let me show you how to. You're gonna come 9.6. You're gonna come down this staircase right here. Boom, it's right here. So kind of a little random spot. So you're gonna come up this ladder. I do use a foundation because it needs to crouch and grapple. So you're gonna grapple on in here. Yeah, there we go. Alright, and so yeah, decent room, good amount of space for sure. It's not an easy raid by any means. Love the spot. Extremely hard to raid.
La base lo pone con este nada.
Raid. If you guys would like to see a separate video of me building it, let me know in the comments. I can show you the build we have for it. You come up here, left corner. See all these bushes up here? Right here. You might miss it a few times. People have spam carbos here, which are a pain to kill. Yeah, come up here, and then you're met with this massive room. So we had a big wall going all along here. Crafting station and the forest of breeding. But yeah, this is for sure my number one. This is probably one of the most broken rat holes I found. Because not mesh or anything weird like that. But yeah, that's going to be the end of this video. I'm going to be posting some more videos for Extinction Smalls and me actually playing with my tribe. We have big plans ready for that, and I'm excited to play that. So like, comment, subscribe if you haven't already. And if there's anyone else watching this, sorry for the language.
Decente, no, decente.
Tienes una idea de negocio. Ahora necesitas darle una dirección web. En GoDaddy tenemos el dominio
es
perfecto
que el
para
mapa-
hacerlo
no,
realidad.
no veo.
Estás a un solo clic, así que
El mapa
adelante.
todavía no me da esto, el mapa no me
Búscalo,
aparece.
encuéntralo
Voy a
y
bloquearlo todo.
regístralo. Da el salto online de forma sencilla.
Hello, welcome back for another video on
Okay, today I'm going to be showing y'all the top 10 best rat holes I found on ASA Center, and the closer we get to number 1, some of these structures right here. You guys were really hard to raid, extremely hard to raid. So yeah, so right here at number 1, we are on Lava Island, in a rat hole. A good amount of people do know about it, but this is where I actually built on small tribes of the spot. Extremely hard to raid. You guys would like to see a separate video of me building it, let me know in the comments. I can show you the build we have for it. You come up here, left corner, see all these bushes up here, right here. I might miss it a few times. People have to spam carbos here, which are a pain to kill. Yeah, come up here, and then you're met with this massive room. So we had a big wall going all along here, crafting station, and there's a forest of breeding. But yeah, this is for sure my number 1 section. This is probably one of the most broken rat holes I found that is not mesh or anything weird like that. But yeah, that's going to be the end of this video. I'm going to be posting some more videos for Extinction Smalls of me actually playing with my tribe. We have big plans ready for that, and I'm excited to play that. So like, comment, subscribe if you haven't already. And if there's anyone else watching this, sorry for the language.
Eating.
Okay, today I'm going to be showing y'all the ledge right here for it. Of the spot, extreme in a rat hole. Good amount of people do know about it, but this is where I actually built on small tribes. To this track, keep some with this power main, and you're in a rat hole. So you have to number 5 here. The reason this spot's number 5 is it is some main slap up some nice little coast here on the edge of the map, which is what I think makes it better. It's at 88.6, 79.4. So what you're gonna do is you're actually just gonna come in through this here, and then you're met with this nice little room into a lot. One of the best, you could just have some. Here, we are in 362.8, and we are near some stuff, which is what I'm room there. But okay, at number 5 here, the reason this spot's number 5 is it is a lava rat hole, so you have to swim down with the pyro main. It's kind of mesh, so if you want to risk it, but yeah, the spot's pretty broken. I have a foundation, so probably mesh almost everything. But let me see. So what you're gonna do is, here is an underworld entrance.
Now with Hulu on Disney Plus, your favorites are in one place.
Let's take a roll call. Meredith? Here. Officer Grant.
Copy that.
Rookie.
Officer John Nolan reporting.
My aunt loves you.
I'm big with aunts.
Okay, who else? Bruno?
We don't talk about Bruno.
Of course. How could I forget? Ooh, just how big is this Hulu on Disney Plus class?
Hulu on Disney Plus. Available with Disney Bundle. Sign up now.
When it comes to the center, rat holes are hidden in every crevice, so we proudly present top 10 insane rat holes on the center. Coming at number 10, this first rat hole can be found at 48.9 latitude and 32.4 longitude. And then here it is on the map. Now this first rat hole, actually every single one of these rat holes, I'm just going to say this now, they are all insane rat holes. I mean, these are some of the craziest rat holes that I've found. It took me about 6 days to find these, but yeah, these things are insane. So this first rat hole, as you can see, has a nice little tiny entrance. There's the size of it. Next to a foundation and a bed, of course. Coming inside, as you can see, it opens up into this massive room. Now, this room can fit pretty much anything in here. I mean, you have unlimited room to work with. Only downside, and why this is at number 10, there are 2 mesh holes in here. So unfortunately, this rat hole will most likely get patched. But until then, this thing's pretty crazy. But yeah, that's why I have it at number 10. I just felt like I'd kind of leave it on this list because this rat hole seems to be a pretty good one, honestly. But yeah, you know, it goes all the way down, it goes all the way up into the ceiling up here, as you can see here. Pretty much unlimited room to work with. You'll never run out of room in here. And overall, not a terrible rat hole to live in. Coming at number 9, this next rat hole can be found at 55.6 latitude and 7.4 longitude. And then here it is on the map. Now this one can be found over on the little sidewall that is on the edge of the map. And the reason why this one is at number 9 is because of this entrance. The entrance requires a cryopod, so you have to throw out a Pelagornis, maybe even a grapple. That's the only way in here, though, which does suck. The good side of this rat hole, which we'll see here in a second, is how big that this thing really is. So this is going to be more of a compact styled rat hole. However, as you can see, this is just one of the first rooms. There's about 4 more rooms in here, I believe. But anyways, coming back in here, I mean, you have a decent amount of room, but it's nothing too crazy until you get into the back. So if somebody does manage to get in here, it's not going to be an easy raid. In fact, I'm pretty much certain that this rat hole might eventually get patched, but if it's not patched, this thing's going to be pretty crazy. But yeah, coming in here, you know, it just keeps going. It does not stop. Unlimited room. It's going to be a little bit compact, like I said. I mean, you don't have a lot of space to work with, but overall, it's not a terrible rat hole. I mean, it just keeps going on and on and on. And then this is your final room. Now, this room is a pretty good size. I mean, you have a lot of room to fit a bunch of stuff in here. You can easily put an Forge in here, replicators, do whatever you really need. So yeah, overall, not a bad rat hole at all, and definitely is going to be a pretty hard raid. And coming at number 8, this next spot can be found at 35.6 latitude and 31.2 longitude. And then here it is on the map. Now this one can be found on the floating island. So simply just kind of look for this same kind of style and go exactly where I go, and you should find it. It is a good sized entrance, and by good size I mean you can barely put a player in there, but it's a decent size. Now this is the smallest out of all of the rat holes on this video, and as you can see, it's still pretty big. I mean, you still have a good amount of room to work with. You know, until cliff platforms are out, defending that entrance is going to be a little bit tricky because, you know, it's on the side of that cliff. However, it's not a terrible rat hole. Like, you can fit an Indie Forge in here, and you have a good amount of room for possibly a replicator, and you have a lot of room down here as well. There's this little room down here that's a little bit tricky to get into, but there's really nothing in here. So yeah, not a bad rat hole at all, except there is another entrance, which does suck. Now coming at number 7, this next location can be found at 38 latitude and 33.4 longitude. And then here it is on the map. Now this one can also be found on the floating island, and from now on, these next, 7 rat holes are going to be pretty insane. So just going to say that now. Anyways, this entrance is so small that you will actually get lost in here. So I recorded this twice already because I got lost because finding the exit in this rat hole is just so hard to do for some reason. But yeah, coming in inside of here, you have this first kind of awkward room. Now this room's going to be tricky again until cliff platforms are out, but once they are out, this room should be pretty easy to work with. I don't see this one getting patched anytime soon. I mean, it's a pretty relatively okay rat hole. I don't think that the devs are going to patch it, but you never know, they might. Anyways, coming into here, you have your second room. The second room is a pretty good size, honestly. I mean, you have a lot of room to work with here. This is just the second room. Wait until you get to the other one. Now, coming through here is a little bit tricky. You have to crouch to get into here. Once you're in, you're good. And then coming down here, it opens up into this pretty big area. Oh, not right there. Right up in here, which isn't terrible. Wait, no, that's not the area. My bad. It's somewhere in here. But overall, you have a lot of room to work with. Coming at number 6, this next rat hole can be found at 46.6 latitude and 4.8 longitude. And then here it is on the map. Now this one can also be found on the big side of the cliff, but I don't know what you guys want to call this thing. Let me know in the comments what this is actually truly called. I just kind of call it the cliff on the side of the map. But yeah, anyways, come over here. This rat hole is pretty much invisible. Actually, I barely saw this thing. The only way into this rat hole is through a crouch entrance. So you can crouch, but you can barely crouch. It's going to be a bit of a tricky entry. So yeah, once you're in, there are two different areas to go to, which is a main room and then a smaller room. Now, I don't show off that smaller room in here. However, if you want to go check it out, I mean, it's nothing too crazy. But yeah, coming over here is your main room. Now, as you can see, it's a nice little kind of entry. I mean, it's more open, so getting in and out is going to be a little bit easier. And being able to have flyers in here is going to really help. Now, this is your main room. The main room is overall pretty big. I mean, you have a lot of room to work with. You shouldn't run out of room in this rat hole, to be honest. I mean, personally, to get in here, or maybe... Coming at number 10, this first rat hole can be found at 48.9 latitude and 32.4 longitude. And then here it is on the map. Now this first rat hole, actually every single one of these, and then here it is.
MyUS gives global shoppers like Lena affordable, reliable international shipping from thousands of US stores. She simply shops her favorite US brands like Apple, Nike, and Disney, uses her MyUS address at checkout, and MyUS delivers to her doorstep anywhere in the world. Be like Lena and get affordable, reliable shipping on everything you love from the USA. MyUS. Unlocks the possibilities.
On the map. Now this one can be found over on the little side wall that is on the edge of the map, and the reason why this one is at number 9 is because of this entrance. The entrance requires a cryopod, so you have to throw out a pelagornis to get in here, or maybe even a grapple. That's the only way in here though, which does suck. The good side of this rat hole, which you'll see here in a second, is how big that this thing really is. So this is going to be more of a compact styled rat hole. However, as you can see, this is just one of the first rooms. There's about 4 more rooms in here, I believe. But anyways, coming back in here, I mean, you have a decent amount of room, but it's nothing too crazy until you get into the back. So if somebody does manage to get in here, it's not going to be an easy raid. In fact, I'm pretty much certain that this rat hole might eventually get patched, but if it's not patched, this thing's going to be pretty crazy. But yeah, coming in here, you know, it just keeps going. It does not stop. Unlimited room. It's going to be a little bit compact, like I said. I mean, you don't have a lot of space to work with, but overall, it's not a terrible rat hole. I mean, it just keeps going on and on and on. And then this is your final room. Now, this room is a pretty good size. I mean, you have a lot of room to fit a bunch of stuff in here. You can easily put an indie forge in here, replicators, do whatever you really need. So yeah, overall, not a bad rat hole at all, and definitely is going to be a pretty hard raid. And coming at number 8, this next spot can be found at 35.6 latitude and 31.2 longitude. And then here it is on the map. Now this one can be found on the floating island. So simply just kind of look for this same kind of style and then go exactly where I go and you should find it. It is a good sized entrance, and by good size I mean you can barely fit a player in there, but it's a decent size. Now this is the smallest out of all of the rat holes on this video, and as you can see it's still pretty big. I mean there's still a good amount of room to work with. You know, until cliff platforms are out, defending that entrance is going to be a little bit tricky because, you know, it's on the side of that cliff. However, it's not a terrible rat hole. Like, you can fit an indie forge in here, and you have a good amount of room for possibly a replicator, and you have a lot of room down here as well. There's this little room down here that's a little bit tricky to get into, but there's really nothing in here. So yeah, not a bad rat hole at all, except there is another entrance, which does suck. Now coming at number 7, this next location can be found at 38 latitude and 33.7 that you will. Now this one can also be found on air out. This room should be pretty easy to work with. big side of the cliff. But I don't know what you guys want to call this thing. Let me know in the comments what this is actually truly. And 47.9 longitude, and then here it is on the map. Now this can be found over on the lava island, and this is a bit of a different kind of rat hole. So this one is actually right next to the water and is overall in a pretty good area. So defending that entrance is gonna be tricky. I'll just say that now. It's gonna be a bit of a challenge for sure, because you know you got raft raiding, all kinds of stuff. It's not gonna be easy. So this rat hole, upon entering, doesn't look too crazy, but then it opens up into this massive room. Now this massive room has a lot of flat area to work with in here, and it's pretty tall. I mean, as long, but then it opens up into, you know, you got raft is next to the water, actually right found over on the lava island. And this is a bit of a different kind of rat hole. So this one is actually right. Next to the water and is overall in a pretty good area. So defending that entrance is going to be tricky. I'll just say that now. It's going to be a bit of a challenge for sure, because, you know, you got a pretty good area. So defending that entrance is going to be tricky. I'll just say that now. It's going to be a bit of a challenge for sure, because, you know, you got raft raiding, all kinds of stuff. It's not going to be easy. So this rat hole, upon entering, doesn't look too crazy, but then it opens up into this massive room. Now this massive room has a lot of flat area to work with in here, and it's pretty tall. I mean, as long as you know how to build in here, it's not going to be a bad location at all. Now yes, you can argue that this one is a little bit worse than some of the other ones that we've already showed, and yes, I do kind of agree, but I personally like this rat hole a lot. I don't know what it is about it. There's just something that's really pointing out with this rat hole. Coming at number 4, this next rat hole can be found at 75.4 latitude and 87.5 longitude, and then here it is on the map. This one can be found over in the Redwoods area off to the side, pretty much right on the edge of the map. Now this one has been featured in one of my last videos, but I mean I couldn't leave this one out. It was overall a pretty good rat hole, and this one most likely will not be getting patched. I don't see them patching this anytime soon. Anyways, this entrance is a bit of a different style when it comes up to the side. So defending it, yes, can be a little bit.
¿Necesitas un hosting rápido y fácil de configurar para tu web? Mantén tu negocio online a pleno rendimiento y cuenta con la ayuda de nuestro equipo de soporte disponible 24/7. Consigue un hosting que se adapta a tu negocio con GoDaddy.
Tricky, but you have so much room in here that defending it should be a different style. Most likely will have 7.4. A bit of a challenge for sure, because so defending that entrance is gonna be tricky. I'll just say that now. It's gonna be a bit of a challenge for sure, because, you know, you got raft raiding, all kinds of stuff. It's not gonna be easy. So this rat hole, upon entering, doesn't look too crazy, but then it opens up into this massive room. Now, you know, you got raft raiding, all kinds of stuff. It's not going to be easy. So this rat hole,
checking out.
Hi guys, Steve here. In this video I'm going to share the tale of an archer, the big turtle. So when this video goes out, please consider liking, subscribing and sharing with your friends. Thank you. You can find them on any map of the ocean. This is where they spawn on the island. That's how many at the bottom of the map. That's how many on the left side. Seems the most at the top. But there doesn't seem to be any on the right side. So cleared everything that's hostile to it, and you need another team to kill all the hostiles. Of a turtle, it might be best if you kill him with a harpoon gun, just to be sure you don't accidentally biotoxin. Not much, is it? It takes about a minute before each feeding, so I'm going to skip forward to the next one. This is its hungry, so go up to it and press E, and that's just 2 feedings. As you can see, it's going to take a while to biotoxin. Constantly keep an eye out for anything swimming up to attack you or the turtle. I've got 8 minutes of feeding out. 1 more to go, swim up to it, press E. And then 1 more to go, swim up to it, you or the turtle. I'm going to skip to the end and cut 8 minutes of feeding out. 1 more to go, swim up to it, press E to kill all the hostiles. Because you can kill the one you don't accidentally kill. Swim up to it and press E. Swim up to it and press E. Of a turtle, it might be best if you kill him with a harpoon gun, just to be sure you don't accidentally kill the turtle as well. Right, now the turtle's safe, swim up to it and press E, and you'll feed it a biotoxin. That's how much its taming bar goes up with biotoxin. Not much, is it? It takes about a minute before each feeding, so I'm going to skip forward to the next one. It says it's hungry, so go up to it and press E. And that's just 2 feedings. As you can see, it's going to take a while with biotoxin. Constantly keep an eye out for anything swimming up to attack you or the turtle. I'm going to skip to the end and cut 8 minutes of feeding out. 1 more to go, swim up to it, press E. And there you go, we've tamed it. As usual, the modelers have done a good job. There's its dossier. Now we need to put its saddle on. You can make it at the smithy at level 45 and it's fairly cheap. It only needs 600 fibre, 200 metal ingots, 850 hide and 250 wood. Put the saddle on. Let's take it for a little spin. You got left mouse button to bite, which is its only attack, but it's got good defense as it's really tanky. You press C to descend really quickly, and space to go up, and it can turn on the spot so it's very manoeuvrable. You can also press shift to give it a boost in speed, but I wouldn't say it's super fast. As you'd expect, it's quicker in the water than it is on land. I'll just get to the beach. And like all turtles, just slowly flap around. We get a good view of its saddle, which has 4 seats, all with 3 scuba tanks on. So it's like a little underwater bus for 4 people. And to say you don't need any polymer to make the saddle, it's quite a bargain. I'll show you what a turtle looks like on land, give you a better look at it. Looks really good, doesn't it? Take one around the back. It's got 2 little shell lumps the saddle's connected to.
Upon entering, doesn't look too crazy, but then it opens up
back
into
it and go into
room.
the ocean.
This rat hole, upon entering, doesn't look too crazy,
I thought
but
having
then
a
it opens
hard
up into
beak,
this
it would be able to
massive
bite
water,
rocks, but it
and is
doesn't.
overall in a pretty good area. So
As you can see,
defending
it's
that
pretty
entrance
slow on land,
is going to
so
be
it won't be
tricky. I'll
running
just say
away
that
from
now. It's going to
anything
be a
quick.
bit of a challenge for
Let's
sure,
get back
because
to the
you got
scuba
rat
tanks
rating,
on
all
the
kinds of
saddle.
stuff. It's
You'll
not going to
notice
be
that there's
easy.
little air
So
bubbles coming out of it. So
this
if I
rat
take
hole,
my scuba
upon
tank
entering,
off,
doesn't look too
I get a
crazy,
little
but then it opens
O2
up into this
icon on the
massive
middle
room. Now,
right,
this
and
massive
that's going
room
down,
has a lot of
indicating
flat
that
air.
I'm running out of air. But if I swim close to the Archelon saddle, keep an eye on the O2 meter. I'll slowly go in so you see the range you've got to get to. When you get close to the saddle, your oxygen goes back up, so you can get air from it without having to mount the saddle. Right, we take this one with biotoxin. Let's take another with superior kill. I'll show you the difference. Again, kill everything hostile around the turtle. Shark's always trying to eat the poor little guy. Let's help it out. Alright, I've cleared the area. Change its food to superior kibble. Swim down to it. Press E to feed it. Look at the difference giving it kibble makes. It's much better. So yeah, you can feed a turtle biotoxin, but it's completely ass, so it's much better giving it kibble. Give it superior, extra. All we've got to do now is wait for it to get hungry. So let's go forward. Use only about 10 seconds. Feed it again. There you go. Taste it.
26.3.
So yeah, definitely use kibble. Put saddle on again. What's this one?
It's the rattle.
Parks it there. I notice it's got green algae around.
Spot number 1 till 10 will be spawning beds in
Hold
official.
down E.
It's
On
11
menu
till 20.
wheel.
You cannot
On the
spawn
left,
them there.
collect that
Spot
algae.
2 at
Clean it up like
45.7,
that.
17.8.
You've got to wait for it to grow back. And you know how you can feed it on as which increases your taming bar almost as much as kibble. Well, this algae is an equivalent to for herbivores planting. So it might be worth taming if it's algae. If you haven't got kibble, you know, berries, which will take ages. There's a taming bar barely goes up. But if you put algae in for it to eat, its taming bar will rocket up. So these turtles could be very useful
You
indeed.
can already see the hole here.
So now you'll be able to tame bigger herbivores earlier on without kibble.
You don't need vacuum chambers, you can
over.
use them here for defense of course, but
And watch your taming bar
part
shoot
over
up.
here, you're fine. You can breathe here, you can build your base here. There's another
The algae
little water
does have
spot
a
here.
spoil
It's not
time
an
on
entrance, but you
So
can
if you
breathe
farm
things
some
or
and you're
whatever.
not using it, stick it in a refrigerator.
And you can spawn
and
it,
it'll give
of
it a
course,
lot
that's
longer
great.
time before it
Spot number
spoils.
4 is at 36.131.
You can also make some very interesting
next to the
dynamic
entrance of the floating
creatures. If you go to the cooker, put your algae in the pot,
Better reference.
and scroll down,
this
you're
pillar
looking for
right
that
here.
algae sushi
See the hole
recipe.
already?
And you use this
This is
on a
really strong
taming
spot.
dino to boost its lost taming effectiveness.
Official.
You're looking for that algae sushi
Spot number 1 till
recipe.
10
And
is
you use
the
this on a
ice
taming
building.
dino to boost its
Here
lost
you have a
taming
single pillar.
effectiveness. Drag
Inside
those
the pillar.
over, a few algae.
It's the rattle.
Let's try these out. Go
It's a pretty
outside.
big one, you can fit a lot of stuff in here.
Now let's say you
Spot number 1
accidentally
till
hit your
10 will be
creature
spots where you can
multiple
spawn on the
times by
beds in
accident.
official.
Taming
Spots 11 till
effectiveness is
20,
now
you cannot
91%.
spawn them there.
You take that algae
Spot 2
sushi,
at
put it in its
45.7,
inventory,
17.8.
then you force feed it.
If
The
you look
taming
around, you see
effectiveness
center
got up to
islands, you can see the
99.9%.
floating island.
You know what this means now,
see the
don't
green
you?
obelisk.
You can brutally beat your own
Then there's wall
tames
over
and
here.
restore the taming effectiveness. That works
got
on
a hole, it's this
herbivores.
one. I'll
Does
put
it
the
work
one
on
over.
carnos? They only
Entrance
eat
is
meat,
kind
so
of
if
big.
you drop that algae
Kind
in,
of too much space in there, but
Rex is hungry.
it's a really long spot.
It doesn't eat it.
Not very
because it's a
wide,
bit
but
of a
you can
salad
have enough
culture.
stuff in there. Spot 3, 27.2, 83.3.
Then if you give it a wrong kibble by accident,
You have this water pillar
delete it and
next to
lose
the
some taming
islands.
effectiveness.
You follow the pillar down. You can already see the hole here.
Then if you accidentally
Pretty
shot
decent
it,
spot.
because it was a bit naughty when you're trying to tame it,
You don't need
drop the
vacuum
algae
chambers, you
sushi
can
in
use
its
them here for
inventory.
defense of course, but
Let's have a look at its taming effectiveness,
part over
44.6%.
you're fine.
And force feed it the sushi.
Breathe here,
Its
you can put your base
effectiveness
there.
goes up to
There's another
48%.
little water spot
So it
here.
goes up a
It's not
little,
an entrance,
nowhere
but
near
you
as
can
much as
breathe things or
herbivore.
whatever.
Let's wait until the algae sushi
And you can
timer
spawn it, of
comes
course,
out.
that's great. Spot number
Then
4
we're
is
going to
at
feed it sushi
36.1,
again.
31.
And it's gone up
Right
to
next to the entrance of the
52%
floating
now.
island.
So yes, you can keep
On
feeding it
this pillar,
sushi to gain
look
back
around
the taming
real
effectiveness.
Better reference.
Although it doesn't work so well on meat
It's
eaters.
this pillar right here.
That's the
You
archer
can see
alarm.
the whole
Let me know
already.
what you think in the
It's a
description box
really
below.
strong spot.
If this video was helpful, I'd appreciate it if you'd click like and subscribe if you've not already, as it will help out the
Spot
channel.
number 5
Click
at
the bell
86.8,
notifications on all to get notified when I upload next. And share this
In the
video with your
networks.
friends, please, as it helps me out.
Take a look around.
Thank you very much for
Got this
watching, and I'll
cave
link
over
other
here.
videos at the
Big
end.
cave.
Goodbye.
If you go up here, oh, this one is as well. You got this pretty decent sized rattle, but with a big entrance, so that's the only downside. Number 6, we're again on the floating island, 37, 31.3. You got this,
Hello, welcome back for another video. We're finally back on Ark Survival Ascended, giving me the perfect opportunity to dive straight into underrated creatures. So here's 20 underrated creatures and why you should tame them in Ark Survival Ascended. Let's get straight into it. Kicking off our list is going to be the Iguanodon. Not the best battle mount by any means, however it shines through with its travelling capabilities. Being able to switch its stance position between quadrupedal and bipedal. The quadrupedal mode does not consume any stamina when running. Adding to this, it can jump when in the bipedal stance. It is also equipped with a unique ability. When accessing the radial menu, it has the option to convert any type of berries or crops in its inventory into seeds. So if you're looking to get from A to B extremely quickly, then the Iguanodon is the one to take you there. The Megalodon, in my opinion, is the most underrated aquatic predator. Players will tend to pick the Tucitufis, the Mosasaurus, or the Basilosaurus over the Megalodon as a battle mount. But what makes the Megalodon so powerful is its strength in numbers. They have one of the strongest pack ratings in the entire game, capping out at 8 members per pack. They will receive 8.5% extra melee damage and damage resistance per extra pack member. Adding to their ridiculously strong pack bonuses, they have access to Nashed, which is a bleeding effect that drains up to 5% of the victim's health over 5 seconds, making them a formidable fighting force and able to take down prey 10 times their size. I usually take a high level pack of Megalodons with good saddles in a hard underwater cave. This cave is very well known to spawn large quantities of high-level aquatic creatures. However, a pack of Megalodons will steamroll their way through this cave with ease. They can also be equipped with a tech saddle, which is the icing on the cake. The Terrorbird is next up on the list. The Terrorbird is very comparable to the Raptor in terms of stats. They also do not receive pack buffs like the Raptor, and they are admittedly harder to tame. So here you ask, why would you pick the Terrorbird? Well, the Terrorbird can be very quick, has a good turning radius, and has slightly higher damage than the lone Raptor. Adding to this, it can also glide great distances with its flappy wings. This can be done from any height and can reduce or negate full damage. This makes them a great travelling mount and also a great cave explorer, being the closest thing to a mountable flyer in caves. The Diplodocus can be used as a portable scuba tank at the cost of the creature's own oxygen stats. It cannot be ridden on land, but can be ridden once underwater. They are a very frail creature, but are very quick swimmers, and can outrun most aquatic predators. The Diplodocus is also exceptionally good at hunting trilobites. They will deal 10 times their melee damage to them, making them a great way of harvesting small amounts of oil, silica pearls, and black pearls. Canine versus feline is a common argument within the Ark, and typically the saber-tooth will lose out to its competitor, the direwolf. As survivors tend to pick the direwolf due to its pack buffs, higher health, and higher damage. However, unlike the direwolf, the saber-tooth can be saddled, giving them armor protection. They are quick and strong battle mounts for their size, boasting stronger stats than the Raptor and slightly less than the direwolf. They have very good base speed and stamina, with the ability to jump, adding to this take less fall damage than most creatures. They make for exceptionally good hunters, being one of the best carcass harvesters on the island for hide, pelt, chitin, and keratin. This also makes them a great caving mount for many of the caves on the island. The Carnotaurus never gets the love it deserves, with the T-Rex being far superior in power and the Allosaurus having pack bonuses. The Carnotaurus is left forgotten, so why would you want to tame one? First of all, the saddle can be unlocked much earlier than the Allosaurus and the T-Rex. They have a decent base damage, good speed, stamina, and maneuverability. They are also equipped with a headbutt attack. This attack will inflict the bleed effect Nashed, draining 5% of the target's health over 10 seconds. And despite being outclassed by the Baryonyx, they are far more common on the island. The Conno is also a great caving mount, being able to fit through most of the cave entrances on the island. The Sarco is a very underrated creature. They are a rather versatile mount, however survivors will tend to pick the Baryonyx over the Sarco, due to their wide versatility. But the Sarco is not one to be underestimated, so why would you pick the Sarco over the Baryonyx? First of all, they are far more common on the island, making it far easier to find a high level to tame. Supply beacons and crates also commonly drop Sarco saddles, whereas a good quality Baryonyx saddle is very rare to find. The Sarco is equipped with 3 different attacks. The standard bite attack, its death roll that can grab small to medium creatures and humans, and its pounce, which can only be used on a valid target in the middle of the camera. Although they are rather slow on land when compared to the Baryonyx, they are however faster swimmers. Everyone hates piranhas in this game, and when riding the Sarco, they will begin to flee at the sight of you. They do not possess an oxygen stat and can instantly regenerate their stamina when underwater. You can wield load your weapons while riding, making it the perfect mount to open the door for ocean exploration, and will have no problems outswimming most threats in the ocean. Overall, the Sarko has decent stats across the board, making it a useful creature to get around the map, whatever the terrain. The Spinosaurus. Yes, the Spinosaurus is underrated, and maybe the most common debate within the Ark world is what is better, the Spino or the T-Rex. And the reason why the Spino loses this debate is because the T-Rex has a far higher health stat and slightly higher damage, but the Spino has some unique perks to compete with its rival. The Spino can change its stance position from quadrupedal, which increases their movement speed and now attack speed, and bipedal, which when in this stance they will deal more damage per hit, and will give them excellent maneuverability, being able to pivot 360 degrees on the spot. Adding to this, whenever the Spino touches or submerges themselves in water, they will receive the hydrated buff, which will last for 30 seconds after leaving the water. It will increase their melee damage, movement speed, health regeneration, and turning radius speed all by 20%, making them much stronger battle mounts. They are extremely quick runners when in quadrupedal mode, can regenerate stamina in the water just like the Sarko, and are very capable swimmers, making them viable for ocean exploration. They can also be considered for boss fights, however this is the main reason why the Rex is more commonly picked. The Rex is a far more efficient boss fighter. You would need a very strong breeding line if considering the Spino over the Rex for boss fights. The Leopleurodon is an extremely rare creature to find in the ocean, and they could be a very controversial pick as to whether they're worth taming or not, as they are only a temporary tame that lasts for 30 minutes. Once tamed, the Leopleurodon gives the Mystic Skin Oil buff, which will last for 6 hours. This will increase the rarity and value of any loot box you open. Basically, when you're in range, the contents of the drop will change, giving you a slightly higher chance of finding better loot. Any affected loot crates will briefly sparkle when you approach them to signify that the contents have been changed, and this is where the speculation comes in. Let's just say the loot crate that was re-rolled already contained high quality rare items. The Mystic Skin Oil buff would re-roll that crate, potentially giving you worse loot. Therefore, the Leopleurodon is not worth taming if playing as a solo. The best way to utilize this is with tribe mates. Have your tribe mate approach the loot crate first while you hang back. This then gives them the option to take out anything that is useful, even the least desired item inside. You can then begin approaching the loot crate, which with the Mystic Skin Oil buff will re-roll that crate. This gives you double the chance of finding rarer qualities and more quantities of loot. Be sure not to die during this time frame, otherwise you will lose the effect. Male Megaloceros is an extremely underrated creature. They can quickly gather thatch when attacking through trees. This makes them great for running through swamp trees, as they will also harvest a decent amount of rare mushrooms. Their antler attack deals 30 damage, which is pretty average. However, when attacking humans, this attack will apply a bleed effect to the target, which will last for 30 seconds, reducing 20% of the total player's health, and will also negate any healing effect from consumable items. The Kentrosaurus is not one to be underestimated. Although they cannot be ridden, they can make for excellent base defenders. First of all, they are pack dinosaurs, which will go up to +4 in the pack of level more Kentros. They receive 6.5% extra melee damage and damage resistance per pack member. And just like the Arthropleura, they will deal reflective damage to anything that attacks them with melee attacks. This defense mechanism can fully enrage a Giga just from taking a few bites. They are equipped with a tail swing attack. Adding to this attack, they can also pick up and impale small to medium creatures and players, which will trap them on their spikes, causing a constant bleeding effect. And who said you can't use the Kentro for a boss fight? In this clip I had 1 UT and 19 Kentros. All Kentro levels were pumped into health, all had sweet veggie cakes in their inventory, and they took care of the Gamma Megapithecus with no losses, and you have to remember they do not have saddle armor. This really goes to show how strong they can be. They are absolute beasts. The Compy is seen as one of those extremely annoying dinos that you encounter in the wild, especially when starting on your Ark journey. And due to wild baby spawning everywhere across the map in ASA, this makes them extremely easy to tame at the early game, as all you need is a few prime meat to tame one. They are now potentially the easiest short bet to tame. Of course, anything you put inside their inventory will have 50% weight reduction when on your shoulder. They will help you carry many more items, which can be invaluable when starting your Ark journey. They do also have pack buffs and can add up to +8 to the pack and 9 or more compies. Well, honestly can't tell you how useful this would be. I've personally never witnessed a tamed army of compies, as much as I'd love to see one. The Hyaenodon is a very underused creature in my opinion, but they do have some unique abilities at their disposal. Once equipped with the Hyaenodon meat pack, this doubles the spoilage time of any kind of meat in the game once inside the Hyaenodon's inventory. This makes them great for preserving meat that spoils quickly like raw mutton or raw prime meat. When target them, they receive a buff for 120 seconds. This will give them 50% damage reduction and will double the damage they deal. Another cool thing about the hyena is whenever they bite and consume a corpse, they will instantly replenish massive amounts of their health. They are also pack animals, having up to +6 in a group of 7 or more hyenas, receiving more damage output and resistance for each pack member. This makes them great for taking down prey larger than themselves. The Dimetrodon can be used as a portable air conditioner. It will provide 90 hypothermic and hyperthermic insulation, and this insulation will scale with the melee damage, so be sure to tame higher levels if you're looking to incubate fertilized eggs. The higher the melee damage, the better they are as portable air conditioners. The Calicotherium can be an annoying creature to tame, which is probably why a lot of people shy away from taming one, but once tamed they can be an extremely useful asset. Their melee attack is rather mediocre, however they are equipped with a rock attack, which will deal exceptionally more damage, and can be scaled by leveling the Calico's melee damage stat. In turn they can be used as portable catapult turrets. They do have less range than a catapult turret, however you do have unlimited ammunition. The Calicotherium is also equipped with a sick option. Doing this will reduce its food consumption by 50% and recover its health by 2% per second up to 50%. They are also equipped with a turret mode, making them a valuable tame to defend your base. Direbear is an extremely useful mount if looking to travel long distances. With decent health, high stamina, weight and damage, makes the Direbear perfect for a wide variety of uses. They will gain more speed the longer they run, and at full sprint are one of the fastest land creatures in the game. They are extremely strong battle mounts for their size, having a bite attack that can be used when at full sprint, and also has an alternate claw attack, which will deal more damage similar to that of a Rex. This attack can also be used on wild beehives, to harvest the hive for 15 giant bee honey, which is 3 times the amount that a human would harvest it for. They can do this without damaging the hive and without aggro from the bees inside, making it an extremely useful way to gather honey. The Direbear is an omnivore, making them a decent meat gatherer. Due to their super fast speed, they will harvest berries and fiber ridiculously quickly and in large amounts. The Megalania is far from the strongest battle mount by any means, but what it does do with its bite attack is inflict mega rabies to human players. They are also exceptionally good climbers and can climb almost any vertical surface and can even climb upside down on ceilings at the cost of their own stamina stat. Adding to this, you can use your weapons while riding, which can make them a great taming aid or could be great in PvP to set an ambush. Whenever you dismount the Megalania, they will stay latched onto the surface, and this will not drain their stamina when unridden. The Megalania also receives 0 full damage from any height. Once Aberration releases, the Megalania will be extremely useful. They are pretty rare to find on the island, so if hunting them for their tributes, you might be better off taming a male and female, as whenever you breed them, every baby will contain 2 Megalania toxin in their inventory. The beaver may not seem like an underrated creature, however most survivors will pick the mammoth as a wood collector and pick the Argentavis as a portable smithy, which admittedly I am both guilty of, but there are many perks to having a beaver. Unfortunately you have to be level 61 to saddle a beaver, which doesn't really help its situation. However, you can still tame them and make use of their wood gathering capabilities. When on wander or near a wooded area, they will gather wood by themselves until reaching 50% of their weight capacity. Of course this is very risky, but left in a relatively non-hostile area and with a couple of bodyguards, they should be fine. Of course they can be used as a portable smithy, having 50% weight reduction for wood, thatch, fiber and stone. But what makes the beaver a great wood gatherer is that they are very small, which if playing on a PvP server may be a more viable option to gather wood. Just to stay under the radar, shall we say. They can also be picked up by an Argentavis, so you can take them to a densely wooded area and come out rich with wood. They are also exceptionally good swimmers, making them a great way to get around if you live next to rivers or the ocean. Up next we have the Tapahara, an extremely mobile flyer capable of strafing left and right and move directly up and down from the stationary position. This can be very helpful for building tall bases or outmaneuvering other flyers when in aerial combat. They have better health, stamina and weight stats than the Pteranodon and have a pretty decent flying speed, which is slightly faster than the Argentavis and slightly slower than the Pteranodon. Along with a rider seat, they are equipped with 2 passenger seats. Any players sat in the passenger seats are free to wield their weapons, and what you can also do if playing as a solo is board the front passenger seat. You can guide your Tapahara with the whistle move command, and being as you are in the passenger seat, you can also use your weapons while flying. Both of these features make them great for solo taming, flying and taming with tribe mates. They are the only flyer that has access to a tech saddle. They can also latch onto vertical surfaces, which will regain any lost stamina. The rider can also wield their weapons when latched, but to be honest it's very difficult to see anything from this position, or maybe I just suck at flying. And finally, I've chosen the Equus. Far from an underused creature, however I do believe their abilities are widely underrated. They can be ridden with no saddle and can be saddled at level 20, which when saddled turns them into a portable mortar and pestle, with weight reduction for a wide variety of resources, making them exceptionally good for the early game. They are equipped with a kick attack. This attack will deal torpor damage for 3 times its melee damage, making them exceptionally good for knocking creatures out, or human players for that matter. It can be slightly riskier knocking creatures out this way, as the Equus also deals quite a lot of health damage to the target, as in some cases they can end up killing the creatures you're trying to tame, but you will save on your tranks. What you can also do once you saddle the Equus is craft lassos in its inventory. Whack them on your hotbar for quick access, giving you the ability to drag conscious and unconscious humans and a wide variety of creatures. This can include flyers the size of a Quetzal or Rhino Nafa. And that is going to be the end of the video. I hope you all enjoyed it. These videos do take a long time to make, so if you did enjoy it, please consider liking, commenting, sharing and subscribing for all that extra Ark content. Hope you all had a great Christmas and New Year. I'll catch you all in the next one. Take care. Goodbye. Everybody loves creatures in Ark that make the game a whole lot easier to play, especially when they do things for us without us even having to lift a finger. In this video I'll be showcasing 50 creature passives and abilities you need to know in Ark. I will be including creatures from both Ark Survival Ascended and Evolved, but of course there are creatures from Evolved that are not yet currently available in Ascended, which I will state in the clips. For the creatures that are available in both games I will use footage from Ascended and will state any differences they may have from their Evolved versions. So without further ado, let's get straight into it. The Parasaur can be a great asset in either PvE and PvP with its radar ability. It can be utilized either mounted or when unmounted, which can be accessed via its radial menu and catered to your liking. When set in turret mode, the Parasaur will call out and will scan any potential nearby enemies, which will be visible as a red aura on your screen. A good example in PvE is when playing Scorched Earth. You can carry one with a wild and you'll be able to find the location of a wild phoenix even before a heatwave occurs, which is extremely valuable. There are a variety of rideable and non-rideable creatures and shoulder pets that have 0 armor protection due to not
the big Ark with the building probably. And you kinda got ramp that goes under the on the edge of the map again. The big waterfalls under the ramp that goes up. And you kinda got 2 rattles here, but this right one is not really that important. It's this. No, it's, yeah, not special. But this is the good one over here. Small entrance here. Okay size room. Goes all the way up. Even further. It's not a ton of space, but if you build it right, you have a decent amount. Spot 13. 37.8. Have a decent amount. Further. But this is the good one over here. not special. But this is the good one over here. Small entrance here.
Bueno, de uno.
Okay.
El lugar es un buen spot para que maten de uno. Creo que estoy llegando. Mira, hay una tortuga aquí. La tortuga nueva ahí. Estoy aquí. La que está aquí por en la isla. El rajo de ese rajo es bastante cómodo. Esto es por el frente, ¿no? Sí. Voy para allá. Estoy en un viaje. Fácil vacilar por un cuero. Sí, yo sé cuál es esta. Y hay uno que es aquí, que es chiquito, una vez chiquita. Al frente de una villa o algo así.
A-size room, really missable. It's a platform. It's not the best, but already. Oh, it goes all the way. Quick look at 4.9.
Si llega loco. Y me queda. Está un poquito más despegado. Mira, ahí va cayendo uno bueno. Es bueno cuando tiene el anillo así por el lado. Puede dar cosas buenas como quiera. Hay un de esos allá abajo. para hacer bosses. Son los bosses. Sí. Hay que hacerlo también. Se ve cabrón a lo lejos, ¿verdad? Nos jugamos desde que pasé el rework. Cabrón, mira esa cascada, mira la cascada, loco. Mira la cascada como se ve. Dije, puto, una base por aquí en la cascada, estaría bellaco, ¿verdad? Vi que uno fácil entra con un peta, es la pendeja. Este es difícil de proteger. Por eso es que no, por eso es que este es de la primera que lo tienen en la primera de las más malas. Aún no lo dejé dentro del hueco porque alguien quiere buscarla en una base, se lo va a encontrar adentro y lo vamos a matar allá adentro. Afuerita por ahí, afuerita, en una esquinita. Tengo una pistola con 200 de daño. No, por aquí, sitio por acá, mira, hasta por acá, mira, lo puedes aquí mismo, mira. Aquí nos ponemos monstruos, estoy ahora mismo. Estoy ahora mismo, no le ponemos monstruos y dudo que aquí venga y los vea. Está perfecto, es más, hasta una base aquí mira, estaría mejor. Vamos a hacerla aquí mismo que se joda. ¿Aquí dónde estoy? Bueno, está mucho mejor que aquello. A ver, espera, no puedo ganar todavía, no puedo ganar todavía. Acá los monstruos por el carajo que me molestan. Ah, lo puedo hacer más para acá adentro, lo puedo hacer aquí adentro. No lo voy a hacer. Estaba meterle el metal. Meterle el metal al forge. Pusiste el metal. A ver si puedo sacar un poquito de metal. Vamos a buscar si puedo sacar un poquito de metal. Ah, ahorita 100. Ah, está bien. Ah, ya. Y que me falta. Y todo. Pues ya. Este masa se ve tan grande. Ahí está. Ahí está, ahora aquí hay un boquete, loco. Mira. Aquí hay un boquetito, mira. Mira, para acá puedes dejar las cosas. Mira. Mira, no se da mal. Hice uno un ratito. Lo puedes dejar allá o los puedes poner acá. Podemos tener dos. Podemos tener dos, fíjate. Voy a hacer una por aquí pequeña.
4.9. Quick look around, it's right under the ramp that goes all the way up. And you got this little sloped area, if you want to call it. You can see the hole already. It was not the biggest or the best, but I mean it's okay. Bats works, that's always good. A little space up here, not too much. Spot number 9, we're at 39.8, 21.8. Got the floating islands again, close to the green oak. And behind this waterfall you have really small right here. You have these bushes here right next to the ledge. This one is not great, it's really small, but still wanted to include it. Could be useful for like really early game. Let's work of course with a little space up here which you can use for some storage, whatever. Spot number 10, and it's the last spot you can spawn on the beds on official. 35.3, 31.3. If you look around, there's the hole. There's a flat rock from the bottom, not from the top. They can look for it. Small entrance. Pretty decent sized room. Some little gaps everywhere, but this is about it. Got the back here, but nothing that much. You can't go through here. Spot 11, 86.3, 36.6. Right under the other rat hole over there. But on this one you cannot use your bat sadly. And next to the cave, the waterfall in the redwoods. Waterfall, you have already. Way up. Quick look around, it's right under. under the ramp that goes all the way up. And she got this little sloped area, if you want to call it. You can see the hole already. Got this little way up. And she got this little sloped area, if you want to call it. Way up. Way up. Way up.
¿Viste dónde estoy, loco?
And she got this little sloped area, if you want to call it. You can see the ramp that goes all the way up. And she got this little sloped area, if you want to call it. You can see the hole already. It was not the biggest or the best, but I mean, it's okay. Bats works, that's always great. A little space up here, not too much. Spot number 9, we're at 39.8, 21.8. It's a pretty good spot, a lot of room. Spot number 8, we're at 52.4, 4.9. Quick look around, it's right under the ramp that goes all the way up. And she got this little sloped area, if you want to call it. You can see the hole already. It was not the biggest or the best, but I mean, it's okay. Bats works, that's always great. A little space up here, not too much. Spot number 9, we're at 39.8, 21.8. Got the floating islands again. Goes to the green hole. Little space up here. This works. That got this little way up, way up, way up, way up. Quick look around. It's right under the ramp. That goes all the way up. And you got this little sloped area 9. Spot, it's a pretty good spot. Number 8 with 52.
No encontré carro mapa.
.4, 4.9.
¿Qué carajo pasa ahora, loco?
Quick look around, it's right under the ramp that goes all the way up.
Bueno, lo encuentro ahora, loco. Cabrón servidor. Cerrarle y abrirlo, no sé qué carajo pasa. Ahora no puedo encontrar el cabrón servidor.
9.
Y si yo me emborracho, pues que me ayuden.
Quick look around, it's right under the ramp that goes all the way up.
Ay, Dios. No me encuentro el cabrón servidor, no sé cómo lo encontré ahorita. Te escucho un cara.
¿Qué se puede crear para destruir cemento ahora mismo?
Bazooka.
Cemento. ¿Verdad? No puede. Es lo más fácil ahora mismo. Ahora mismo, ¿qué podemos
Granada, pero tú se tarda mucho, loco, con granada. Yo tengo un problema, loco, no encontré el cabrón, no encontré el cabrón servidor. No sé qué puñeta pasa. Mira, ahí le encontró el fin ahí, qué bueno. ¿Cómo hago? Mira dónde estoy, consigo un sitio ahí abajito que te puedo poder mirar los monstruos afuera ahí. Un problema. Ah, que me entró el servidor. ¿En dónde? Oh. ¿Qué vas a hacer? Las perlas. Las perlas o matar cosas que animales electrónicos. Sí, hay animales así. Los animales electrónicos están todos los mapas. ¿Para? ¿Tienes el sitio? ¿Tienes el sitio? Y no hay nadie en el sitio. Tenemos que, donde estoy ahora mismo, mira, ve dónde yo estoy. Ahí mismo donde estoy, podemos empezar las cosas ahí, ahí mismo crear bazookas y toda esa mierda. Un poquito, no tanto, pero un poquito vamos a estar ahora mismo. Mira aquí, pues estoy diciendo, pues donde estoy ahora mismo, hay que crear las cosas. Y de ahí rompemos y torretas las llevamos allá mismo y todo ese revolú. ¿Podrías hacerlo ya? Pero donde estoy está bueno. ¿Entiendes? Donde yo estoy ahora mismo puse una basecita ahí pequeña, pues. Podemos empezar a hacer
¿Necesitas un
las
hosting
cosas
para
ahí.
tu negocio?
Hacer el revolú ahí.
Mantén tu negocio online a salvo con...
When it comes to the center, rat holes are hidden everywhere, which is latitude and 36.2 longitude. Famous art for pretty much every. We found at 86.9 latitude and 30. Nice little open coming in. You can build in there. It will be pretty difficult, and I'm gonna be honest, I would not try to defend that entrance. I would just put turrets on the interior because of the bubble. Nice little base. Now this can be found over in Jungle South or Jungle North. I always thought practical, just a store in and out of sidewall on the center. Pretty famous sidewall. You guys should know this. Now, this rat hole is pretty difficult to find. Just kind of follow my example. and then here it is on the map. Now this can be found of it, just an absolute pain. This rat hole is pretty difficult to find. Just kind of follow my exact path and you should hopefully find it. On the center, pretty famous sidewall, you guys should know this, is kind of insanely overpowered rat hole. So I mean, if you here you have a nice little area, and it does. For 5, this can be found at 68.9 latitude and 24.4 longitude, and then here it is on the map. Now this can be found over in the middle waterfall of the giant triple waterfall area. So this one is hard to find. Just kind of follow my path, look for these little flat areas on the side, and you should hopefully find it. It is a little tricky to find, but yeah, this one is a bit awkward though. You need torches or some kind of light source to live in here, because the lighting is really messed up. Like as you can see, I tried to adjust my exposure on here to try to hopefully fix it, and even then it does not fix this rat hole. So yeah, it is an absolute massive rat hole. It's a big maze in here. So I mean, if you figure out your good spots and your bad spots, I'm not really able to figure it out, but it is a pretty insane rat hole. I mean, you have unlimited room in here, 8 longitude, and then as you can see, it's right here on it. Spam some turn upward. This entrance is a bit got a lot of pain. It does make 8 longitude, and then cool the entrance from up here, but it is still kind of. And then here it is on the map. Now this can be found over on the volcano island, and this one is a little tricky to find. And coming at number 2, this can be found at 50.0 latitude and 5. Longitude, and then there it is on the map. Now this can be found over on the side of the giant cliff again, which is found right next to Green Ob, I believe. This rat hole is pretty intense, so it has a similar entrance to that last one, but just, you know, this not being on the volcano island, being in a much better location. Now as soon as you come in, it kind of dives as well, just like that last one. However, this one opens up into a much bigger, being in a much, you know, this not being, so it has a intense, which is found right next to the giant cliff again. Now this can be found at 5 longitude. And then there it is on the map. Now this can be found over on the side of the giant cliff again, which is found right next to Green Ob, I believe. This rat hole is pretty intense, so it has a similar entrance to that last one, but just, you know, this not being on the volcano island, being in a much better location. Now as soon as you come in, it kind of dives as well, just like that last one. However, this one opens up into a much bigger rat hole. Now you have 2 ways to go, up and down. It just spans this entire cliff side. It's an absolute maze to try to figure out, but this one does to explore. Tried finding 0.5 longitude, and then there it is on the map. Now this can be found over on the volcano island, and this rat hole is absolutely insane.
Crea lo que necesita, lo que necesita lo puedes creer con el agente Abby. El de esto, la granada. Y le sumas como 20 granadas. Ahora necesitas gunpowder y necesitas lo otro. Loco, pero diablo, loco, haz el search, carajo. Me caso en la jodienda. Lo otro es comprar cosas de la tienda, ni más nada. armas y todo. Puede que tenga bazooka o algo. Y después ni asomar. Mala mía, te ataca sin querer, bro. Loco, pues no hacen nada diciéndomelo. Hay que meter mano. Buscar las cosas para hacerlo. Romperlo, lo que sea. Hay que moverse para sacar las cosas, lo tengo que hacer. Vete también a un de estos, aprovecha, vete también a un Anki, que es lo que no hace falta. A sacar los narcos para empezar, ¿entiendes? Un Anki, busca un de estos. Y así. Ahora mismo no hace falta sacar obsidian para poder hacer polymer. Y los polymer no podemos hacer la bazooka. Polymer del polymer negro, no polymer de los de polymer para craftearlo con el fabricator. Ese se hace con el obsidian. No, pero no es ese obsidian. Ese polymer no sirve para el fabricator. Bien loco. Para crear el fabricar las cosas. Fabricar cosas. Fabricar cosas de metales. No, no te creo. Con el Aldi, buscar un Anki y buscar el de la piedra y ya. Y ponerlo ahí donde te digo que tengo la base. Una base escondidita, que ahí mismo podemos dejar hasta los monstruos tranquilitos, no creo que nadie venga a joder. No, yo no. Ya, joder. No, no creo. No creo. Y aquí con tanto con las armaduras que están dando de gratis, lo dudo. Eso es subirte de vida. Loco, si como lo vas a defender, si como que no hay torreta para defenderlo. Intuye, ¿entiendes? Una torreta no hace nada, loco. Si aquel tipo yo tenía 6 torretas y aquel tipo solito, en real. Se metió contra esas torretas y no murió. Y aquí que te suben la vida a 1000, ¿qué cara vas a morir? A subir la vida a 1000 y tienes armadura de 600 de daño. Aguanta 600 de daño. Esto no estoy tratando de hacer un carajo. Haciendo madera. A que de esto. A que se vaya quemando y ahí tener por lo menos charcoal. Cerca un power y toda esa mierda. Voy a buscar un poquito más de madera. Ok, vamos a dar algo.
Why should I be framed? I am never the same, but I am always myself. Paradox Virtual Flower, the new refillable fragrance by Prada.
Hello, welcome back for another video on Ark Survival Ascended, and today I'll be diving into my top 20 best PvE base locations on the Extinction map. So without further ado, let's get straight into it. In no particular order, kicking things off, we have this beautiful location here, and it's probably one of my personal favourites on the list. This spot is located at 58.1 latitude, 55.6 longitude, and this is the spot right here. As you can see, it's pretty cool. I really like this spot because it's really quirky. There's loads of shrubs and foliage everywhere. Very nice. Got these little waterfalls here, and this is the main thing here. Obviously, this looks horrible right now, but, highly recommend using the grass scale command. So grass.sizescale 0, and you can see we got some nice glass paneled flooring here. So that's really nice. You can incorporate that into your base. As you can see, I've got some foundations here. It does stick through, so it's a bit stupid, but you can definitely make something work here, and I honestly think you can build a really cool base. Really nice area with a load of ramps, flat surfaces, and also pre-made walls and all that shindig.
Bueno, si no tienes nada todavía, no tienes buscar las cosas para fabricarlas aquí donde estoy.
Right there. Oof, don't think you'll be able to keep that spawn there, but
pues dale, pues creando ahí, yo voy a conseguir las cosas para.
We have the iconic mini waterfall plaza area, which was a hot spot in ASE, and it's even more beautiful in ASA. You'll find this spot in the heart of the sanctuary at 50.8 latitude, 61.1 longitude. Here's our location on the map. As you can see, it's a really nice area. There's plenty of room to play around with. Speaks for itself. Plus, you can build back here if you need to. There's loads of room here, and of course, if you want to build inside the building here, you can do that too. It's a lovely location. Up next, we have another hotspot location, a giant apartment building, which is easily reachable on foot and a great base location. A boxed off area with a giant hole in the middle, so it's a very unique spot in itself, and great if you enjoy a build-in challenge. Located at 46.1 latitude, 58 longitude. As you can see, I've laid down a bunch of foundations. You can see there's 4 different ways to approach this area, and you can just whack down a gate to gate those off if you want to. But yeah, there's a ton of room to play around with here. And if we just head towards the southwest through this window, just through here, you can see you've got your water source right there as well. Up next, we have this lovely large flat spot up here on the high ground. This spot can be found at 58.7 latitude, 40.5 longitude. Here's our location on the map. I'm always one for strategic spots, and this one's really good for me. It's really flat on top, loads of space, and it's not too hard to get to either. If you just go down here, you can see there's a ramp that wraps all the way down to the bottom, so it's a nice, easy way up. But the water source is right below you there, or you've got one on the other side, which I think is where I piped to. Yep, there you go. Nice little water fountain there with my pipe right there as well. That's where I've piped up to with about 3 water tanks, I think. And if we look to the right of the base down here, you can see there's the waterfall. And there's quite a few nice points of interest here. You've got loads of metal on the side. You've got loads of crystal. And inside the water is beaver spawn. So you will find beaver dams in here. It's not the best looking water. Why is it so green? Oh, there you go. It's got to be a beaver dam. Nice little beaver dam there. So yeah, you're going to have all those glorious resources right next to your base. Moving back to the high traffic areas, this giant abandoned compound was also a very popular spot in ASE. 50.1 latitude, 75.9 longitude. As you can see, it's a giant structure with a roof on top. Loads of flat areas to build on top of. But yeah, there's a lot of room to play around with here. Of course, you got your city terminal there if you ever need to use that, which you probably will be needing to use. And there's your water source right there. Can't complain about that, and it is pretty cool down there as well if you do want to build down there. It's just a very nice area in general. I don't typically enjoy building in and around swamp areas, but this area was too good to pass up. We wanted to come to 53.9 latitude, 41.6 longitude. As you can see, it's very flat in these areas. You've got loads of ramps to play around with. The area is just really nice, right next to the swamp. You could even build up there if you want to. It's quite a nice few spots above here. But yeah, this is right next to the waterfall from earlier. Rare resources below. Can't complain about that. Well, here it is, the Memorial Stadium. Probably one of the most popular base locations in the Sanctuary. You'll find it at 52 latitude, 64.7 longitude. Here's our location on the map. This spot is great because it's a massive area. You've got plenty of room to play around with. There's loads of rivers flowing through with plenty of bridges. You can also find a load of beaver dams spawning here. I don't see any right now. I am in single player, so the spawns are pretty bad. In the direct center, of course, you've got a city terminal here you can use. But yeah, if you can somehow claim this spot on your server, you will be absolutely living the dream. Moving over to the coldest climate extinction has to offer, these new abandoned mansions are amazing. You will find this spot at the top right of the map in the snow dome, 18.3 latitude, 93.4 longitude. Here's our location on that map, and there's a lot of things you can do with this. Of course, you've got your city terminal in the middle floor. As you can see, you can build on the roof if you want to. All of it is flat because it is a building, of course. There's a couple of floors inside. You've got a little bit of shelter, very nice. It is in the snow biome, it's going to be a bit chilly. Of course, the main issue with the base is that there's a lack of water nearby, but as you can see, I have got a water tank here that is fully irrigated. Basically got a pipeline going all the way down to the water from there, so it's a bit of a mission. Next up, we have Snowy Abandoned Mansion number 2, Tomato Tomato. It is probably my least favourite of the two. 28.7 latitude, 84.9 longitude. Here's our location on the map. There's plenty of room to play around with. You've got this terminal here, which is a fake terminal, by the way. I can't seem to access it, which is a bit odd, but yeah. Running water is also the same issue. As you can see, the water is over there. It is probably a little closer than the previous base location. Yeah, I really like these buildings. I think they're really cool and would make awesome base locations. Moving to the opposite side of the spectrum when it comes to climate, and we have another abandoned structure. These types of spots definitely aren't for everyone, but sometimes I do enjoy a good open plan base where I don't have to build too much. So you will find this base location within the Desde Dome, 94.7 latitude, 78.2 longitude. And as you can see, it's a large structure. You can build inside, build on top, do whatever you want with it, and you can extend outside here as well. And I hear you ask, where's the water? Well, it's down there. As you can see, we've got the reservoir / water tank right there, irrigated fully, so I've got about maybe 8 tanks going down to the water there, so it does work with a decent amount of room inside to place some structures and house some creatures to build yourself a place you can call home. And of course, you're in the desert biome, you've got all the tasty resources, great creatures to tame nearby, and also you've got the cave down here, which is where you summon the desert titan. And there's all this chitin for days in here. You've got mantis spawning in this cave too, so find organic polymer there too, so that's great. Moving back to the sanctuary, we have this lovely structure here encased in a waterfall. Located at 46.2 latitude, 52.3 longitude. And we're looking at this nice flat area on top of this lake here. It's a really nice area. Waterfall here, very nice, very nice. If you go just up here behind it, there's also this little cubby hole down here, which is quite a cool area to build. If you wanted to build in here, you could build a pretty cool base. This little corridor here with some foliage, very nice. Up next we have the Octagon Plaza area in all its remastered glory. Located at 49.5 latitude, 51.4 longitude. And it's simple as to why I picked this spot. It's a really popular location, and honestly it would definitely make a cool base spot with the Octagon around here. You can build around it, inside it, do whatever you want with it really. You got the free buildings surrounding it, nice bit of scenery, and of course you got this singular metal rock in the middle of the Octagon, like a beacon of light shining through. If you're looking for the most tropical paradise that Extinction has to offer, well, you come to the right place. We're traveling back to the Desert Dome for this one. Located at 83.8 latitude, 86 longitude. And I really love this area. It is in the Scorched Earth region, however, this region is not hot like Scorched Earth. You won't have to worry about the hot temperatures like you do on that map. There's a lot of building opportunity in the area. I went with the most basic plain Jane spot in the game, but it's nice and flat here. I think you can build a really nice base. But yeah, there's loads of waterfalls you can play around with all around here. The scenery is picturesque. Can't ask for a more prettier location. Now this one is definitely a wild card pick if ever I saw one, but I was really intrigued by the location. As you can see, I've made myself a nice tower on stilts, but it's just to give you guys a nice idea of the location. This spot is located at 54.3 latitude, 69.6 longitude. Okay, so this area is far from a starter base location. It's very dangerous. There's Megalosaurus that spawn in here, Sarcos, Capros, you name it. It's basically Capro City. But honestly, I think you can build such a cool base here. I'm no builder by enemies, but I've just stuck pillars and ceilings and made a little box formation thing around it. Looks kind of cool, but it looks kind of poo at the same time, but you know. Next we have this beautiful location. 2 pools, 1 waterfall, and 1 strip of flat land running smack bang in the middle of the two. It is located at 60.3 latitude, 45.1 longitude. But yeah, this spot's really nice. You got the strip of land running through, a nice loud waterfall right next to your base. To be honest, I haven't noticed how loud it is. I do have my sound effects pretty low, so it sounds pretty good to me, but you never know. There's plenty of room for your dinos to take them here and there, everywhere, and so inside of this structure you could build or extend into if you wanted to. It's a really nice spot. Another wildcard entry here. I personally would probably never build up this high in the sky, but you can't deny building a sky base on top of one or many of these shelf-like plateaus would be a beautiful sight. You'll be wanting to make your way to around 51.1 latitude, 69.9 longitude. Here's our location on the map. It has been remastered to perfection if you ask me. Yeah, like I said, I probably wouldn't build up here, but yeah, if you are a talented builder, you could definitely make it work. Will be found right at the base of the tower, so you can build your pipeline up to it to get water running, and that's the main problem here, let's be honest. Moving down lower in altitude, we have the rooftop paradise base spot, and I'm a big fan of this location. It's at 44.7 latitude, 60.6 longitude. Here's our location on the map, and as you can see, it's a beautiful location. There's actually a really hidden little pool here, and it's quite deep actually, surprisingly. So yep, you can definitely throw a pool party up here too. And what I thought would be really cool is you could use this building over here too, build a bridge over to there and like have a large base location. It's really cool. Moving down deep underground into the sunken forest for the first time, we have this glorious base location, a raised up plateau surrounded by a giant lake. You'll find this spot at the top left of the map within the sunken forest at
con eso sacamos las cosas y ya. Sacamos un montón de chelín y mierda. Deudicurus o algo así. O Doidicurus. Buscando ahora mismo.
My US gives global shoppers like Lena affordable, reliable international shipping from thousands of US stores. She simply shops her favorite US brands like Apple, Nike, and Disney, uses her My US address at checkout, and My US delivers to her doorstep anywhere in the world. Be like Lena and get affordable, reliable shipping on everything you love from the USA. My US. Unbox the possibilities.
Trata de ya lo podrás crear o conseguir un de estos que tenga un
With the Amex Platinum Card,
trata de conseguir un tripod loco.
$1,500 in annual value with benefits
Trata de
across
conseguir un
travel,
tripod en una mierda de esa.
entertainment, and dining. Platinum rewards you for your everyday
hace falta un
adventures.
tripod ahora
That's the powerful backing of American Express.
Ah, yo creo que se puede comprar en la tienda, yo creo.
Dodecker spawns in Ark Survival Ascended Descending. So we just located a Dodeck. Let's have a quick look at the level. Level 80, not bad. And for location on the map we are at roughly 48 lat, 62 longitude. So what many players might not know is that you can also find a Dodeck over here. Let's have a look at the level. Level 15, not too bad. For the landmarks you will notice the ocean in the distance, and if we turn around we are actually very close to the blue obelisk. And for location on the map we are just about 52 lat, 72 longitude. For the next Dodecker spawn, this is another sneaky one. Let's have a look at the level. Level 45, not bad. For the landmarks you notice these big rocks, and over there this is a very noticeable one with the lake to the right. And for location on the map
Lo
we
tengo
are just
Yankee, lo que
about
falta sería faltaría el
roughly
Dodeck
42 lat, 54 longitude.
y conseguir tripod.
We just found a Dodeck which is
Para llevarnos los
currently
animales
under
estos.
attack. Let's have a quick look at the level. Ooh, 120, very nice. For the landmarks you can see we are right next to this bridge looking structure, and to the right side we are very close to the beaver dams with the lake. And for location on the map we are just about 31 lat, 57 longitude. For the first Dodeck location we just located a very sneaky one. Let's take a quick look at the level. Level 80, not bad. And for the location on the map we are at roughly 36 lat, 29 longitude. This is a very hidden Dodeck spawn and not many people know about it. Let's take a quick look at the level. Level 20, very nice. For the landmarks we are very close to this lake. And if you go up you will see the big river in the distance, and if you turn around this is how it looks. For location on the map we are just about 52 lat, 54 longitude. We just located a very nice albino looking Dodeck. Let's have a look at the level. Ooh, 145, almost perfect level. And for the landmarks we are at this beautiful location with a massive waterfall on our right side. If you turn around this is how it looks. And for location on the map we are just about. But first, for more creature spawns on the center map, check out my playlist here.
Asegurar tu web es imprescindible para mantener a raya las amenazas, detectar cualquier malware y para obtener la certificación de seguridad que le brinde tranquilidad a tus clientes. Ayuda a proteger tu web con GoDaddy.
Arriba donde estoy.
Mi nombre es Tina y soy una paciente de Sayed.
Lo que falta
Hoy
es
estamos
tener
celebrando
de
mis
esto.
15 años.
Al
Estoy
buscar de
muy
consigue
feliz
Grace por
porque,
loco.
Todos mis amigos y familia están aquí conmigo. Lo del maquillaje es un detalle chiquito, pero es muy importante. Cuando mi mamá y yo fuimos a escoger los vestidos, no estaba muy segura de lo que quería. La señora me mostró uno y ese me encantó. Cuando yo salí y vi el vestido en el espejo, me sentí como una princesa.
A los 10 años, Tina fue diagnosticada con un tumor cerebral y fue referida a St. Jude Children's Research Hospital para recibir un tratamiento para salvar su vida.
Yo siento que este es un momento muy importante porque como una...
The best Dodecker spawns in Ark Survival Ascended Descending. So we just located a Dodeck. Let's have a quick look at the level. Level 80, not bad. And for location on the map we are at roughly 48 lat, 62 longitude. So what many players might not know is that you can also find a dodec over here. Let's have a look at the level. Level 15, not too bad. For the landmarks you will notice the ocean in the distance, and if we turn around we are actually very close to the blue obelisk. And for the location on the map we are just about 52 lat, 72 longitude. For the next dodeca spawn, this is another sneaky one. Let's have a look at the level. Level 45, not bad. For the landmarks you notice these big rocks, and over there this is a very noticeable one with the lake to our right. And for the location on the map we are just about at roughly 42 lat, 54 longitude. We just found
Loco, ve,
a
busca lo que hace
dodec which is
falta, no sigas en
currently
la
under
base.
attack. Let's have a quick look at the level. Ooh, 120, very nice. For the landmarks, you can see we are right next to this bridge looking structure, and to our right side 62 longitude.
Búscate
So
el dedo
what
de
many
Curus por lo
players
menos,
might
ya,
not
ya el
know is
aquí lo
that
tenemos, se está dameando poco a poco.
72 longitude. For the
Falta el de
next
piedra.
dodeca spawn, 54 longitude. We just found a dodec which is currently under attack. Let's have a quick look, dude. Just located a
Ya, lo que
very
me pasa
sneaky.
bien cabrón, ¿sabes?
This is a very hidden dodec spawn and not many people. 54 longitude. We just located a very nice albino looking dodec. Let's have a look at the level. Ooh, 145, almost perfect level. And for the landmarks we are at this beautiful location with a massive waterfall on our right side. If you turn around, this is how it looks. And for location on the map we are just about. But first, for more creature spawns on the center map, check out my playlist here.
Hello, welcome back for another video on Ark Survival Ascended. The center is finally here. We're diving into the top 20 PvE base locations on the map. I would like to point out that these are in no specific order, so let's get straight into it. Our first base location is this little gem here. It's located at 74.6 latitude, 30.1 longitude. Here's our location on the map. Right on the edge of the redwoods here, right next to this waterfall. As you can see, it's a beautiful location. It's relatively flat, not quite, but it's good enough. And I've always been a fan of building a war base on the center map, so I always try and focus on a lot of those kind of locations. Right next to the redwoods, loads of resources in the redwoods, all that good stuff. And you can see, yes, very nice depth for a water base here. Could probably breed some pretty large creatures in here, I'd say. Let's move on to the next one. Next base location is going to be located at 15.4 latitude, 39.9 longitude. Here's our location on the map, in between the snow mountain over there.
¿Qué pasó? ¿Habían torretas? Ay, María. No va. Si tan rápido pierde las cosas, ¿lo que te digo? No sé que uno tiene que tener una base para uno dejar las cosas, papá. Estás por ahí, ahora perdiste todo, ahora de volver otra vez a recuperar todo. Ya, si te ves un loco. Ah, pero estamos cerca de un sitio aquí, estamos en estamos realmente bastante cerca de los agentavios. Un spawn de ellos aquí. Marca para llegar a la base. Marca otra, ¿dónde está? Mira, aquí hay un oso también. 120. Y bueno, tienen el wipe. Dice. ¿Tú dices o tú crees? Preguntan en ese video a la vez. ¿Qué le dice a la gente? ¿Ves el wipe? Sí, puso. Hicieron guay hace 3 días. Disfrutar las cosas mientras pues. Disfruta la base que vas a crear mientras tú, loco. Quitemos el foco. Ahora no se quiere caer, está todo herido. Va a morir si no se cae. Dale, cabrón, no quédate. Este cabrón aguanta con cojones. Mira, cabrón, vaya. Son ya 40 Nike, pero no se quiere caer. Ahí está. Tenemos aquí cerca la base. Vamos a sacar Sedini. Ir para el área de desierto para sacar muchos Sedini. ¿Qué? ¿Cómo no te escucho? Ah, y ahí yo mismo. Y sacarlo matando cosas. Matando a los mantis y veo. Es el oso tamiéndose. Blanquilla se también. Estamos en de piedra. Superamos de campo. Entonces lo que necesitamos también es perla. A crear la mierda esa y obsidian. Y ya estamos. Lo de Kuro lo encontraste. Sí, no he visto ni un solo nodo de metal, ¿sabes? Que me vas a crachar aquí. En este... Diablo, se crachó, que hijo de puta. Ya. Pero ahí me crachó el juego y estoy debajo del agua. ¿Qué tú crees de eso? Ay, ya me morí, ya me jodí. Ay, madre. Ay, ¿cómo carajo llegó donde está mi cuerpo? La madre. Mi que estaba, man. Jodida agua me mató. ¿Dónde es la salida de la cueva hacia arriba? Si intenté por la de abajo no puede salir. No, por la de abajo, por abajo no puedo salir. Pero se puede entrar y tienes que entrar con zipline. Hay que defender las dos entradas. Lo único malo. Pero es loco. ¿Te crees? ¿Usted qué? Pero esos cabrones entran con el zipline como si no. En verdad que no encuentro una salida. Y ya para acá me metí. No hay nada. Tampoco hay salida. La entrada también pequeñita. Entrada pequeña. Que tiene varias entradas. Hay como dos entradas. Y está cerca de donde estamos abajo, está perfecto, está bien, no está mal. Estamos cerca también. Por mi cuenta. Vamos a encontrar aquí donde carajo son los Beaver Dam. ¿Cómo es? ¿He visto un agitado 95? Ya. Ya. Tiene perla. No hay nada. Vámonos por cara. cristales y oro. Nos faltan son las perlas y ya. En la base de abajo hay muchos lingotes de huecho ahí. Metal. Tengo cristales y hoyos. Yo he fallado la base buena. Hay que crearle el Zaro al oso. Al berry. El área de fuego, loco, ¿es para la derecha o para la izquierda? Abajo. Arriba, completamente para arriba el norte. Para allá. Demasiado. Yo que estoy volando y siento que no voy a llegar. Aquí una tortuga, voy a matarla a ver qué carajo me da. Matando una tortuga tan nueva, a ver qué carajo me da. Bueno, que me tiene que dar chetini, ¿verdad? No me dio chetini y me da el otro, los cuernos. Pero debería dar chetini porque lo más común para eso. Como un carapáis. Ahora no va a ser que... Tocina. Hay que buscar los spots de las perlas. Ya para allá. A ver, vas allá, para allá no se puede pasar. Aquí parece que hay una base.
Welcome to the Devil's City.
How to create dope t-shirt designs for a print-on-demand store. Whether you're creating t-shirt designs for clients or for yourself, it can be hard to start from just a blank canvas. And that's why tons of professional designers and I myself use Kit. For one, there's literally thousands of templates for every popular niche that you could think of. 2, there's unlimited illustration content, because for myself, it's hard to start off with nothing, and it's a lot easier to start off with some inspiration. So as you can see, there's lots and lots of templates that you can choose from, especially if you're doing a t-shirt design. And let me show you exactly how easy it is to edit. So all I'm going to do is click on this one right here, and now you're pretty much free to edit all these elements however you would like to edit it. And what's also cool is that you can create multiple artboards on just one project alone. So for example, if you have a sleeve print on your t-shirt design, we can go ahead and create another artboard in the exact dimensions that we want it to be. And we can also create, for example, if this is the back, we can make this a front left pocket print. So we can also name it back, front, left, chest, sleeve. Now all we have to do is click this right here, edit the text, and check this out. How simple it's going to change it to the exact way that it looked. Right now it's showing us what we're spelling out, but it's going to be really simple for it to change. And now we're going to do the same thing for this one right here, and there we have it. Now we can delete what we don't like, and we can keep what we do like as well. It's really simple to make changes. For example, maybe I just want this to be a really simple design. I'm just going to move this down here, move this text right here so it's a little bit more easier to read. I do like this right here. And let's go ahead and move some of these stars as well. And now that we have that, I'm going to click on this one right here. And let's say, for example, you wanted to move this text to the front. Layers is also not a problem in here, so you can even bring this to the front, or you can go ahead and move the layers around down here to whatever it is that you may like. And let's say, for example, we wanted to add this text right here to the sleeve. You can copy it, paste it, and I'm just going to drag it on over and check that out right there. Now I have this text also for my sleeve print, and I can also bring this right here. And let's say if we just wanted a text of our brand for the front print, I'm going to go ahead and copy this right here, paste this again, and I'm going to go ahead and bring it on over to this artboard. And they also make it really, really easy for you to change colors just like that. So for example, if I had a white garment and maybe I wanted to see what a different color may look like, so I could simply change the color.
Want to ship goods from the US? Enjoy an easy shipping experience through My US. Sign up for your free US address. Shop multiple stores, bundle them into one shipment, and save. Sign up for your free 30-day trial.
De piel, están haciendo cemento en esta base.
Eating in or dining out, both are rewarding with the American Express Gold Card. So are you in?
¿Cómo la puedo marcar para tener un rally point aquí?
The Amex Gold Card serves up everything just the way you like it, from all your favorite places.
Aquí.
So whether
Ahí
you're
donde marqué hay una base.
with American Express, it's always a good time. The American Express Gold Card. Live the good life indoors and out, and explore the benefits, credits, and perks waiting for you.
Yo guys, what is up? It's Teach here, coming at you again with another video over on Ark Survival Ascended, and I am going to show you something that should hopefully help you guys out if you're having issues with the quality of the game, as in it keeps crashing on you, or it just is super stuttery, super laggy, getting bad FPS, all of that stuff. Aberration did just release, so it's not going to be super optimized. You can see that I'm running it, and I'm doing okay. It's still a little bit stuttery. I'm on single player mode, but it does, I mean, it runs okay. So I'm going to show you some commands that you can do to prevent that real quick. So I'm going to go ahead and copy paste these in, and you can look underneath the description of this video in order to see these commands. So you can just copy and paste from my video. Boom. So it's going to take a second to load in. It makes everything a little bit less pretty, obviously, as you can see, and everything shadow-wise kind of gets gotten rid of, if you want to think of it that way. But just so you can see stat.fps. Stat.fps? I can't remember what it is. FPS? Yeah, stat.fps. So you can see I'm hitting 49 on epic settings right now. I can also drop all of my other settings, so I can do shadow quality. Let's see where that shadow quality. Let's go back up to 1 on this guy. Ooh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted R dot shadow quality. Come on. Shadow quality. It's kind of hard to look at my mic to make sure I'm typing that right. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and go. One, you can change the shadow quality and put that back up, and it won't have a major impact on it. See how it brings everything back to a little bit of a prettier view. But all those other commands in combination are going to give you a massive boost in your FPS. Now, other things that you can do, by the way, is go to your settings, go to video and graphics. These two things are things you want to change. So video, you can cap your frame rate. That'll prevent your computer from trying to get max. So you can cap it at 60 and that's just fine. DLSS, if you have an NVIDIA card, you can use that. It doesn't seem to help too much, but you know, it is what it is. They haven't released their so-called 80% performance increase yet because apparently there's some issues going on with it. But inside of graphics, there's also a few things that you can change. See how I'm on Epic everything over here? The things you have to turn off: motion blur, light blooms, light shafts, low light enhancement. Turn off this enable foliage and fluid interaction, and that should pretty much give you everything that you need. And you can still run these on pretty high, but if you're still experiencing issues, drop these down a little bit, and that'll help you out a ton. But you can see that just by I ran those commands and I went from maybe getting 20 FPS to double to triple that without changing anything off of Epic. So that's a huge game changer. You just need to leave the those commands and it'll help you a ton. You can see that I'm hovering around, even flying at like hyper speeds. I'm keeping a pretty good overall. It's a little bit not so pretty down here, so that kind of sucks. But I'm keeping FPS isn't really dropping, even though I'm getting a crazy amount of stuff on my screen right now. So just typing those commands and changing those few things that I had in settings for you will make your game so much better. And if you're still experiencing issues like that I was telling you about, you can drop that shadow quality back down to 0. It will make things not very pretty. We'll warn you on that. Obviously, you can see. But it will prevent your game from having like mecha issues and, it'll keep things pretty pre-rendered, and obviously looking up can be problematic, but if you look down, it'll help you out a ton. So I use these commands, especially if I'm playing on a PvP server, because I don't care how pretty it looks as long as things are working, but it will make things run so much smoother and prevent you from having those game crashes. So anyways, hopefully this video helps you out, and other than that, teach out.
Decente se ve tan diferente.
Protege tu web con firewalls para mantener a raya a los hackers. Detección constante de malware para frenar el código malicioso. Y certificación de seguridad para brindar total tranquilidad a tus clientes. Elige hoy a GoDaddy, un proveedor de confianza en todo el mundo para proteger tu web y a tus clientes.
Now with Hulu on Disney Plus, your favorites are in one place.
Meredith?
Here.
Officer Grant?
Copy that.
Rookie?
John Nolan reporting.
My aunt loves you.
I'm big with aunts.
Okay, who else? Bruno?
We don't talk about Bruno.
Of course. How could I forget? Ooh, just how big is this Hulu on Disney Plus class?
Hulu on Disney Plus. Available with Disney Bundle. Sign up now.
Hello guys, what is up? It's Teach here, coming at you again with another video over on Ark Survival Ascended, and I am on the Aberration map on ASA. It just dropped, and I'm going to show you in this version of the game how to start up this game like you've got 15,000 hours in it and that you remain on Aberration, because Aberration is by far my favorite map. I'm going to go ahead and show you from scratch what you should do in order to actually progress through this game properly, or at least through Aberration properly. All of the secret spots that I have, all of the resource zones that I know, the different tiers that you want to hit up, and how to go literally starting from scratch. I'm going to go ahead and create a new character. We'll go ahead and make Teach. And then we'll go ahead and click create. What you're going to want to do every single time, I tell people this all the time, don't even bother spawning in Portal, anywhere in Fertile, or the Mushroom Forest. Go straight for Edge 1. Even though it says it's a hard spawn, the Edge 1 spawn point is actually like a little bit of a cheat code. Now, the Edge 1 spawn point, there is a secret location that I use all the time, and pretty much every time I ever spawn on Aberration, this is the secret zone that I go to. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Alright, so, here we go. So what we're going to do right off the bat, I'm going to open up my map, and you're going to head straight towards the river, towards what you want to get to, like 30-60. So, the only dangerous spot is actually spawning in. Sometimes you will find that there's a few raptors and there's a few now they're around E-lings, and they suck. I hate them. But, anyways, it's pretty easy to get there. Now, on your way, you're going to want to mash that E button as much as you possibly can. And once you've mashed that E button, you'll pick up the resources that you need along the way. So, basically, I'm just trying to show you how to get to this point, and once we get to the point, I'm going to show you specifically what we're looking for. So now that we've almost made it to the river already, again, this is the reason that we're starting on Edge 1, you're just going to keep going. And the reason that we're going this way is to get to an Explorer note. Now, the Explorer note, there's only so many on this map. This is the easiest one to get because it's right next to where you need to be, basically. Like, you already have to go this way, so you might as well be getting the stuff that you need. Obviously, it's get really dark over here. They messed with the gamma so much on this map. It kind of makes me sad. All right, but anyways, continue to pick up things as you are running and as you go. So you have the river right there. You've pretty much made it past all the dangerous things at this point in time. So now that we've gotten to the river, I'm going to go ahead and go into GCM mode so I can show you all the specific locations of resources and how to go ahead and grab all of them. Let's go ahead and hit up GCM mode. All right, so you've made it to the river, right? I just showed you how to get here. Now, this zone specifically, the reason that you want to make it here is there is nothing here except for an occasional raptor that will spawn that will I kid you not, it's the only thing, even though it's considered a hard zone, because of these spawn points and the spawn maps are all over there or way up that hill, nothing dangerous spawns in on this river. And the chords that I'm at, 34.2, 61.3. Now, once you get to this zone, you want to go to this little cluster of mushrooms, and once you get to the cluster of mushrooms, you will locate a Explorer note. It's right here. Explorer note, Helena number 10. Now, I always start here because it'll give you an 11 level boost right off the bat. And all the resources that you need early game are right here. I'm just going to go ahead and grab a hatchet and show you what I mean by that. Hatchet. Let's grab a pick and a sickle. Pick. Alright, so I'm going to put it in the hotbar. I'm going to do that right off the bat. There we go. Okay, so pick, hatchet, sickle. This is on 1x, by the way. So what we're looking for, these trees are all fungal wood trees. You can get thatch out of them in fungal wood by using a pickaxe. You will also pretty regularly get some rare mushrooms that you can gather right there. And you can use a hatchet to get a significant chunk of trees. Now, that is your wood and thatch pickaxes, right? Now, the cool part about this little part of the river that I'm showing you right now is there are, it's very rare in the green zone to find these, but there are high quality metal nodes here. Now, there are quite a few. There are 2 that spawn down on the bottom right here. And there are another 2 that spawn right on this left. There's 3 that spawn. So you got quick access to metal. You got quick access to stone, because this entire thing is loaded up with stone. So every resource you need right there. Plus, if you stay here for a little bit extra, there's a gas vent right here, and you can use this gas vent to get a hold of a D-bar on me. That's what it does when you get too close to it. You can put a gas vent and you can collect gas balls right there on that thing. And then you're really looking to fire. You're not looking that far. But you got metal, stone, flint, and thatch all right here in this convenient place. There's also a ton of thick and easy berry gathering. And the reason that I use a sickle is if you go up to the mushrooms. So we're looking for the red mushrooms and the normal mushrooms that look a little bit like this. Now I'm going to go ahead and turn my grass scale down. Grass size scale, there it is. Grass size scale 0. Right, so now that we can actually see what we're doing, see these mushrooms around here. So mushrooms, you can use the sickle, or the sickle will gain you a ton of mushrooms. Now, there is a negative thing about mushrooms right here. Here's the one raptor that might be in the, there it is right there. So these mushrooms right here, if you see the red base on the bottom of them, they will get you this appearance, this hallucinating thing right here. So you can see that there's one right over there. As soon as I stop this hallucinogenic thing, I will go ahead and show you. That will kill you pretty quickly. So you do want to be careful of this when you technically drown. And,
ya, los 150, loco, el
so
nuevo ese.
For the base of them, see how that
Ya, men, pero está en un sitio bien malo.
they have a red base to them, and they're the little ones, and they are the ones that you want to watch out for. So if you, there it is. Okay, thank you, game. But they will get you a hallucinogenic, and you don't want to do that. So you can actually prevent this by eating some of the mushrooms, and that's aquatic. No, not aquatic for this one. It's aggravatic. Yeah, I think it's aggravatic. So aggravatic mushrooms will actually prevent that entirely. I believe it's aggravatic. Am I wrong? Nope, aggravatic. See how I don't get that when I eat the aggravatic mushrooms? So if you are struggling from hitting that little cloud right there, if you eat some aggravatic mushrooms, you no longer need to worry about it. Or if you're currently experiencing the pain, if you eat a bunch of aggravatics, it'll go to 0. And then you have a shield from actually getting that problem right there. Now, the reason that can be good is because you can technically get biotoxin out of it. It's not super common, but you can get biotoxin. So now, you have access to all of the mushrooms, all of the berries, all of the base level resources. What else do you need? So the next thing that we're going to do is progress up this hill just a tiny bit, and you have access to this right here. Now these crystals are these little funky looking green things are going to give you access to crystal and green gems. Green gems are awesome early game because they will give you access to glider suits, I believe, as well as climbing picks. Now climbing picks and glider suits will help you out a ton. So there is all your entry level. This zone, everything that you need is right here. What we're going to go to next is another important thing, and that's this guy. This is a plant species, Z plant, or fruit, whatever you want to think of it. It sticks its tongue up in the air and kind of looks gross in all honesty, and it's got like this. But what it's going to do is it's going to sit and think about its life, and then after about, give or take 45 seconds, it's going to retract its little tongue thing down inside of it, and then it's going to spit out a plant species X. Really? We're going to do this right now? You brought him all the way over here as I'm trying to make a video. Thank you. Thank you. Leave me alone. Alright, I'm just trying to show you guys this. Alright, so, anyways, as long as you stand nearby this thing for 45 seconds or so, it will pop out the plant species Z seed. You can take that plant species Z seed and do 2 things with it. 1, it's a kibble for any light pet in the game. And 2, you can plant it in order to make another one of these plants and get plant species Z fruit. Those fruits will be able to give you something that works like a flashbang grenade and produces a large amount of light, letting you knock people off their tames, kill reapers, and then also prevent nameless from spawning. It's a very useful trick. And I thought it was going to go ahead and drop. There it goes. See how it's doing this thing? And boop, there we go. That's what we're looking for. Now that little seed can be used in order to put it into your hotbar to make those plant species fruit like I was talking about, or you can use it to tame a light pet. Now a light pet on this map is very important. They will have, they look like this, but they're not bugs, they're actual pets. There are bulldogs, usually those are the first ones you see and tame because they're very readily available, but I don't see any right now as soon as I say that. Of course I don't, because why would I, right? I don't see any at all in a serious game. I see, oh, there's one. Alright, so this is a bulldog right here. Now a bulldog has the little light above its head, and you can feed a plant species Z, and it's a kibble for it, so it's basically going to immediately tame this thing. Now, these guys have 2 functions. When I actually access the bulldog, I can access inventory, which will allow me to carry things at half carry weight. And because they've got pretty good carry weight, it's helpful early. They also have a light on top of their head. Now, that light, you can turn it on and off, and once they have that light available, what it'll allow you to do is prevent you from taking damage inside of the blue zone, because once you go into the blue zone, you are going to need light to prevent all the dangerous things from coming near you. Now you can open up some inventory and then turn the light on. Now that light will go off because it goes down over time, and that's exactly what we're looking for. Now, the next thing, now that we've kind of got all the resources that we need from this zone, the 2 things that you need now, you're probably progressing into the electronics phase. If you want early game electronics, you can see trilobites all over this zone. Trilobites can be harvested pretty regularly, both with a pickaxe and a hatchet, and they will give you early game access to not only silica pearls, but a ton of chitin, black
Yeah,
pearls,
lejos,
and
pues,
sometimes
está
you'll get oil out of them as well, which is obviously pretty awesome. So obviously you see like, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 right there. I'm just going to go ahead and kill a couple and show you what I mean by get some of this. So it's got this guy, some oil and chitin right off of that. And there we go, silver pearl. Now if you use it like that, results
Tengo bastante obsidian. Para esto,
all of your basic resources.
te escucho porque está tronando donde estoy y está bien alta la música.
If you go up the river, now this is probably a team or something like that, you're looking for another tiny river. This tiny river. Inside of it, once you get like halfway up, give or take, you will be able to get a bunch of silica pearls. Right there, where are they? Around here, but I'm being stupid. Yeah, you can usually find them right around this zone and inside of this little segue right here. There we go. Nope. Anyways, in this river, there they are. Look at all of them. See? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. A bunch of little silica pearl nodes. So it's a great early game silica pearl farm just by going to this core right here, 21.6, 48. Now, if you want more than that, you'll have to tame an anglerfish and go to Fertile Lake. Now, Fertile Lake is right up in here, and it's probably your next phase to tame an anglerfish. Use a cryopod, and then go to the bottom of this lake in order to get a ton. Yo, guys, what is up? It's Teach here, coming to I am going to show you something that should hopefully help you guys out if you're having issues with the quality of the game as it keeps crashing on you, or it just is super static, so you're getting bad FPS, all that stuff. Aberration did just release, so it's not really super optimized. You can see that I'm doing okay. It's still a little bit stuttering. But it does, I mean, it runs okay. So I'll show you some commands that you can do implement that real quick. So I'm going to go ahead and copy paste these in, and you can look underneath the description of this video to see these commands. So you can just copy and paste from my video. Boom, right there. So it's going to take a second for it to load in. It makes everything a little bit less pretty, obviously, as you can see. And everything is it's think of it that way. But just so you can see this FPS stat. So you can see I'm settings right now. I can also drop all of my other settings. So I can do shadow quality. Let's see here. This guy.
También, tú sabes tú también.
So right now, you can change the shadow quality and put that back up, and it won't have a major impact on it. See how it brings everything back to a little bit of a prettier view. But all those other commands in combination to massive boost in FPS. Now, other things that you can do is go to your settings, go to video and graphics. These two things are going to change. So video, you can cap your frame rate to max. Cap at 60, that's just fine. DLSS, it doesn't seem to help too much, but you know, it is what it is. They haven't released their 70% performance increase yet because there's issues going on with it. But inside graphics, there's also things that you can change. So you don't want to epic everything up here, but the things you have to turn on, light rooms, turn off this enable foliage. You can still run these on pretty high, but if you're still experiencing issues, drop these down a little bit, and that'll help you out a ton. But you can see that just by I ran those commands, and I went from maybe getting 20 FPS to double or triple that without changing anything. So that's a huge game changer. You just need to leave those commands in. It'll help you a ton. You can see even hyper speeds. I'm keeping a pretty good overall. Not so pretty down here, so that makes sense, but I'm keeping like FPS is So just typing those commands and changing those few things that I had in settings for you will make your game run so much better. If you're still experiencing issues like I was telling you about, that shadow quality back down to 0, it will make things not very pretty. I will warn you on that, obviously, you can see. But it will prevent your game from having mega issues, and yeah, so it'll keep things pretty rendered. And obviously looking up can be problematic, but if you look down, it'll help you out a ton. So I use these commands, especially if I'm in a PvP server. I don't care how pretty it looks as long as things are working, but it will make things run so much smoother and prevent you from having those game crashes. So,
a ver, vete de eso, pues vete de eso. Está bugueado. No, no lo mío. Voy para la base a llevar todo esto que tengo. Un par de cosas. La base que te digo está ahí en el rally point. Pero creo que tengo para poder craftear algo para poder romperla. Ahí creo que vamos a sacar un cojón de metales en esa base. Voy a hacerlo ahora.
Yo guys, what is up? It's Teach here, coming at you again with another video.
No, romper la base esa que te estoy diciendo.
Ark Survival Ascended, and they just released this thing, and there is a new thing called Survivor Mate, and yes, we've heard about it, but it's very difficult to figure out. But in this video, I'm going to show you from step 1 to being super advanced how exactly you should be using the Survivor Mate to completely automate your entire base. You can see that they're not standing here, they're going doing the missions that I'm asking them to do. I don't need to supervise them. This is one of the coolest things that Ark has ever introduced. Now on PvP, people will be like, oh, this is broken. You can shoot these things out pretty easy to kill them. PvE, it might be. But let's go ahead and show you how they work, right? So I've got an automated base right here. I haven't touched or harvested a single thing, and I just started this a few minutes ago, and this is what I've harvested so far. So they've got me 296 metal, 811 this, 27, and this I'll show you in just a second. But they're doing a good job harvesting. Now, what you can see right now is sometimes they do little goofy things like they run in circles. Oh my goodness, let me click. Please. You can see this one has cementing paste, and he's that's my repair bot. And sometimes they get a little bit goofy like that, or they run into the walls. But you can see that he is harvesting a significant chunk of thatch, so we do not complain about that. Now, this guy over here is also harvesting. He looks like he is encumbered. Sometimes they make that mistake, so you have to fix up. And you'll notice that once they're able to move again, what they'll do is they will go ahead and head back to this area. And seeing how he is encumbered, he's like, I can't move, man. So if they are encumbered, they will not move, and you have to like let them move. It's kind of weird how it works. Sometimes they will but they will continue to try. You can see it. Draw up that stuff using it, and pretty much everything. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and show you this time. There's basically 3 major ones you need to know. The repair guy, the organizer guy, and then now, alright, so let's go ahead and so this is an unassembled survivor mate. This is what it looks like. They're just hanging, they just talk to you a little bit. And then if you go ahead and hold E on them, you can go to the different modes. We have follower mode, harvest mode, repair mode, and butler mode. Follower mode is what they get put in, they tend to just follow you around and hang out. Harvest, they can harvest any resource that can be harvested in the entire game as long as they are nearby it. Repair mode means they run around your base, repairing things as long as the resources are available. And butler mode will essentially take something from a constructed area and then move it wherever you'd like it to. I'm going to walk you through all of those, so let's go ahead and get started. Now, we've talked about what they can do and the capabilities that they have. This guy has gone into sleep mode. The cool thing is if they're not doing anything, they don't waste resources. They just go into like this little ball mode, and that's a little bit interesting, but that's just kind of what they do. And you'll notice this guy has collected his resources. Sometimes it's a little bit tricky and goofy, but if you give them an area to actually harvest and move things from, they will drop it off for you. So I'll show you what I mean by that. All right. But before we get started, let's go ahead and go back to square one. Alright, so this is a base level survivor mate. I'm going to go ahead and set this guy into harvesting mode. In order to do that, what you have to do is you have to determine what you want him to harvest. I'm going to say, what do I want him to harvest? I have to be able to put it in his inventory. I want to say, let's just go with metal for this guy. I don't have any available, so let's go with stone. I'm just going to take 1 stone, and I want you, survivor mate, to go and gather me stone. So I'm going to place a single stone in this inventory. I'm going to add it as an input. You'll see it go down on this little bar down here. And then what you're going to do is as soon as you've done that, you'll go ahead and turn him into harvest mode. He will immediately locate the stone nearby. He will chase it down, and he will begin to harvest it. Now, obviously, some of these aren't stone rocks. He will find the nearest stone rock itself and try and harvest it. Now, this one's going to go straight to the corner because he's an idiot. Oh, sometimes they're not perfect. But anyways, you get the point. So he would go to the nearest harvestable stone node, and because he doesn't see any that are nearby to him, he's going to go over there for some reason. Now I'm going to go ahead and put another one down just so you can see what I mean by that. They're not perfect. I'm sure they'll start fixing some of these things that they're doing wrong. But they are pretty cool. So let's go ahead and do one more stone. Let's put a mirror to rock this time because I've been doing this for a little bit to figure the whole thing out. So that's why they run around all over the place. So just as a reminder, to get him into harvest mode, stone, right click, add as input. And then you can do this with any resource as long as they're nearby it. And then harvest. Now this dude is going to be like, okay, I'm going to follow him. He's going to find some stone, and he's going to begin to harvest it. Now because some of these register as metal rocks, he is not actually going to go for any of the metal rocks. He is going to go straight to the stone rock, which is over there, and he's going to try and harvest it. Now, if you want him to go after something that's a little bit more gentle, like a wood or anything like that, just put the wood in his inventory and then right-click harvest. Now, in order to get them to not do what this guy is doing right here, right? He has said, hey, I'm totally full. There's nothing else that I can do. You can essentially set a storage box nearby by putting the resources that he's meant to gather. And this is how you basically allow them to unload themselves. You go ahead and right click and then add as input. Now I'm just going to say 5 stacks because, right? I'm going to go 5 stacks. And then you can see enable automatic withdrawal. And he now sees this as a place that he can dump off his resources. Now, he is going to take the resources that he has and dump them into that storage box. See, I didn't put any of those in there. He says, okay, I've completely emptied most of my stuff. This is what I'm emptying it into. He will do the 1. And then if he's not encumbered anymore, he will go and look for more resources to gather and then bring it back over here. Now, because he was emptying them as I added the other 2 things in, he didn't add those 2, but normally they would dump their whole loot load over there. So that is how you use the actual entry-level one, where you kind of get their resources, have them harvest it, and then automate putting it into a storage box for you. You can also work this with a actual dedicated storage, as long as the dedicated storage is nearby. It's got to be really close to where they actually drop off their resources. Otherwise, they have a little bit of a pain when doing that. And that is exactly how the harvesting version works. Now, you can do this from a distance too, by the way. I'm going to go ahead and show you one of my automated bots over here. I have this guy set to automate to gather blue gems and crystal. He should be coming back. He is. And he's maybe looking for more. Yeah, so he's got a bunch of crystal for me, which is pretty awesome. You'll see he's harvesting some more over here. And then what he's going to do is he's going to take it into this box, because this is my storage box. And he's going to upload the gems, and he's going to upload the crystal. And that is exactly how these guys work. So, get perfect example. He says, I'm going to go ahead and load. And then watch. Boom. Look at all that crystal. And he is good to go on that. Now, he will do that constantly, and the really cool thing about this will then transport it to my other location, but that's how you work the harvest bot. Now the next step, this guy gets a little bit more complicated, okay, but it's not too bad. What you can do is you can give this guy pick up commands, so you want him to control things. But essentially what he's going to do is he's going to pick up anything that he sees and dump it into dedicated storage, or dump it into a box that it actually belongs into. Now I'll go ahead and grab some metal so you can see what I'm talking about. Is metal really not on my command list right now? Maybe there it is. Okay, GFI metal. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and unload my metal in here. And as soon as it cooks, you're going to see this guy wake up, grab the metal, and then take it to my dedicated storage. You can also, apparently there's a Ravager over there, that's unfortunate. They do not defend themselves very well, so you will need to get defense near these things or put them only in your base. You'll notice as soon as this thing makes metal, Survivor Mate is going to wake up. This is the version that is not the harvester, by the way. This is the organizer. He's going to grab the metal and he's going to place it inside of that box right there. Now, there's the 19 metal right there. Now, he should wake up in a second here and then go over there and toss the metal inside of this right here. As long as we have these buttons in the bottom right where it's enable automated deposit and enable automated withdrawal. Now, I know this is very confusing. It took me a while to figure it out, but once you get moving with it, it does make quite a bit of sense. So what I will say is he doesn't have the metal in his inventory thing, so sometimes you have to actually add it into his inventory in order to get him to organize it. So let's go ahead and drop off this, and then we'll go ahead and add track as an input. And you'll notice that he says, okay, cool, I recognize this as an input of mine now. He'll walk over to the dedicated storage, and he'll go ahead and toss that stuff in there. See how he says 445? Now he'll recognize this to the left right here. He should go ahead and open it up. Come on now, buddy. There he goes. Oh, he's moving around. He's decided to be annoying right now, but oh well. Normally what'll happen is they'll grab this metal ingot right here, and then as long as this thing exists, we can say, hey, I want you to go ahead and dump it over here, and he'll pick it up and dump it out. Now, you can also add it to our input list in order to say how many we want in there, but it's up to you. So if you take it out of remove as input, sometimes overcomplicating is a pain in the butt, but it does work. Alright, so that is how this guy works. The butler's a little bit more confusing due to the fact that you've kind of got to be like, he's more of an organizing tool, whereas the other ones are gathering and putting into a loot chest. He is someone, this guy, if I was to bring a whole bunch of stuff and put it into one chest, he'll organize it into my other locations. So let's say I have a crystal, right? I've got some crystal here, I've got some flint. He's going to immediately say, oh, this doesn't belong in this chest, I have an area to put it. He'll pick it up, and then he'll move it to this location over here. Please. What are you doing? Are you picking this up too? Alright, and there you go. So he goes ahead and puts it over into the crystal location. Just like that. So, pretty useful. That's how the harvester works. That's how the organizer one works. Apparently there's a ravager that's just killing my stuff up there, so that's pretty freaking cool. So don't do this just in an open location. Have some turrets up or something to kill the wilds. And then the last one, this guy right here, right? So this is our repair bot. The repair bot works in a very interesting way. Whenever something is damaged inside of your base, you can actually have him repair it. Now I'm going to go ahead and damage something just so, you know, we want him to work. We now know that this has been damaged, or that has been damaged, right? He says, okay, I see that it's been damaged. I'm going to gather the resources that I need. I'm going to go ahead. Oh man, sometimes again their line of sight is not very good. Wow. Really bad in this case. Maybe I should have. So one thing that I think that I need to be better about, not just, you know, me, Ark in general, is sometimes this line of sight thing is not super great. So if you could raise these, that might be the best way, because they do get blocked really easily. But normally what'll happen is he'll pick up those resources, he'll run over here, and then he'll immediately repair this ramp that just got destroyed. You do not need to set anything special for them, they just automatically do it. So, in order to do that, you can go over here and see how this one's my butler bot. If I wanted to spawn another one, all I would have to do is just hit E on the, let's go back to Survivor Mate. Let's go ahead and place one down, and then say, okay, if he is not working out for us, I want you to go fix things because he's being a bozo brain, and I need to give you some cement or cementing paste in order to actually fix that, because I don't have a box for that. But as long as he has the resources that he needs, he will acknowledge that this is destroyed, and he will see it. And there he goes. He said, I've gotten it. And assuming he doesn't get caught behind, like that one just did, looks like he's going to, because apparently I set this up like an idiot. Ugh, I'm going to go ahead and move this. Why not? I'm just going to pick it up. There we go. Alright, so now they're going to go ahead and head over there as long as there's an open path, and then boom, they go ahead and laser that, and they're good to go. So if they have extra resources, the cool thing is they'll put them back inside of the resource bin, which is obviously pretty convenient, but as long as you have this stuff and there's not like a wall that blocks them, they will more than happily grab all the things that you have. Now, notice how this has a, I want crystal and stuff like that in there. Unfortunately, it's hard to work the dedicated storage because there's like a section that takes and a section that runs with it, and it just doesn't work out perfectly all the time. So you sometimes have to just pick it up yourself. But those are the 3 different survivor mates. There's also the follow command one. The follow one is obviously pretty simple. It just follows you, but the butler and the repair and the harvest. Hopefully all 3 of those. Now this is very basic level. Obviously there's some complex things that you can run with this, but these guys can pretty much automate everything in your entire base, which is pretty freaking cool if you ask me. Now I'm sure they'll work on their targeting, because this is kind of, you know, terrible. If he's almost encumbered, I want him to actually recognize that he's encumbered and then actually go take care of it, but sometimes it's not perfect, so they will work on it. But hopefully this video helps you out, and other than that, teach. Yo guys, what is up? It's Teach here, coming at you again with another video over on Ark Survival Ascended, and in this video I'm going to show you how to make a completely automated berry farm inside of the game with the new addition of Survivor Mate. Now, obviously you can see that I've got some Butler Survivor Mates walking around. It tends to, you tend to need a few of them in order for this to work, because they sometimes stop and take their mandated break, is what they say. But for the most part, they will harvest your berries for you and then place them in the fridge. You just need to know exactly how to do it and what to do. It's really, really helpful. And so I started this about, let's call it 30 minutes ago. And this is what I'm looking like right now. So that's almost a fridge full there. That one still hasn't been full. This one's just, I mean, we're getting a lot of berries really quickly. Now, I do have a whole bunch of these, and I've learned a lot of mistakes on how to not do it and how to do it, so I'll show you how to set it up really quickly, and it's going to be super useful. If you haven't seen my Survivor Mate video to tell you everything you need to know about them, check that out. That'll make this quite a bit easier, but let's go ahead and get started. So essentially what you're going to do is you are going to place down small crop plots or regular crop plots, depending on what you want to grow. In all of mine, I have Mejo berries, so they are growing at maximum speed that is allowed by a server, so the survivor mates will come and pick it up. And then, so that's what I'm currently growing. Now, the big thing that you want to watch out for when you place your crop plots, you want to make sure there's room between them, because survivor mate will sometimes get stuck on the other side of things. But if you have room between your crop plots to be able to move around and do what I'm doing right now, Survivor Mate will be able to figure it out, and he will take all of the berries that are available. You can see this guy said, I'm going to take a break now. We're going to go ahead and pick him up because he's going to be used as our example anyways. So sometimes they'll kind of just stop, and I'll explain how to get them going again in just a second here. So now we've talked about the type of crop plot. You can use any type of berry, like I said. You can use narcos, stem berries, whatever you want. It doesn't matter. You can grow all of them, and the Survivor Mate will help you keep it all organized. And then the only thing that you'll need is a Survivor Mate, those crop plots we talked about, and then a place to put the berries. Now I've got them in a refrigerator with berries labeled, and he will automatically put it over there. So I'm just going to go show you a little neat trick. Now, I'm sure they will fix this, by the way, but for right now, sometimes when Survivor Mate stops moving, you have to leave render range, and then when you go back inside of render range, they start doing their jobs again. I don't know why they do that, but they do for some reason. See how they've gone back to working. He's like, okay, I should probably empty the berries. Yes, you should. Thank you for doing that. But let's go ahead and talk about how to set your Survivor Mate up in order to actually automate your farm. So the first thing you're going to need is a Survivor Mate themselves. So go ahead and place him down, and you'll see he spawns in the follower mode. That is not the mode that we want them in. So what you're going to do is you're going to take the resources or the berries that you want this guy to harvest. Now, for every single berry that you want him to harvest, you will be required, this is not a joke, you will need to place them in an inventory and set them as the required function. So if I have Mejo berry, I'm going to go ahead and then add his input, see how it moves it down there. And then once you've done that, you're going to go ahead and set him to butler mode. Now, the purple mode is butler mode, and what's going to happen is they are eventually going to see the berries inside of these, and then they are going to pick the berries out of those. And in order to pick the berries out of those, you have to have enable automated withdrawal. Now you can add as input here if you want to leave certain number of stacks in there, but it doesn't, you know, it doesn't matter all that much. You can, but just up to you if you want to do that. So basically, enabling automated withdrawal will let your survivor mate pull berries from this and place them inside of your refrigerator. In order to place them inside of the refrigerator, you need to right-click, add as input, and then type the number of stacks you want to be inside of the fridge. 80 is the maximum number of stacks, so I've gone ahead and set that as the maximum. Now, because they've stopped again, it's because I'm just right next to them and they get like confused. I'm sure Ark will fix this like I just said, but if you leave render range for a hot second, they will think about what they're doing with their lives, take their emotional breaks that they need to take, and then they will return to work. Now, if you have them set up for more than one task, it seems to help quite a bit. When they only have one task, they tend to get a little bit lost. I'm not really sure why. But they do. So see how this guy, even though I left render range, the other three haven't quite recognized their tasks yet. This guy is like, I'm going to go ahead and start harvesting berries for you. And then he will keep doing that. And once he has harvested those berries, see how he's like, okay, I should probably get the other berries. Yes, you should. And then once he gets full, he will put them inside of this zone. So how do you set this pad up, right? So the big things that you want to look for is to avoid any structure collision problems. See how he's still collecting? We're going to go ahead and I'm just going to show you real quick. You don't even need a pad, technically. It just helps. I'm just going to build one off of the side of this thing. And yeah, so you will need quite a bit of space to run the survivor mate, because for some reason, in small, congested areas, they get stuck and they get really pissy. So we're going to go ahead and avoid that. So it's going to take a second for that to all go away, but it will. And then you can also, in case you're nearby berries that can be collected, you can actually change their mode to harvester mode. And this is kind of cool because they'll start clearing berries from nearby, and he'll pick up all of the berries and then put them inside of the fridges too. So like that's both ways to make an automated farm. All right, so anyways, from scratch, we've got our crop plots. Let's go ahead and place down some more crop plots. Where are my crop plots? I had them. There they are. All right, so we're going to go ahead and just place single crop plots on the outside here. And the reason I'm doing it on the outside is if you place them in the middle, the survivor mate tends to get confused, tends to get lost, and it's not super great. So once you have this, you're going to go ahead and take fertilizer. I need to make some fertilizer. I'm going to go ahead and get fertilizer. I'm going to deposit some in there and then some in there. It doesn't matter how much. As long as you keep them fertilized, you're pretty good to go. Now you can also, this is a fun one, you can automate the fertilizer process. So I can actually set this right-click as an input. And if I want to keep 5 stacks in there, I can basically enable my bot to automatically put stacks inside of that. So let's go ahead and go to, let's just make a storage box, right? Really, it's not going to work for me. Okay, storage box. All right, so let's go ahead and slap this thing down. And let's take our fertilizer, place it in there. We'll go ahead and enable automated withdrawal. And basically what will happen is we're telling the bots now it's kind of like a programming kind of thing, right? So add as input 5 stacks, add as input 5 stacks if I want to keep 5 constantly in each one of these things. And he will automatically remember to do that. Now sometimes it takes a second, and sometimes when they overlap like this, when you got multiple butlers, it doesn't seem to be super helpful, but it's more of when they only have one task, it'll cause problems for them. But again, like I said, leaving render range tends to fix them from, I don't know, from stalling, if you want to think of it that way. See, as soon as I left render range, he resumes his task. So I'm going to go ahead and go over here, and I should have some more fertilizer. And now I can add that as an input for him. I can go ahead and add this as an input for him. And as long as it's in their input menu, they will actually continue to gather those things. And that's kind of what we're trying to do. And again, you can go over here and right-click Add as Input. And it should start working automatically. Now notice how that guy just started getting back to work. And we're going to go ahead and say, okay, so now he's got his stuff. He's picking up his fertilizer. And wait, did he just pull the fertilizer out of that? It's because, yeah, that's why. I was like, why is that happening? you have to set these to add as input
Dale,
5 stacks for all of them.
espérate por ti.
Otherwise, he's going to pull the fertilizer out of it. So you want to make sure that 5 stacks is set inside of each of these things. Because if 5 stacks is not set on each of those things, perfect. Now look at this. See how he immediately went over there and he was like, okay, 5 stacks is what I need. And that's how you do it. All right. So now we have essentially entirely automated this entire farm by, notice how he's going to go over this box. He's going to be like, I need to pull fertilizer, and then he'll go back over there. Isn't that sweet? So now, and the cool thing too, is when they have more than one task, it seems to fix their like inability to move. As long as they've got the mejo berries and the fertilizer as their options, they will start actually moving around and doing what they need to do, which is kind of nice, obviously. So yeah, so you can pretty much automate the whole task, and it makes it very nice. But that is pretty much the basics of automating a farm. You can do this with all berries, but the secrets are to add as input 5 stacks, and then once you have that added as an input, they will automatically go over to that, and then you enable automated withdrawal out of that, and yeah, should be pretty helpful. And then obviously you can see they're all focused on this side over here. I don't know why, but that's what they decided to focus on. But hopefully this video helps you out, is how you automate a farm, and they will continue to fill these fridges as long as someone renders them occasionally. They will go ahead and fill all your fridges, and yeah, just keep putting more and more berries in there, making an automated farm completely possible. So anyways, hopefully this video helps you out, and other than that, teach.
Hello, welcome back for another video on Ark Survival Ascended. Today I'll be showcasing the top 10 creatures you need to tame for Extinction Ascended. As always, I won't be including any paid DLC creatures, so let's not mess around and let's get straight into it. Kicking off our list at number 10, we have the Enforcer, an element-consuming mechanical robot, found commonly guarding the entire Sanctuary City. To obtain one, you can craft a primitive one at a city terminal, and to find a higher level blueprint, you'll need to venture out and hunt down some wild Enforcers. Typically, the higher level you kill, the higher level of the blueprint. Once crafted at a city terminal or tech replicator, you'll have yourself a nice little versatile traveling mount. With its high stamina and ability to scale vertical surfaces and ceilings with ease, or bolting away from danger with its teleportation ability, plus being fully immune to fall damage, will make the Enforcer a great traversal mount for almost any occasion. Preferring element, shards or dust as food, no idea why you'd want to feed them element, as element dust is plentiful on Extinction. It also boasts a high weight stat and can come in very handy as a resource gatherer, utilizing its sharp claws to slice up lampposts, tables and chairs in the sanctuary for a nice amount of element dust, crystal, scrap metal and electronics, or from killing corrupted creatures, as it will deal a whopping 4 times damage to them, which in turn can make a high level Enforcer a valuable asset when defending the easy and medium difficulty OSDs. In at number 9 is the Doedicarus, which would never usually make a top 10 creature list on other maps. However, I do believe them to be a valuable asset for resource gathering, and the Doed excels at this, especially on Extinction. Found spawning everywhere throughout the Desert Dome and rarely below the obelisk in the Sanctuary, tamed via typical knockout methods, and preferring regular kibble. Saddled up at level 34, you will be rolling around in no time at all. Known for its exceptional stone gathering capabilities, and with a massive 75% weight reduction for it, on Extinction, however, you will be heading straight for the lampposts, tables and chairs in the Sanctuary, which when paired with the Argentavis makes for the perfect farming team. The Doed is by far the most efficient gatherer when harvesting these structures in the city, which is why it makes the list. In at number 8 is the Gas Bags, one of the best farming creatures in the game, found within the majority of the wasteland while being slightly more common in the southern regions. Taming, however, can be a little bit of a challenge due to it constantly inflating itself, giving it damage reduction, but it can be frozen in place with a creature featured later on this list to make taming it much easier. I would highly advise trapping it if you plan on taming it. I'm pretty certain I saw Captain Fat Dog upload a trap recently, so be sure to check that one out rather than look at this ugly trap by build, preferring superior kibble for the best taming efficiency. Once tamed, can be ridden with or without a saddle, which can be unlocked at level 43, which can also seat one passenger too. It has the unique ability of blowing itself up like a balloon, filling itself with gas. The amount of gas it holds is determined by leveling its oxygen stat. Using this to traverse can be quite a challenge to master, as it does take max full damage if you run out of gas mid-air. But of course that can also be avoided simply by dismounting. And it is well worth getting to grips with, as there's no better way to get you to and from those glorious metal nodes. Ideally with a mining drill in hand after the release of Genesis Part 1. With a very high weight stat, you'll be able to quickly haul the Castmax is also an extremely tanky beast, which when fully inflated will receive 80% damage reduction from the incoming attacks, making it the perfect bullet sponge for many occasions. It is no fighter by any means, bless it. However, its farming capabilities are too good to ignore, especially with any non-fire maps. Taking the number 7 spot is the Mech, another mechanical robot which will be your new best friend when it comes to facing the titans of extinction. Unlocked as a whopping level 91 and requires elements of to perform most of their actions, excluding running, moving and slashing. Able to traverse great distances with its jetpack, consuming elements as fuel and generating heat. Unless you want to become a sitting duck, or at least for a short time, but you definitely don't want that happening at the worst of times. Boasting a tech pistol for range damage output at the cost of element heat as you spray and pray down your enemies. At close range it can be deadly, wielding a giant tech sword that is ready to slice and dice up anything in your way. And with a range where turrets are non-existent, can flatten it in no time at all with its giant AoE attack. The mech, if need be, can also come in very handy for hoarding cargo across the wasteland with its very high base weight stats. After defeating a hard or legendary OSD, you will have a high chance of finding a blueprint for these bad boys. And once equipping any of the 4 module attachments, make it a force to be reckoned with. It's a more controller throwing down a force field to block incoming projectiles, giving all allies 30% damage reduction when inside the bubble. Enemies can, however, enter the bubble at their own risk, as if they do decide to enter and realise it ain't the place to be. As upon leaving the bubble, they will receive 40% increased damage taken, while also having their movement speed decreased by 30% for the duration of 30 seconds. Its anti-swarm controller works kinda like a sand turret, able to fire a barrage of 16 rockets at the target to inflict some big damage, which will require rocket pods as ammunition. Its target killer module is basically a giant cannon with cannon shells and ammunition, able to also deal high damage. The final module is a little different to the other 3. It is the Mecha Killer, aka Mommy, which can be merged with 3 other mechs after attaching it to a mech, transforming it into the Mega Mech, which can be a valuable asset in taking down the Alpha King Titan. Able to dish out a massive amount of damage with its sword. In PvP, a mech will deal 3 times damage with its pistol and a massive 9 times damage to tame Titans, making them extremely useful to have at hand in defending your base. In at number 6 is the Resource and Loot Goblin, that is the Gacha. One of my personal favourites on the list, the Gacha is my best friend. You will find the Gacha spawning deep down in the sunken forest, tamed via a unique taming method where it picks up items off the ground that you throw down in front of it, which ranges from almost anything and everything. However, structures being the preferred taming food, with greenhouse structures seemingly giving the best taming effectiveness, followed by metal structures. I recommend using ceilings because they are cheaper than foundations. I personally just tame them in stone structures or metal because they're much easier to craft, and I'm okay with losing a few levels. Once tamed and set up at level 38, it will produce gacha crystals when fed. Ideally, you can brand them full of stone because it is cheap and cheerful. Have yourself a pack of mass axe nearby and enable gacha crystal collection, and it will pick up crystals that your gachas drop. All wild gachas will produce different resources once tamed, when accessing their radial menu, having 6 options to choose from. And if you're lucky enough, you can even find one that can produce black pearls or the very, very rare element dust. So it's worth taming any and every level when searching for a gacha, specifically for the purpose of producing resources. For gacha to be most effective, you will want to only have one male and one female close together, as if there are more nearby, they will become sad, causing them to not drop as many crystals and not pick up items off the ground. And we don't want that. We want our gachas to be having an absolute blast. You can, however, own multiple pairs if they are far enough away from other pairs, roughly around 10 or so foundations apart. The quality of loot can be improved by types of food they eat. You can chuck a load of plant species wide traps inside them, or have yourself a snow owl or 2 parked in front of them, so they can pick up their owl pellets whenever dropped, while leveling up its crafting skill to 160% or above. With meeting all this criteria, your gacha will become a master of producing loot and resources alike. The gacha's utility does not end there. If you are feeling adventurous, they can also come in handy when taking them for a walk outside your base. They can be useful for gathering basic resources and used to move
Dale peso que
while having 50%
un montón de metales ahí.
Being able to passively produce resources and tasty loot in abundance from the comfort of your own base, which is what makes the gacha so much like dinosaur by many survivors, mainly due to its defensive capabilities. Found throughout the desert biome and more commonly around the edges of the dome. A simple, not so simple knockout team preferring regular kibble. Saddled up at
podemos sacar los metales que necesitamos para crear la base que copa
attack that deals average damage. The Velonosaur comes into its own.
Ahora mismo podemos sacar los metales.
However, can quickly outburst, especially when ridden, due to its ranged attacks.
Posiblemente es que vamos a rendir. Porque por ahí mismo está eso.
As they can be sent into turret mode, stick it on aggressive, and it will no doubt any targets in range at the cost of its own stamina, while also draining its food stamina. Although sadly was affected by its many damage when in its state, either way the Velonosaur will be a very sight to behold, found rarely spawning throughout the entirety of the wasteland, and of course requires a unique method of passive taming, preferring element in your final hotbar slot. Once fed will follow you for 1 minute, at which point you need to learn to but you will have to defend it from waves of corrupted creatures, while it chows down on that tasty element base. Difficulty does matter in gaining the most taming effectiveness possible, so you will need to run the alpha element veins for that, which of course you'll need some more tactics than just a shotgun. It's not too bad really. I believe the Dreadnoughtus is immune to you and your creature's damage in it when taming it, which makes it much more doable. Once tamed, you can unlock the saddle at a whopping level 100. The Dreadnoughtus has a variety of powerful attacks at its disposal. A head bash frontal attack, deals damage, and the biggest knockback you've ever seen. A tail swipe attack also dealing high damage and knockback. Both attacks are great arms and berries and are pretty slow to perform, but I guess it would make it pretty overpowered if they could attack as fast as a Bronto. It has 2 ranged attacks at its disposal when controls are placed inside its inventory. It can smash out as a massive coast of projectiles. Not too sure how this works yet. As far as I know, it can hit structures and can even damage tech tier. And yes, has a ranged attack just like Godzilla. This can also be charged maximise its damage output, capping at 20. Well, I'm not sure if this is intentional, but yes, it does also appear to contain sweet veggie cakes, and they can also breed, so I can imagine a fully imprinted one could be a force to be reckoned with. Of course, you can also place a variety of different structures onto the platform saddle and make yourself a mobile base. It's also dealt to the Dreadnoughtus itself as a whole, so you definitely wouldn't want to go into battle against the Titan with the crib on top. Speaking of Titans, it deals 50% extra damage to them and gains 50% damage resistance against them too. In at number 3 we have the Carcharodontosaurus. The Carcha is a valuable asset in making your extinction journey a whole lot easier, and in this instance it does everything around the edges of the snow dome with a unique taming method for it to build up its trust, and proceeding to kill as many creatures as you possibly can to improve its taming effectiveness, which you will rinse and repeat until it is tamed. Saddled up at a whopping level 96 with a wide variety of passive buffs at its disposal. Killing Frenzy to temporarily give it a speed boost, which occurs after every killing blow. Dreaded, which decreases any healing the target receives with every bite. A Roar giving the incited buff to nearby allies, temporarily increasing their movement speed, which will drain any Blood Rage stacks, which leads us on to it. Blood Rage is the reason why the Carcha is superior to the Giga. Although it does have a lower base damage to that of a Giga, with every kill the Carcha gains will increase its Blood Rage counter, which will give it 1.75% extra damage and healing rate per stack, which when maxed out at 100 stacks, gives the Carcha a whopping 175% increased damage and healing rate. This makes them exceptionally good for defending hard and legendary OSDs, which is probably some of the more challenging PvE content in the game. Karka makes this challenge much more bearable, and OSDs are the best ways to farm loot on extinction, and everybody loves hoarding all that tasty loot, which is why the Karka makes it so high up on the list. Almost taking the #1 spot is the Managama, and most definitely will be #1 for a lot of survivors, but for me it came down to my own personal preference. The ice jumper is found spawning throughout the entirety of the snow biome. A simple knockout tame, though it is definitely far from a simple knockout tame due to its jumping around and vanishing into thin air out of nowhere, so it is best to use a form of trap. Once trapped, it will then become a simple process of KO and prefer an exceptional kibble. Once tamed and saddled up at level 66, you'll have yourself a very versatile traveling mount with an exceptional running speed and the ability to jump numerous times in succession to boost itself into the air, strafing left and right and able to dash forward through the air like you just don't care, at the cost of a nice chunk of stamina usage, of course. It is equipped with a regular bite attack that deals decent damage and a ranged ice breath attack that it can use when on the ground, dealing a lot of damage per tick when within its effective range. Will scale when leveling its melee damage, and of course will drain stamina for as long as the attack key is held down, dealing exceptional damage, and if that wasn't enough, it will also temporarily freeze the target in place and slow them down. It has a crosshair when jumping that if you press the attack key it can dive bomb targets below for some big boy damage. It's no secret that the Managama is the go-to pick as a battle and travel mount for many survivors. And taking the #1 spot is none other than the Snow Owl. I was weighing up the Snow Owl and the Managama for a very long time, and it did just come down to utility and preference. Surprisingly, the first legit flyer on the list, also found within the snow biome, and a very much simple knockout tame, and preferring superior kibble, so you can't go wrong there. Saddled up at level 61 with its high speed and stamina, a decent flying speed, able to dive and swoop at super fast silent assassin speeds. When diving and hitting the ground will stun and slow any targets within the blast radius for 5 seconds, while also receiving damage reduction from all incoming attacks. When pressing and holding the alternate attack key, it can encase anything in ice within an 8-meter radius, which can be performed for as long as its stamina stat will allow. This keeps creatures frozen, pauses food consumption, and restores 65 health per second. Incoming damage is also reduced by 87.5%. It can also use this ability on wild creatures, as I think it's safe to say that we've all been there where we wanted to knock out a creature so bad, but it is on the brink of death, and we full well know it's gonna die if we try knocking it out. While those days are now over, the Snow Owl allows you to quickly heal up any wild creatures that you want to tame. It doesn't have the strongest bite attack by any means, but when it comes to scouting, it is an invaluable asset to any player. Able to use its infrared vision to see clearly now the ground clutter is gone. It can easily scout for potential threats that the naked eye could easily miss. Snow Owls are also great to have sat around your base. The Snow Owl pellets that they puke up will make for exceptional instant fertilizer holding 50,000 units, which is only 4k units less than actual fertilizer, so it is a tasty bit of food for your crops. And of course, as previously mentioned in the video, these pellets are consumed by the gacha to buff the loot that they drop, and of course we love to gobble up all that loot in Ark. And finally, as mentioned earlier in the video, the Snow Owl's freeze ability can be used when taming the gas bags. It will cause the gas bags to fully deflate, allowing for full torpor per hit with your tranks. There are many reasons that make the Snow Owl so great, which is why I decided to put it at #1. Which brings us to the end of the video. I hope you all enjoyed it, and if you did, please don't forget to like, comment, share around, and subscribe for more Ark content. There's plenty more, and there's plenty more to come. And I hope you all have a great Christmas and a happy New Year, and I'll catch you all in the next one. Take care. Goodbye. Ho, 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 ho. Merry Christmas. Hello, welcome back for another video on Ark Survival Ascended, and today I'm going to showcase 40 new features on the new Extinction map. The first half of the video will be free features included with the map, and the second half of the video will be new features from Bob's Tall Tales DLC pack. So without further ado, let's get straight into it. There's no better way to begin the video than with the behemoth that is the Dreadnoughtus. Finally coming to the game, entering Extinction in style. This thing is an absolute monster, dubbed the Titan Killer, and for good reason. Heavily dealing more more damage and taking less damage from Titans in particular. Let's go over its abilities real quick. The Dreadnoughtus has a variety of powerful attacks at its disposal. A head bash frontal attack, dealing some hefty damage and the biggest knockback you've ever seen. A tail swipe attack, also dealing high damage and knockback. Both attacks are great for harvesting berries and are pretty slow to perform, but I guess it would make it pretty overpowered if they could attack as fast as a Bronto. It has 2 ranged attacks at its disposal. When cannonballs are placed inside its inventory, they can be spat out as acid-coated projectiles. I'm not too sure how this works yet, but as far as I know, it can obliterate structures and can even damage tech tier. I will be diving into the abilities in more detail in a future video. And yes, as you all may have already seen, it has a ranged attack just like Godzilla. This can also be charged up while being attacked by corrupted creatures to maximize its damage output, capping at 20. Oh, and I'm not sure if this is intentional, but yes, it does also appear to heal from sweet veggie cakes. And they can also breed, so I can imagine a fully imprinted one could be a force to be reckoned with. There is a lot to love about the Dreadnoughtus, and I can't wait to pull it through its paces. New weather events are out to devastate the wastes. There were some in ASE, but wow, not like this. How awesome do these meteor showers look? It really is a beautiful sight, if I do say so myself. The weather effects in this game honestly look amazing, and they kind of outdid themselves here. There is also what I believe is lightning storms. I don't think this impacts gameplay in any way, but it does look very cool. Tech creatures are not a new feature, however they did not come with Extinction in ASE. They came with the Extinction Chronicles, so a lot of people were not expecting to see the Tech Raptor, Stego, Parasaur, Rex and Quetzal back with Extinction. Well, they are back and looking bigger and better than ever. The Quetzal is absolutely beautiful. As always, whenever a new map releases, more wild babies release alongside it. You can find baby tech creatures minus the tech Quetzal, the Armadoggo from Bob's Tall Tales, which we will get onto later in the video, the Velonosaur, and the Gacha, which is my favourite. Sadly, there's no Snow Owl babies, so once again they were fully baiting us with the trailer where we saw Snow Owl babies in it. I don't know why, but why can't they stop baiting us and just add flyer babies already? The distance that other pairs of Gachas can be to each other before becoming unhappy has been reduced by 33%. So instead of being around 14 foundations apart, I ain't that great at math, but it will now be more around 10 or so foundations in ASA. The Pego has gone from the most annoying creature in the game to being one of the most useful in your base. And I really love that they added this feature to the Pego, as it fits it so well. When accessing its radial menu, it will have the option to enable Gacha Crystal Collection. This feature is awesome. It basically works exactly like an Oviraptor when collecting dropped eggs, but instead of eggs, it will pick up any nearby Gacha crystals, which will go straight into its inventory. The Pego is going to be a must-have for all those Gacha farms. Another change.
Sería buena posición de verdad. ir a abrir un montón de orbs. Vamos a matar esto.
Hello, welcome back for...
Yo, guys, what is up? It's Teach. Yo, guys, what is up? It's Teach here, coming at you again with another video over on Ark Survival Ascended, and I am going to show you something that should hopefully help you guys out if you are having issues with the quality of the game, as in it keeps crashing on you, or it just is super stuttery, super laggy, you're getting bad FPS, all of that stuff. Aberration did just release, so it's not going to be super optimized. You can see that I'm running it. I'm doing okay. It's still a little bit stuttery. I am on single player mode. But it does, I mean, it runs okay. So I'm going to show you some commands that you can do to prevent that real quick. So I'm going to go ahead and copy paste these in, and you can look underneath the description of this video in order to see these commands. So you can just copy and paste from my video. Boom, right there. So it's going to take a second for it to load in. It makes everything a little bit less pretty, obviously, as you can see. and everything shadow-wise kind of gets gotten rid of, if you want to think of it that way. But just so you can see stat.fps, or FPS, what is it, stat.fps? I can't remember what it is. FPS, yeah, stat FPS. So you can see I'm hitting 49 on epic settings right now. I can also drop all of my other settings, so I can do shadow quality. Let's see here, r.shadow quality. Let's go back up to 1 on this guy. Ooh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted r.shadow quality. Come on now, game. r.shadow quality. It's kind of hard to look over my mic to make sure I'm typing that right. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and go to 1. You can change the shadow quality and put that back up, and it won't have a major impact on it. See how it brings everything back to a little bit of a prettier view. But all those other commands in combination are going to give you a massive boost in your FPS. Now, other things that you can do, by the way, is go into your settings, go to video and graphics. These two things are things you're going to want to change. So video, you can cap your frame rate. That'll prevent your computer from trying to get max. So you can cap it at 60 and that's just fine. DLSS, if you have a NVIDIA card, you can use that. It doesn't seem to help too much, but you know, it is what it is. They haven't released their so-called 80% performance increase yet because apparently there's some issues going on with it. But inside of graphics, there's also a few things that you can change. So you have on Epic everything over here. The things you have to turn off: motion blur, light blooms, light shafts, low light enhancement. Turn off this enable foliage and fluid interaction, and that should pretty much give you everything that you need. And you can still run these on pretty high, but if you're still experiencing issues, drop these down a little bit, and that'll help you out a ton. But you can see that just by I ran those commands, and I went from maybe getting 20 FPS to double to triple that without changing anything off of Epic. So that's a huge game changer. You just need to leave the those commands, and it'll help you a ton. You can see that I'm hovering around, even flying at like hyper speeds. I'm keeping a pretty good overall. Okay, yeah, it's a little bit not so pretty down here, so that kind of sucks, but I'm keeping, like, FPS isn't really dropping, even though I'm getting a crazy amount of stuff on my screen right now. So just typing in those commands and changing those few things that I had in settings for you will make your game run so much better. And if you're still experiencing issues like that I was telling you about, you can drop that shadow quality back down to 0. It will make things not very pretty. I will warn you on that. Obviously, you can see. But it will prevent your game from having like mecha issues, and yeah, so it'll keep things pretty rendered. And obviously looking up can be problematic, but if you look down, it'll help you out a ton. So I use these commands, especially if I'm playing on PvP server. Pretty working, but it will make things run so much smoother and prevent you from having those game crashes. So, anyways, hopefully this video helps you out. I will not reach. Wow.
Medalla y damos el chemistry bench.
Guys, what is up? It's Teach here, coming at you again with another video over on Ark Survival Ascended. And in this video, I'm going to show you a bunch of things that are increasing your FPS and increase the quality of your game to make it a little bit of a better experience. So whether you have high settings or low settings, these are things you can turn on or off in order to make your game run much smoother, like percentage gaps. I'm going to start off right now with 5 major things that you can do inside, and then I'll do another 10 after that will also help you. But these first 5 are going to help you on such a ridiculous level. It's almost funny. Like, we're talking 10-ish% better performance per one of these things that I'm showing you right now. So I'm going to go ahead and do stat FPS so you can see what I'm talking about. Stat FPS. You didn't know what stat FPS does is in the middle right of my screen. Essentially what it does is it opens up a tracker. You can see that I'm currently at 45. So the first command that we're going to do is r.contact shadows. Wow, I just typed in contract. r.contact shadows. Now, if you type in 0, what this is going to do is it's going to prevent things from causing shadows. Now, this is going to jump up the FPS, and if you put it at 0, you'll notice that everything tends to get a little bit brighter. Now, this increases mine, so it's consistently sitting, I don't know, a couple FPS higher. Notice how that burning wave is going to cause that problem. So, but that's kind of the point of this. So when I'm not having that burning wave that's causing the whole screen to shake, it's going to increase really just a lot. So, I can also get rid of that superheat. Stop superheat. You're not going to do that for me? Stop superheat. Superheat. Wow. Stop superheat. There we go. All right, so it's going to actually reduce the actual temperature, so it allows it to get a little bit more of an FPS boost. Now, obviously, you can still see in the distance it's causing that, but so let's move on to the next one. So that's going to be a huge one for you. So R.dynamic, and there's a lot of commands that have this one. Global illumination method, and what you're going to do is type in 0. So you can see that essentially global illumination can be baked into maps. It's going to essentially just change a few of the things for illumination. You can see that it kind of immediately made a big difference. We're at 53 FPS right now, so that's another big chunk of percentage right now that we've gained, and it doesn't look that much worse. It actually looks we're also going to go to another one, R.lumen. Notice how there's a ton of lumen commands. Reflections. See where it says allow? R.reflection or R.lumen. Reflections. Allow. And you're going to hit space, and then you're going to hit 0. Now what this is going to do is it's essentially, notice how we're going to get a little bit more FPS. We're climbing into the 53 range. And it's just going to cause the light reflections to be removed. Again, the game looks just fine still. There's no major differences. You're noticing that I can turn a little bit better, and I'm still sitting in the 50s instead of dropping into the low 40s. So that's a pretty big difference. Now we're going to move again, another big one. So and these are on, by the way, I'm on max settings. Shadow.csm. Now this is a big one. And max cascades. Now, this is the number of cascades that will render down directional light shadows. Now, if you set this to 0, it's another of our little boosts that we're going to use. You'll notice kind of a little bit of a difference, and it's going to climb up. See how we're hitting 51 now, moving around just a little bit. And these are big changes. So, next up, R.nanite. Now, here's another one, nanite.max pixels per edge. Now, this one right here, you can do however you want. My recommendation is to set it to 4, and notice how that is an immediate thing that changes it. Now we're sitting in the 60s, right? So if I'm moving around, there's 63, and essentially that just changes the triangles that you're seeing. Now again, it doesn't really make a major difference with your game, in my opinion. It seems to be pretty, like these are, like you're still having a map, if that makes sense, and I still have a pretty good looking game. And I'm sitting in the high 60s, right? Now if I turn, depending on the way I'm looking, now we're sitting at 70, and if I look way off into the distance, and my view distance is maximum, I'm still sitting in the middle 50s-ish. Now, those are 5 really strong ones. Now, if you don't mind, if this is helping you a little bit, even if you're using some of these commands, smack that like button, leave a comment below for the algorithm, and then consider subbing to the channel. Now, I'm in the heat, so it's going to cause me to take a little bit of additional damage. So I'm going to go ahead and hide my character just for a second here. Because I don't really want to do that. You know, I'll just go to DCM mode. That'll make it a little bit easier so we don't have to worry about some of this stuff. So, now that that's gone away, that should save us quite a bit. So now we're sitting in the mid-50s, and I want to go to the next one. So this one is another one that's kind of R.density scale, and then it's basically the multiplier on grass densities. If you set that to 0, give it a couple of seconds to kick in, but this is going to set your FPS off a little bit. You can see 60, we've just made a massive jump. Now we can also run some commands like this is a hilarious one, so I'm going to show you R.grass size scale. I can set this to like 10, and it's going to make grass insanely high. Notice that. Oop. Kind of crazy, right? Now I can also, if you really want to mess with this grass size scale again, you can set that to 0. If you set it to 0, it's again going to give you another little bit of a boost, and we're sitting at the high 60s right now, so just keep watching that FPS tracker. Now, next one we're going to type in is show.instanced grass, and some of these can be used in combination. Did I just type it in wrong? I'm just going to type it this way, instanced, and then we're going to type in grass, see it, so show. I don't know why I was doing dot, whatever. It's just my brain. Show.instance grass or show instance grass. I guess show space instance grass. And it's going to hide more grass. And then what we can do directly after that is show instanced foliage. You can see that right there. That's going to hide the foliage on the map that is now again, this is hiding stuff you can pick up, but if you're going for max FPS, we're sitting at 70 right now. And you can toggle pretty much all of this. We're going to go ahead and go to show instanced static meshes, and you're going to go ahead and you can see static message. Now, that does make a major difference, but obviously you're causing big problems at that point, so keep that in mind. But again, these are commands. We're looking for maximum, right? I'm sitting at almost 80 right now. Just to show you what they do, I'm going to do r.volumetric. Now, volumetric cloud is a very good command to get rid of because it's going to get rid of the clouds. Again, we're sitting at 95. Now let's go ahead and r.volumetric. Now, instead of doing cloud, we're going to go ahead and type in fog this time, and basically it's going to toggle that feature, r.volumetric fog. Notice how we're in the middle 90s right now, and then we can go and type in shadow, shadow quality. Quality is probably one of the best ones, and I'm going to type 0 into that. Shadow quality is now 0. We're sitting at 110. Now again, these are all commands. You can do whatever you want with this information, by the way. So use the
pero defender esa ahora mismo está difícil porque hay que hacer cosas.
Single layer and 0. Now essentially what that does is it takes the reflections off of water and it prevents water from having any reflections, so it just exists. Notice how on high settings technically I'm sitting in 100 and solidly into 100 FPS, so that's not a problem. Now the last thing we're going to do is r.material quality level. You can see it up there. You can scroll to it. 0 corresponds to 0. Now again, this could cause problems, but they mostly removed all of this anyways, so it's not going to be able to change much. So again, you can see that we are very bare bones inside of Ark right now, but you can pretty much see through anything. That's kind of a little bit of an unfair thing, but I can like cruise across the map and hover above 70 FPS. Now, that is all the commands. Now I'm going to quickly talk about what you can turn on and off in order to make your life just a little bit easier. So obviously you see that show static meshes. Well, show static message. This one, these two obviously make major differences, right? So you want to be careful about this. So I'm going to go ahead and turn that back on. By the show instanced static meshes, that essentially removes all mountains. By adding those back in, I've essentially added back in part of the lore of Ark, and I've kind of just kept some of the basics out. Now, another thing is you probably want to have the show instanced foliage command on, because the show instanced foliage command is going to remove things that you can pick up. So notice how those go back in, and anything that I can pick up is now on the map. The things that I can't pick up are not on the map. Rocks. You can see I got cactuses down there, plants, things like that that can be picked up are nearby. So those make big differences. Just by turning everything that I just had off and then turning those two things back on, I'm consistently sitting in the mid-90s, right? So this is on high settings, ultra settings actually across the board. So these are major things that matter a ton. So things that you can do to kind of increase this, the quality of this without noticing too much of a difference is changing the shadows just a little bit, right? So those contact shadows, and you can just type in shadow and you can get a lot of those shadow commands. You can see the show dynamic shadows, that can be useful. Anything with shadows that we're turning on and off is essentially going to make the game look prettier. But honestly, you can play it like this. For those of you that are on console commands, by the way, those of you that are using those console commands, the ones that I just showed you, you can just type those in by hitting escape, going into console command, and then you can type in whatever command you want. I can type in, let's just type in, let's remove or add back in some grass, right? So show instanced, let's type in grass, show instanced grass, and then you hit enter. It'll bring grass back slowly back into your game. Now again, these are things that you can all enter those commands as long as you type them in correctly. So how I would do it if I was you, just go back to the time that I was talking about, look in the bottom left side of my screen to what I was typing, and that's probably your best method in order to go through all of these commands. Now all of them are pretty useful. I would definitely use those first 5 that I talked about: the contact shadows, the dynamic global illumination, the lumen.reflections.allow, shadow.csm.max cascades, nanite.max pixels per edge. And those are the big chunky ones that you're not going to notice a whole heck of a lot, but they make a big difference. And then the ones that actually change your gameplay are going to be the ones that I kind of listed after talking about those 5, with its density scale of grass, the grass size scale, the show instance grass, show instance foliage, show instance static meshes, volumetric cloud, volumetric fog, shadow quality, water dot single layer, which again kind of just makes it so you don't have reflections on water, and then R.
No dividas en metal, no dividas en metal, no lo divida, no lo divida.
That one.
No lo divida.
You can use all of those commands in combination with whatever feels good for you, and especially people that are on console.
No
I highly recommend it because you are going to get,
falta.
even though it's not the prettiest, it still looks like it's running just fine right now.
But I'm
averaging 76 frames per second, which makes me very happy. So definitely keep that on your plate. So the one thing that does suck is every time you go back into the Ark, you're going to have to run those commands again. So what you can do is copy and save them somewhere. Literally copy paste, as long as there's an enter between each one of them, where you can put a what's it called, a little bracket thing between each one. That'll apply them all at the same time. So that should help a ton. And hopefully this video helps you out. If you have any other questions, let me know, and I'll do my best to answer. So anyways, hopefully this video helps out. Teach. Yo guys, what is up? It's Teach here, coming at you again with another video over on Ark Survival Ascended, and I'm going to show you in this video the top 3 locations on the island in order to get every single resource. Now, some of these resources, there's awesome locations that you just have to know where to get them, and they will show you some really awesome things. For those of you that don't know already, I got about 12,000 hours inside of Ark. I know that's kind of weird to say, but I love this game a ton, so I have a pretty good idea of the exact locations and what you want to do. So if you don't mind, check it out. Leave a comment below for the algorithm, and then consider subbing to the channel. I'm getting close to 100K, and that's been my dream all along. All right, so this first location is a little trick / area that you're going to want to get a ridiculous amount of wood and thatch for. If you've never used the trick before, basically what you do is you get a raft, you place it inside of any swamp zone inside of the island, basically running from the entire south side of Redwoods, or you can do the actual, I guess, east side, middle of the island, and you basically put down a raft, get someone on a Therizino on the front of the raft, and then someone driving the raft. Now the only negative thing is it requires 2 people, and you can slot cap because the boat doesn't, or the raft doesn't take weight, and the Therizino can gather a ridiculous amount from every single swamp tree. You'll also come out of this with quite a few rare mushrooms if that's something that you're looking for. So let's go ahead and go next on our list. The next one is a little bit of a trick that you can use in order to get a ridiculous amount of flint and stone. Basically, what you can do is you can take an ankylosaurus, which swims way faster than they would be able to run on land inside of the water. If you didn't know that already, it's one of the easiest things you can do. You hop on an anky, and you literally just swim through the water. Now, when you're swimming through the water, you use its primary attack to hit any rocks. Those rocks will not only gather you metal, stone, but it's also going to give you any resource that is inside of it. You can see that in this area, there's also quite a bit of metal in the actual water. But yeah, it's a really awesome technique. You can actually just swim so well with these things that it's almost better using them in the water for an anky than it is above land. And each swing is going to give you both stone and flint, which is really important, obviously. A little bit of metal, too, is a perk, but that is probably the best way to gather. You can do it on any river inside of the entire Ark biome. The best river is the one I'm on right now, with the chords of 45.1, 76.4, but that middle river above the actual Redwoods Island is also a fantastic one because it's a very shallow river and not too many dangerous things are there. And if you're feeling super safe, in the bottom left corner of your map, I'll go ahead and show you what I mean. Let's go ahead and go right here. And this little river right here is a great area to get a ton of flint and stone as well. Now use that Anki trick and that will give you a crazy amount. So next up on our list is metal and obsidian. There's actually an area that has the most metal and obsidian on the entire map, and that is on top of the volcano. Here are the chords, just so you can see them, at 40.1, 37.5. And on the upper ridge of this volcano, there's actually a ridiculous amount of obsidian. You can see it starting there. And then there's like a little flat point up here. And every single one of these rocks is either going to spawn in on this obsidian, or it's going to spawn in as raw metal. Now, this is the highest concentration in the game. So yeah, pretty awesome. Now, you can also take this exact metal and obsidian run. You can kind of move down here. There's a ton of crystal, by the way, in case you didn't know. It's one of the best places to get crystal. But if you actually follow this pathway that you see me on right now, you can actually take all of this obsidian and use this pathway, because on this pathway, metal, obsidian, and crystal spawn in abundance. On almost every corner, you've got metal that runs down the entire mountain. And yeah, the pathway is a fantastic way to get a very, very nice amount of resources for obsidian and metal. Now, let's say you're not a big fan of going to the volcano, because a lot of people will go to the volcano in order to get their resources. Where else can you go? The top of any mountain you can hit up. Some of the best ones, Redwoods Forest right here at 58.49. And then if you go over to this mountain right here, it's another one of the best mountains in the game to go on. It used to be called Battle Mountain 30 and then 83.5. These in combination are the best three. This is a good mountain, but it's kind of hard to scale it. So these are your best metal, obsidian, and a little bit of crystal as well locations. So hopefully that helps you out with that one. Now let's go on to our next one we just talked about, flint. Moving on to black pearls. The best way to get black pearls, and the only way inside of Ark Survival Ascended on the island, is to access either ammonites, alpha tusos, or getting lucky by giving your otter a attack, and then they randomly bring you back a small chance of a black pearl. So, in order to find alpha tusos, the best thing that you can do is turn off volumetric fog. That will allow you to see the entire way through the ocean. And in the deeper parts of the ocean, specifically on this left side and bottom side of the map, is the highest concentration of tuso spawns on the game. Now that's going to allow you to get a higher chance at getting a 50 black pearls per alpha tuso. Will get you, that's probably the best way, the quickest way. However, they are typically hard to locate. So another thing you can do is kill any ammonite that you see, the weird looking curly shelled thingies. Those things will give you black pearls when you kill them. However, the negative of that is whenever you damage an ammonite, everything nearby comes to attack you. It's actually a great strategy. You can use it from roses to the surface, but both of those ways are pretty late game techniques. Now, if you don't like the late game techniques, what you can do is you can use a fishing rod, and a fishing rod will get you randomly black pearls every now and then, and it'll also get you access to a bunch of other resources. Black pearls can also be gathered by using otters, and otters can be sent out to pick up a fish. They will get you regular pearls and occasionally get you a black pearl. So those are the best ways to get black pearls on this game. Now, moving on, this one's a sweet little trick. If you haven't ever been to the Buried Cave, the Buried Cave is one of the most amazing things in the world. Basically what they've done is they've updated it so that now, yes, this terrifying thing right here, you're going to use a Gigantopithecus. A Gigantopithecus can go in just barely into this cave, and it can harvest everything from the ground to the ceiling. Now, everything you see on the walls right here is harvestable, as well as the ground, which means that this guy can slot cap your inventory in berries and fiber, by the way, using his backup command, in less than maybe a minute. So, everything here is harvestable. That is why taking any tame that you can fit into here that can harvest berries is a ridiculously broken strategy. Again, the chords of this are Swamp Cave at 64.8. 35.2. Now, if you do not like going in Swamp Cave because it's a little dangerous, the next thing that you can do is you can actually go into the areas around the swamp, specifically the land areas around the edge of the swamp, because around the edge of the swamp there are 3 different types of bushes that spawn, and they're super dense. So taking a Bronto in one tail swing in that area will get you enough berries to never need berries again. But if you're still playing on a server where you don't have access to a Bronto, a Parasaur will do just fine. Just go to the outside of the swamp areas and go to the edge of the swamp, and you'll find a ridiculous amount of berries, as well as, if you want it, fiber. But that's up to you. Now, those are the best places to find it. You can technically find it over in this swamp right over here. And that's the best way to get berries and fiber inside of this game, and it's not particularly close either. Now, the next thing, chitin. A lot of people have trouble getting a hold of chitin, and one of the best ways that you can get a hold of it actually is in the island on the western side. You can see me on this little, like, I don't know if it's called like an isthmus or something like that, but it's like a little offshoot. Looks like the Baja Peninsula on the United States / Mexico. Now, this thing, basically because there's a lot of a flat area and it's not very deep, trilobites are incredibly easy to not only spot but kill here, and you can get a ridiculous amount of chitin, especially if you use a Diplocaulus, in order to access a level of chitin that you will never understand. Like, it's crazy the amount of chitin that you can get here. Now, if you don't want to use this strategy, this is an early game strategy. It's not as much as you would be able to access from going back to where we just were at the bug cave, swamp cave. If you take a Beelzebufo, which is the frog, and go inside of that cave, or a Megatherium once cryopods are enabled, you can go inside of that cave and come back with about 15,000-20,000 chitin, because they both are the highest gatherers of chitin in the game. Now let's say both of those two options are not your favorite and you want somewhere else. You can basically go in again into any of the swamps and kill bugs, and those bugs will give you a chunk of chitin every single time. So those are the best ways that you can get a hold of chitin inside of Ark. Now, specifically on this map, let me be clear on that. Now, the next one, there is actually a crystal cave. So if you don't want to go to the top of the volcano, which is the first best spot in the game, there's a hidden cave over on Carno Island. And the coordinates, just so you can see, are 991.1, 91.2. And if you get past the entrance of this, crystal spawns all over the place in here, and you can see me basically around it right now. You also, because caves give increased resource gathering, will get that bonus. So getting a ridiculous amount of crystal is very easy to do inside of this cave. Now it goes down for a little bit, so you can get it off just about every wall in here, and taking an Anki in here is a fantastic way to get, I mean, you can easily come away with 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 crystal per time you go here. Now, you will have to finagle your way in here with an Anki, but you can kind of fit around this little corner right here, and that's the hardest part. So this is one of the best caves. Again, Volcano is probably the #1 spot, but a lot of people go up there. This is a safe place to do it because no one seems to remember where it is. And if you don't like any of those locations, you can go pretty much to the top of any mountain, and they will get you a ton of crystal on top of any mountain in Ark. But these two, those two I just talked about, are the best locations that you can actually access that in. Now, next up on our list is CP. CP is something that is very difficult to get a hold of, so basically you have to have access to beaver dams. If you don't have access to beaver dams, Akatina, taming those and leaving them on wander, will give you a bunch of CP, but these are the best locations to get if you're looking for beaver dams. Beaver dams naturally provide CP over time. The safest location that I always use is at these chords, 55.2, 25.7. And that will get you access to beaver dams that spawn. You can see that right there. And they spawn around this kind of like rocky structure. They do a whole circle, and I'll usually get 5, 6, 7 beaver dams. I just did a dino wipe, so that's why there's no dinos present every time that I come to this spot. If you do not like this one, and you'd rather go somewhere else, another great spot to get beavers is right on this little corner where this little triangle happens with the waters meeting. This is a fantastic spot, and you can kind of go down this whole river right here, and a ton of beavers seem to always spawn on this area. So it's a great spot to get quite a few, in all honesty, beavers in order to get yourself a ton of stuff, specifically that cementing paste, which can be so difficult. You can also kind of go around this area and you'll find them less, but the concentration seems to be right around here and then right in this zone. Those are the best places to get beaver dams in order to access a lovely amount of cementing paste. Now, I will usually do this specific one that I'm on. Every 30 minutes or so, they seem to spawn in the beaver dams, so that's the best way to actually get a hold of that cementing paste. Now, next on our list, oil and organic polymer. Oil and organic polymer are something that are difficult to acquire, but you can actually acquire them by going to the edge, where I am right now, at 25.9, so in this region, and you can hit the entire edge of the snow zone up, and you will be able to get these weird looking, it's called shale, but these nice looking rocks right here that are kind of like, they look like this. And you'll get a ridiculous amount of oil using that. Now, they are pretty easy to spot because they have these vertical lines running through them, whereas the rocks that don't have the vertical lines, like this one, they do not have the oil. This weird vertical line looking one is the oil filled rocks, and they will give you a ton of oil just by going around the outside. You can see some out here, right here, And yeah, you get a ton of oil by hitting these up. Now, while you're up here, this is the only spot that Kairuku or the wild penguins spawn in the game. And the islands specifically are 1, 2, and this 3. All 3 of these islands hit these up on a regular basis, and you can get a ridiculous number of penguins and just get a ton of loot. Now you can see it's also easy to spot the oil as long as you're up here. And those are the 2 best places. Kairuku only spawn there, so that's the best way to get their organic polymer. However, if you're looking for other locations in order to get access to oil, some things that you can do is you can actually go inside of the water. And on any of the actual borders of where the ocean touches the actual land, there's little blue rocks in the ocean. Those blue rocks can be harvested in order to access oil. So using a Dunkleosteus or a Anki will get you a ridiculous amount of oil from those. Now, that is the best locations you can actually get access to oil and organic poly in this game. So hopefully that helps you out. Now, let's go further down on our list, right? So we've got pretty much everything covered at this point in time. The last 2 are silica pearls and rare flowers. We're going to go ahead and show you rare flowers. Now, rare flowers / rare mushrooms are only found in the swamp biome. Rare mushrooms can be gathered by actually hitting a tree here, and it's a random chance. Every time you hit one of these trees, there's a decent chance that you're going to get rare mushrooms. You see that I just hit it and got a rare mushroom out of it. And then rare flowers are actually gathered by getting the little cottontail looking things in the actual swamp itself. So taking a berry gatherer here is the best way to get it. Now, in my personal opinion, the best swamp that you can hit up is this one right here in order to gather this. However, if you're not a fan of it because it's a little smaller, the entire southern redwoods is filled with rare mushrooms and rare flowers. Now, if you're also someone that doesn't like either of those 2 options, using this zone right here and hitting up a beaver dam will give you a small amount of rare flowers and rare mushrooms. So those are all 3 options. All 3 are very easy to accomplish, and that's probably one of the best things you can do. Now, last on our list, I'm just going to fly over to them. This is the best way to get, if you do not have an anglerfish, silica pearls inside of Ark, specifically on the island. This little corner right here, the chords are at 28.6, 30.7. This zone right here specifically will give you access to getting silica pearls. Now, in the water, they look like little round rocks. They're kind of hard to spot, like this guy. And you can actually go ahead and harvest them by hitting E on top of them. And they will just give you access to some silica pearls. And it's like, hey, you have to hit this in order to open it. And any of those round looking rocks will show you, or will give you silica pearls. They do spawn in quite an abundance. They can be kind of hard to spot though, which kind of sucks. But this area, if you haven't seen my video on silica pearls and how to turn them into literal highlights so you can see them in the ocean, there's a sweet way you can do that. But this is the best way to get silica pearls, just by walking around. Now, some, again, we'll show you one more thing. If you hit the outside of this up, you will also get a few silica pearl locations on the outside here. But if you happen to have an anglerfish, this right here, if you start on this location and swim at the deepest part of the ocean, go down to this corner and go down to across this way with an anglerfish, there are enough silica pearls where you come back with tens of thousands, not small amounts, tens of thousands. Island has a ridiculous number of silica pearls. So hopefully that helps you out. And yeah, that's all the major resources that you could possibly need access to. There are some other small ones that I kind of just did not include, like meat, because that's just everyone knows how to get that. But hopefully this video helps you out. If you don't mind, smash that like button, leave a comment below for the algorithm, and then consider subbing to the channel. All right, teach. What is up? It's Teach here, coming at you again with another video over on Ark Survival Ascended. I am going to show you the top 3 creatures at every single area, I guess, in order to how to gather the best resources in the entire game. we're going to go through each one, why they are, what's the best way to use them, solo player, everything that you could possibly need to know, and their gathering rates as well. Now, if you don't mind, smash that like button, leave a comment below for the algorithm, and then consider subbing to the channel. I'm getting close to 100K, and that's my dream all along. So, we're going to go and get started. These are the 3 best gatherers for, again, technically, for fiber in the entire game. The number 1, believe it or not, is the Moss Chops. Now, the Moss Chops is actually one of the best gatherers for pretty much every resource in the game if you spec it correctly, because they've got a special thing called harvesting levels, and you can see that they can actually gather sap, polymer, leech blood, all these kinds of things right here, right? However, increasing their stuff will basically allow them to gather a rather solid amount of fiber. As you can see right there, we're up to 120, and that's just 3 swings. Now, they are probably the best early one to get fiber in the entire game because they are so easy to tame. They just require a couple of basic things that you run around the island for funsies. But not the greatest overall, technically speaking. The one that's going to be able to get you a little bit more bang for your buck is the Gigantopithecus, and this guy is going to be able to gather things while he's actually running. And you can see that basically you have 2 attacks. You can throw with the right click, and then you can hit with the left click. However, you can also actually go down and actually hit the C command, and he'll gather while moving, and it'll allow you to gather quite a bit more over time. So even though Moss Chops will gather more per bush, the fastest fiber collector in the entire game is going to be the Gigantopithecus. And 3rd place goes to the Therizinosaurus, because he can also have harvesting levels into delicate resources. So now that we've got that sorted out, we're going to go to the next one. We're going to go to crystal, metal, and flint next. So there is actually only one, technically 2 dinos in the entire game that can even gather this resource, and that is the Ankylosaurus. The Ankylosaurus can be carried and then used with an Argentavis, and will automatically harvest things as long as it is less than half weight. So this thing is the best thing that you can use to gather pretty much anything that you would think that you would need for. That's metal, that's going to be fiber, and that, not fiber, flint, and then it's also going to be access to just so you can see right there, crystal as well. Now, technically speaking, the Doedicarus can gather crystal. It's less than the Ankylosaurus, and technically speaking, it's not the only metal gatherer in the game, because the Dunkleosteus can be used in the water to actually gather metal at almost the exact same rate as an Ankylosaurus, and the number of metal rocks in the water inside this game are pretty substantial. So the Ankylosaurus, though it is the best on land, the Dunkleosteus is actually just as good just in the water. So that is the only one that can actually gather those in general. We're going to go ahead and go to chitin next. Now, the next thing, just so you can see it, there are 3 tames that can gather chitin: Megatherium, Sabertooth, and Diplocaulus. The technical number 1 in the entire game is the Megatherium, because it gets a massive boost and turns orange as soon as it actually, you can see that you can actually make it sit down too, kind of funny. But once it does actually go into caves and kill any bug, anything that can give it chitin, it's going to harvest it at a much higher rate than anything in the game, because it has got what is called a bug buff. Now that bug buff will turn it orange, and it will gather way more than anything. It's not really even close either. Now, coming behind that thing, if you are able to go into the ocean and use a Diplocaulus, kind of funny actually that this is something that actually works, but they will gather a really good amount of chitin, as well as pearls and black pearls, as long as you're going through the actual oceans. You just have to attack trilobites with a Diplocaulus. They one-hit it no matter what level it is. Any Diplocaulus will basically, they do 10x damage, so they do a crazy amount of damage to trilobites, and they can harvest them really quickly. So that is the number 2. Now the number 3 is technically the Sabertooth. The Sabertooth is also really good at gathering keratin, which is slightly different than chitin because it can't be gathered from bugs, but that's from your larger, bonier dinos like your stegos and stuff like that. This guy will gather both of those, technically 3rd in chitin, but it will gather keratin at a really good rate as well. So there's your 3 for chitin and keratin. Now, next up on our list, we're going to go ahead and go to the wood collectors. Now this one, a lot of people might disagree with me, but their facts are facts. The number 1 gatherer per bush, per tree, is going to be the Castroides. I'm going to go ahead and destroy wild dinos because that thing will kill me. Here we go. Bye-bye. But the Castroides is the number 1 wood gatherer per bush in the entire, or I guess per tree in the entire game. It also has a reduced carry weight of wood by about 50%, so that's a huge bonus in order to use a Castroides. Now, technically speaking, if you have 2 players, both the mammoth and therizinosaur are actually better, even though the castroides will gather it solo quicker. A mammoth and a therizinosaur, because they have much wider swings to them, can be basically put on top of a raft and driven through the swamp in order to gather an absolutely ridiculous amount of wood. It's basically a way that people use to slot cap, and you can slot cap almost within 20 or 30 minutes. So the therizino and the mammoth will gather at a really nice rate as well. The mammoth does have a reduced carry weight, but the therizino does not. So between these three creatures, they are really good at gathering. The best overall, still the castroides, then the therizino if you have 2 people, and then the mammoth if you have 2 people, or can kind of be better, depends if you have the higher level mammoth versus the castroides. So those are the best wood gatherers in the entire game. So we've talked about crystal, metal, flint, fiber. Now, thatch. Now this one, though a lot of people don't realize how important it is, late game, it's not super useful, but mid and early game thatch is a very valuable thing. And the #1 gatherer of thatch in the entire game is technically the Bronto. The Bronto, when it hits a tree, will gather the most thatch per swing in the entire game. Directly followed by the mammoth, which will also gather a ridiculous amount of thatch, and the stego as well, but the stego has to be in its attack mode. But again, you're probably not going to worry too much about that because you can just get thatch by grinding up wood using a grinder. And it's a lot more effective just to go out and gather a ton of wood and then grind the thatch from the wood. It's a lot easier to do that. So that's up to you if you do that, but that's probably the best thing that you can do. So thatch, probably not the most valuable resources, but it's something that will come in handy in the long run. Now, the next one, stone. There's actually only 2 creatures on the island right now that are going to gather any amount of stone for you. That is the Doedicarus and the Ankylosaurus. The Ankylosaurus is going to gather it while it's gathering metal or hitting any rock, and the Doedicarus can only gather stone. So when it swings its tail at things, it's quite literally going to smack it. And when it does smack it, it's going to get, I think it's like 3 or 4 times what an Anky would get per rock. Now, even if it hits a metal rock, it's going to get only stone out of it. So the #1 stone gatherer in the island is the Doedicarus. And one of the best methods to do is get near a river, because they swim incredibly fast and just swing as you're swimming through the river. And it allows you to hit rocks at a much faster rate because they take a half swing instead of a full swing when they're swimming. So Doedicarus, not particularly close either, is the best, not even close, the best stone gatherer. The Anky will do it naturally over time, so keep that. But if you need a large amount of stone, the Doedicarus is the way to go. Now we're going to go in and go down our list. The hide and meat gatherers, the #1, 2, and 3 are actually a little bit surprising, but not particularly. The #1 and 2, these are basically identical. I'm not even going to try and sound its name, I'm just going to say the Carca. The Carcadontrosaurus, this thing, and the Giganotosaurus are both the best gatherers of raw meat, hide, and any type of meat except for fish meat in the entire game. Now, because they have a high melee, late game too, they are very, very good at gathering max, basically just by biting something once. And the Carca will actually gather more if you're able to get it on its like rage killing spree where you kill more dinos over time. And that'll increase its ability to gather more over time. But between the 2 of them, they are both really good at gathering both hide and meat. Now let's say you're not quite at that point. The direwolf is actually basically tied with the Rex with the amount of hide and meat that it's able to gather. Plus it's got a cool ability to detect things that are nearby by sitting down and sniffing things out. And then you can also, you know, if you really want to, you can howl, but that's up to you. Yeah, so the 3 of these will gather. Those 2 are 1 and 2. Rex, direwolf are pretty much in the same next category. Direwolf is obviously a lot easier to tame than those 2, but these 2 will be better overall because it'll kill things faster. So those are what you want to use in order to get a large amount of meat and hide inside of Ark Survival Ascended. Now, basically those are things that are pretty well known, but the next one might shock you just a little bit. So oil. Now oil and polymer, and then the last thing I'll show you is kind of like a little custom thing if you want to think of it that way. So oil. The Anky, the Nunky, and the Bacillo. The Bacillo will naturally produce oil over time, so it's pretty awesome. Same thing with the squid. However, the 2 that can harvest it are the Anky and the Dunkleosteus. The Anky can harvest it on land and sometimes in water, depending on how deep it is. And then the Dunky can actually gather at the exact same rate, a little bit higher actually, than an ankylosaurus because it can actually go under the water and hit the underwater oil nodes. Now, there are also blue rocks. If you see them from shore, they are literally just blue rocks. I don't see any right now. But those blue rocks will actually give you oil from them, and the donkey gives you a rather significant amount. So, oil, the best way to gather it is to use these 3 tame, whether you're passively generating it or using an anky or a donkey in order to actually gather that stuff. Now, polymer. This one is also one that I was a little bit shocked by when I was testing it, but the #1 polymer gatherer in the game is actually the dire bear, because it can actually hit plants on the aberration mesh, but it also has a high damage output, which allows it to gather a large amount of polymer off of the penguins over on the map. But you're probably not going to want to use that because it's hard to swim out there. The Yudi is also really good at gathering polymer, believe it or not. Very fantastic polymer gatherer. And then the other thing that's probably the easiest to gather polymer is to use a Pelagornis. Even though technically speaking, the highest rate of gathering polymer per game is using a little bat to kill him and then harvest him with a bat or the knockout stick, whatever you want to call it. The Pelagornis does gather it at a really nice rate. Because dinos gain things at 3x compared to human players, it's technically going to get more by going into a tame. So even using something like a moss drops and leveling into organic polymer is a fantastic way to get a ridiculous amount of polymer. So, yep, those 3 are your polymer tames, and then the last one, you can actually harvest sap and silica pearls as well. So in order to harvest both of those types of resources, there's actually something that you might be a little shocked by. So the Archaeopteryx, I don't know where he went. He's somewhere around here, I thought. Maybe he's not, but the little things that you can grab and fly to, if you put them near the redwood forest, they will actually naturally gather sap over time, which allows you to kind of like, you have to put them on wander. So what you can do is set a dino or set it to follow something, and then set it on wander after that, and it'll stay nearby and also gather a very nice amount of sap over time, quicker than you can get from a sap tap, actually. Now, when it comes to the actual silica pearls, you can see there are a few tames right here. I'm going to go ahead and destroy wild dinos. All it does is this thing, so one tap this thing, wild dinos. The anglerfish is the #1 silica pearl farmer in the entire game. You go to the bottom of the ocean and it'll gather about 50 to 60 per hit, whereas your hand is going to be a lot less than that. Now, that is obvious. That is the #1 gatherer, not even close. However, if you're looking for a smaller amount, the otter and the Diplocaulus are both capable of gathering silica pearls. The otter, if you throw it into water and attack my target, or just let it sit on neutral by throwing it in the water, it will attack a fish and bring you back a pearl, occasionally bringing you back a black pearl, which is very nice for otters. And then Diplocaulus, because they can eat trilobites, will gather you a large amount of trilobites off the ocean floor, because they will one-tap them. That is technically the second best gatherer of any type of pearls in the game, including black pearls. So those are the best things that you can do in order to gather the natural resources in Ark. Every single one of those these are like thousands and thousands of hours have been tested, and hopefully this is something that helps you out. Again, if you don't mind, smash that like button, leave a comment below for the algorithm, and then consider subbing to the channel. All right, to each. Ow.
No, el que entre. Y cualquier cosa torreta. Si la torreta lo mata, pues se va a caber la madre. Vamos a recuperar. Los abuelos están allá abajo. Y que traer las cosas para acá. Yo estoy diciendo que hay una entrada por otro lado para esta cueva. ¿Entiendes? Eso hay que defenderlo todavía. Este sitio tenemos para que nadie venga, rompa y nos quite las cosas, ¿entiendes? Digo, para que no nos quite el sitio.
So, guys, what is up? It's Teach here, coming at you again with another video over on Ark Survival Ascended. And in this video, I'm going to show you 15 plus tips that you can use inside of Ark Survival Ascended in order to make yourself better at the game. Now, these 15 tips are kind of like an intermediate advanced level tip of things that a lot of people forget to use and how to use them. Anything from how to power level using an insane XP area, or using the proper way to regain stamina to actually lose less resources. So I'm going to show you all of that right now. If you don't mind, smack that like button, leave a comment below for the algorithm, and then consider subbing to the channel. I'm close to 100k, that's been my dream all along.
All right, so my first tip, and this is an easy one actually. So whenever you run, you're actually going to lose stamina over time. And in order to regain your stamina, your food and water are both going to drain, right? There is nothing that you can do to control that. They are going to drain no matter what. However, there's a little bit of a secret tip, right? So now that my stamina is drained a little bit, if you look, you can see that these both drain as this goes back up. However, you can cut the amount of food and water that you consume when you're actually regenerating that stamina into about a quarter. Now, in order to do that, all you have to do, I'm just going to show you by continuing the run for a second here, is lay down. When you lay down and regenerate stamina, it actually takes about a quarter of the amount of food and water. So whenever you're running, if you need to, just make sure that you actually rotate and lay down, because if you lay down, you will quite literally lose a lot less stamina. It's going to save you a ton of resources in the long run of the game, especially if you're early game and you don't necessarily have access to your food and your drink recipes, all that kind of stuff. Save you a lot of resources. So that's the first tip. Second tip is actually pretty easy. It's also something that I've shown in other videos before. Your creatures can actually eat anything that is stamina related, right? So if I have a burger and it increases my stamina, I can put that inside of my tame and allow it to eat it. Now that'll both increase its health overall and its stamina. So when I'm in the air, if I use anything that's got a stamina boost to it, you'll notice that if I hold still, hold still in the air for a second here. So notice how I'm going down stamina wise. If I feed it to my tame, it's going to continue to rise, and you can see that number going up, essentially giving you bonus time in the air while your stamina continues to raise. It'll give you, and it'll go up the entire length of it. So if you have a 1000 stamina boosting thing, what'll happen is you can quite literally pop that while you're in the air, and it'll give you a total of a bonus 1000 over time. Now once you hit your maximum stamina, it'll go back down again, but as long as you are still not at maximum stamina, eating anything for your tame in the air will continue to raise its stamina until it is the highest possible level. Now, tip number 3 is actually something that's one of my favorite tips, because people forget that this is even a thing, and it's actually pretty easy. So when you are moving around inside of Ark, you are constantly losing food and water, right? You are also, whenever you consume food, increasing the amount of poop that you have to take. Now, I know that sounds like a weird thing. However, on the right-hand side, if you see that your poop indicator is a little less bluish than the other ones, I guess it's more white or highlighted, what that means is your character has to poop. If you do not poop when that happens, your character is going to continue to drain food and water when they have to poop, because they get a constipated debuff. So you have